Chun Hao slowly opened his eyes, sensing the spiritual energy circulating within his body as a glint of sharp light flashed across his gaze. In his past life, he was the supreme powerhouse of the Tianwu continent, yet he perished from the treacherous schemes of the very master he trusted most. Chun Hao, are you deaf? Why aren't you talking? Today is Xiaoya's 19th birthday, and you are giving her this. The buzzing in his ears was like a greenhead fly clamoring. Chun Hao frowned, his hangover-stricken brain pounding as if about to explode. The 3 gene of spirits in his stomach were still churning. He instinctively reached for a cigarette, but his hand grasped nothing. That gesture jolted his consciousness awake. Before him was no longer the KTV room reeking of vomit, nor the bloated investor forcing him to drink, and dazzling sunlight, blue sky, white clouds, and a face caked with cheap foundation full of harshness. Zhao Qian, the good friend of his ex-girlfriend Lin Xiaoya. This woman was quite a talent. Her main vocation was stirring the pot. Her side hustle was pimping for Lin Xiaoya, eventually succeeding in sending her to a nouveau riche's bed. Beside Zhao Qian stood a girl who looked like a delicate white flower. White floral dress, long straight black hair, watery eyes biting her lip, wearing a pitiful expression. Lin Xiaoya, the ultimate ex who made him a 7-year simp, supporting her through graduate school and work only to hand him a green hat in the end. Fuck. Chun Hao couldn't help blurting out a curse. Was heaven making him relive this humiliation? Who are you cursing? Chun Hao, you've grown balls, haven't you? Zhao Qian exploded the pink gift box, nearly jabbing into Chun Hao's nose. You think a 200 yuan Maybelline makes you a Romeo? Just now, Student Council President Zhang was about to give an Ericsson phone. Xiaoya turned him down for you, and this is what you give her. Lin Xiaoya timely tugged at Zhao Qian's sleeve, her eyes downcast, voice soft enough to squeeze water. Qian, don't say that. Chun Hao's family is not well off. He must have saved for a whole month to buy this. Though I envy the girl next door who got a Nokia from her boyfriend, I don't mind. Listen to that damned tea-flavored speech. Same recipe, same familiar taste. Chun Hao wanted to laugh. The old him must have had some mint in his brain to think she was considerate. She had gold digger branded on her forehead, yet insisted on putting up a chastity arch. If it were the old Chun Hao, he'd be panicking and apologizing, swearing to sell his blood for a phone. But the current Chun Hao was an old businessman who had weathered decades in the market with a heart darker than coal. He squinted, sizing up Lin Xiaoya. She was indeed pure-looking. No wonder she could bewitch him into an idiot back then. Chun Hao, cack out your tongue. What's that look? Zhao Qian blustered. Xiaoya is not dumping you for being poor as her kindness. Don't be ungrateful. Enough, stop yapping, it's giving me a headache. Chun Hao picked his ear lazily, exuding a roguish vibe. He extended his hand, palm open. Give it here. What? Zhao Qian was stunned. The cosmetics. Chun Hao pointed his chin. Didn't you say this thing is embarrassing? Zhao Qian subconsciously handed over the gift box, thinking he wanted to exchange it for something else. Chun Hao took the pink box, weighted in his hand. The next second, in front of them, he unzipped his backpack, flicked his wrist, and tossed the box inside. Since it's too shabby, don't take it. Chun Hao patted his bag casually. Perfect, I saved some cash. Lin Xiaoya's pitiful expression froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. Where was the old Chun Hao who kowtowed to her like a goddess? Chun Hao, what do you mean? Lin Xiaoya finally dropped the act, her voice sharp. Today is my 19th birthday. You take back the gift? What's that supposed to mean? I know it's your birthday. Chun Hao looked at her, a mocking smile on his face. That's exactly why I don't want you to feel humiliated. Since this junk isn't good enough for you, I'll take it away so it won't offend your eyes. With that, he turned and walked off, clean and decisive like a heartless jerk. Chun Hao. Lin Xiaoya trembled with rage. This was the first time a boy had ever treated her like this. Zhao Qian screamed like a scalded cat. Chun Hao, you bastard. How dare you treat Xiaoya like this? She'll dump you right now. Chun Hao paused mid-step. He turned back and flashed a brilliant smile at the furious pair. Break up? Whoever doesn't break up is the— And one more word for you, scram. He shoved his hands in his pockets, whistled, and strode away, leaving 2 girls standing in the wind, doubting their existence. Not long after heaven seemed to orchestrate the breakup drama, a heavy rain poured down. In April, the capital's rain was still chilly. The icy rain splashed on his face, trickling into his clothes along his neck. But Chun Hao felt exhilarated. He wiped his face and pinched his thigh hard. It hurt. Not a dream. He was really back. Back to the year 2000. The wild gold strewn. All the grievances, regrets, 996 blessings, the fights at Huiqiangbai counters, the despair of cryptocurrency crashes. Gone, all gone. I'm back. Chun Hao grinned fiercely and wildly in the rain curtain. In this life, he wouldn't be the leak. He would be the one wielding the sickle. Building 7, room 302 of Jinghang University. The door burst open with a bang. A thick male dorm smell hit him. Chun Hao took a deep breath. This was youth. The dorm was thick with smoke like a spider's den. 3 shirtless guys on the lower bunk were frantically clicking mice at the bulky CRT monitor. The sound effects of Red Alert 95 were deafening. Laosin, you useless idiot. Where's your tank? Your base is being stolen. Stop yelling. I'm building a nuke, one shot kills all. The fat guy by the door turned around surprised. Holy shit. Brother Hao, did you go celebrate Lin's birthday or pray for rain at the Dragon King Temple? The fat guy was Wang Chong, a Beijing native, rich, kind, and loyal. In his past life, when Chun Hao was down, this was the only friend who lent him money without hesitation, even almost falling out with his family over it. Chun Hao remembered this favor for 2 lifetimes. He tossed his soaked backpack onto the bed, pulled out the Maybelline box, and threw it in a perfect arc. Catch. Wang Chong fumbled to catch it, looked at the packaging confused. What's this? Maybelline. You gave Lin Xiaya a birthday present, why give it to me? I'm not gay, Brother Hao, and I can't use this. Give it to your high school sweetheart. Chen Hao peeled off his wet shirt, revealing a skinny frame. He wiped his head with a towel and said flatly, Lin Xiaya and I broke up. The keyboard and mouse sounds in the dorm stopped instantly. All roommates turned their heads in unison. Even Lao San, who had been commanding his apocalypse tanks, stopped his hand, staring at Chun Hao like he was an alien. Who doesn't know that Chun Hao from room 302 is a hopeless romantic? He once stood in heavy snow for 3 hours just to chase Lin Xiaya. You broke up. Wang Chong's eyes nearly bulged out. Brother Hao, it's not April Fool's Day today. Did you two have a fight? Hey, women all need coaxing. Here, take this makeup. Screw that. Chun Hao pulled a dry t-shirt from the cabinet and put it on. She said this stuff was cheap, wanted a phone instead. I'm done. Told her to get lost. Awesome. Lu Bo from the top bunk gave a thumbs-up, admiration on his face. Lousy, you finally grew a backbone. I've been telling you that girl is a manipulative gold digger. It's just that you were blinded by love. Good riddance. Let's go to the back street for skewers tonight, celebrating your single status. Some other time. I'm tired today, my mind is a mess. Chun Hao waved his hand and climbed into bed, pulling the blanket over his head. He wasn't tired, he just wanted to think quietly. The sound of keyboard tapping and hushed conversations resumed in the dormitory. Under the blanket, Chun Hao closed his eyes and let his mind wander. The year 2000. Little Ma was still pretending to be a female online chatter. Old Ma was eating instant noodles at Lakeside Garden, and Old Lee was coding in a small office at Peking University. The Nasdaq bubble had just burst, but the spark of domestic internet was just igniting. All the opportunities were in his mind, but he had one fatal problem. Poverty. He only had 200 yuan in his pocket, not even enough to buy a Nokia keypad. Without capital, all his foresight was useless. Buy lottery tickets. He had forgotten the numbers. Play the stock market. He couldn't afford even one share. Write game hacks. Too slow. He had to make money fast, cash, get the first bucket of gold. Chun Hao tossed and turned restlessly. Suddenly, a memory from his past life surfaced in his mind. It was 2015, when he was repairing a computer for a surgery director at a private hospital and deploying a server. The director bragged to him on the balcony. Xiaoqin, see that house with the semicircular terrace? It's famous around here. Famous. It doesn't look. Hey, a coal boss bought it a couple of years ago to renovate. Guess what? When the workers broke the basement wall, they found a wall of money. All 100 yuan bills and gold bars. They counted for a whole day and night, tens of millions. Holy crap. Who hid it? You wouldn't know. The previous owner was a woman, supposedly the mistress of some big... In 1999 or 2000, the big shot got into trouble, and the woman panicked, sold the house overnight, and fled abroad. She had no idea the big shot had stashed all that money in the basement. The poor woman was sitting on a mountain of gold while begging. At the time, Chun Hao just took it as a conversation piece, nothing more than envy. But now, Chun Hao sat bolt. April 2000. If his memory was correct, the big shot should have already gotten into trouble now. That meant his mistress was in extreme panic, desperate to sell the property cheap and flee abroad. And the money was right there in the basement, waiting for someone to smash the wall. Tens of millions in cash and gold bars. In an era when Beijing house prices were only 2,000 to 3,000 per square meter, this was an astronomical fortune that could knock anyone out. Chun Hao's heart pounded violently, thumping against his chest. This was the ticket to the road to becoming the richest man. South 4th Ring Road, splendid manor, semicircular terrace next to the private hospital. The key information was clear. If the woman was in a hurry to leave, she must have listed the house with an agent, maybe even left the key. He just had to find a way in. He glanced at the clock on the wall, 2:30 p.m. The rain was still falling outside, the sky gloomy. This kind of weather got dark early, perfect for a little stealthy business. Chun Hao leaped out of bed like a carp. Brother Hao not sleeping. Wang Chong was still commanding his tank army, not looking back. Not sleeping. I've got something to do. Chun Hao pulled out a dark tracksuit and changed, then found a baseball cap and pulled it low to cover most of his face. At the door, he stopped and turned back to Wang Chong. Xiangzi. What? Wang took off his headphones. Lend me 500 urgent. He'll pay you back next month. Wang Chong didn't ask a single question, just pulled out his wallet from under the pillow and handed over 500 yuan notes. Take it, pay me back whenever. If it's not enough, I've got more. Chun Hao took the money and clenched it tightly in his hand. Enough. Thanks, brother. He pulled the door open and plunged into the storm. South 4th Ring Road, Splendid Manor. My gold mine, here I come. In 2000, the South 4th Ring was a mess like a third-tier city. Chen Hao sat on a rickety bus that bounced like a dance party, getting jostled for nearly 2 hours to reach the destination. Outside the window, there was nothing but wasteland and unfinished buildings. Who would have thought this godforsaken place would drive housing prices insane 20 years later? He got off the bus, the rain still pouring, even heavier now. Chen Hao didn't take an umbrella. He walked with his hands in his pockets, letting the rain soak him. It wasn't that he couldn't afford one, he felt like a freshly released convict, and the rain would cool him down. He tightened his cheap coat, squinted to get his bearings, and headed toward the private hospital he remembered. It was still just a community clinic 3 stories high, standing alone on the edge of the wasteland. Comrade, I need to register. Chen Hao clutched his stomach, pretending to be half dead, and slapped 5 yuan on the counter. What's wrong? The woman at the window didn't even lift her eyes. Got caught in the rain, stomach hurts, diarrhea. Chen Hao lied effortlessly. Internal medicine. Take this booklet and go upstairs. Chen Hao grabbed the booklet, but didn't go to the consultation room. Instead, he familiarly slipped up to the 3rd floor. At the end of the corridor, there was a window, the perfect observation point. He opened the window, and cold wind with rain rushed in. From here, he had a panoramic view of the entire Splendid Manor Villa complex. In the rain, the European-style buildings stood in stark contrast to the surrounding desolation, like a palace built in a slum. The neighborhood was dead silent, like a ghost town. Chen Hao's eyes scanned like radar. Soon he locked onto the target at the far corner of the complex, right next to the villa with the semicircular terrace on the 2nd floor. No lights inside, curtains drawn. The lawn was overgrown, obviously neglected. Everything indicated the house was empty. That's it. Chen Hao stared at the house. Tens of millions, just moldering in the basement. But breaking in directly now would not be wise. Smashing the basement wall wouldn't be quick work. Downstairs, a security guard in a raincoat was patrolling lazily. Even though it was just a prop, if he made noise, Chen Hao wouldn't have time to explain. He had to enter legitimately. How? Buy or rent? Chen Hao went downstairs and walked along the perimeter wall. At the main gate, he found 2 small agencies, Haichang Real Estate and Anjia Property. In 2000, real estate agencies were far from standardized, mostly mom-and-pop shops. Their business ranged from buying, selling, and renting to housekeeping and cleaning. The keys were likely with them. But there was a problem. Chen Hao looked down at himself, a cheap, wet tracksuit, worn-out canvas shoes with open soles. Everything he had on didn't add up to 100 yuan. He looked like a drifter fresh from an all-night internet cafe. If he walked in looking like that to buy a villa, he'd probably be thrown out with a pitchfork. I need to fix my look. He felt the money in his pocket and hailed a beat-up Xiaoli taxi. Driver, Big Willow Market. Use the meter, don't take a detour. The driver rolled his eyes in the rearview mirror, thinking the guy was putting on airs at a second-hand market, but said nothing and gunned the engine. Half an hour later, the Xiaoli car stopped at the famous black market hub in the capital, Daliashu Market. This place is a gold mine for the poor, a paradise for show-offs. Chen Hao dove into the crowd with a clear target, striking decisively. He spent 80 yuan to acquire a Gucci jacket emblazoned with the double G logo. The logo was so eye-catching that it could blind a dog. He then spent 50 yuan on a pair of shiny Pierre Cardin pointed leather shoes. Finally, he slipped into a shabby barber shop next door that didn't even have a revolving light. Boss, a haircut, please. Chen Hao pulled out a sketch he casually drew earlier and slapped it on the table. Cut it like this, make the front stand up, I want it to look intimidating. The barber stared at the sketch for quite a while before understanding what this non-mainstream style was. Half an hour later, sporting a hairstyle later known as American forward spike, Chen Hao walked out of the barber shop. He found a public restroom, stripped off his wet clothes, changed into his new outfit, and stuffed his old clothes into a counterfeit Adidas sports bag he had just bought for 20 yuan. In front of a stained mirror, Chen Hao ran his fingers through his hair, twisted his mouth, revealing a smirk that was 3 parts mockery, 3 parts indifference, and 4 parts carelessness. With an air of dampness mixed with swagger, exuding a nouveau riche aura. Perfect. Returning to the entrance of Jinxiu Manor, Chen Hao pushed open the glass door of Anjia Real Estate. Dingling clang. The wind chime jingled. The store was small, filled with the smell of instant noodles. 2 women were huddled together, knitting sweaters and gossiping. One was in her 40s with big waves, and the other looked like she had just graduated in her 20s. Hearing the noise, both women looked up simultaneously. The young girl glanced at Chen Hao's colorful attire with a hint of disdain, probably wondering which rural area this non-mainstream guy came from. But the middle-aged woman, Li Wan, brightened up, instantly tossing aside the sweater in her hand. Having been in the business for years, she had a keen eye. Nowadays, wealthy people fall into 2 categories. One is as low-key as an old farmer, and the other is like this type, who can't wait to stick their brand names on their foreheads. This young man, dressed in designer brands, walked with an air of confidence, his gaze exuding a sense of superiority. He was undoubtedly a spoiled rich kid who had a little money and liked to show off. These kinds of people are the easiest to fool and the most generous. Oh, handsome young man, are you here to look at houses? Li Wan greeted him with a beaming smile. Chen Hao ignored her, walked straight to the sofa, sat down heavily, and tossed the Adidas bag onto the coffee table. Do you have villas? Yes, we do. So many. Li Wan's smile was so bright that her makeup almost started peeling off, and she turned to the stunned young girl, shouting, Xiaozhong, are you blind? Get water for the boss. Then she turned back, pulling out a thick property catalog from the cabinet, and plopped down in front of Chun, how her enthusiasm resembling that of a long-lost father meeting his child. What is your surname, boss? How big do you want? Our Jinxiu Manor is the most upscale here with all kinds of layouts available. Chen Hao glanced at her sideways, casually saying, no need for formality, my surname is Chun. I don't have many requirements, just one. Peace and quiet. My father owns several factories in Zhejiang province and sent me to the capital for school, while I also look for a suitable place to live. Money is not an issue, what matters is that the house must be good and don't show me any shabby stuff. Zhejiang province factories, studying not short on money. As soon as these keywords popped up, Li Wan nearly knelt down on the spot to sing praises for Chen Hao. This is not just a client, this is a walking ATM. Oh, so it's young Master Chun. My apologies, my apologies. Li Wan instantly changed her tone, pulling out a large bunch of keys. Rest assured, young Master Chen, I happen to have a few great properties specially reserved for discerning people like you. Come, let's go take a look. Entering the community, Li Wan casually greeted the security guard, leading Chen Hao straight to the first property. In the center of the community stood a bare house. It was empty, and even speaking echoed. Chen Hao walked inside with his hands behind his back, frowning hard enough to crush a fly, and disdainfully kicked at the cement dust on the floor. This is it. Chen Hao looked displeased. Not even a floor tile, how can anyone live here? Do you expect me to buy cement and sand to renovate it myself? Do I have that kind of free time? Li Wan's smile froze for a moment, quickly compensating with laughter. Yes, young Master Chun is right. This property indeed doesn't meet your status. Let's look at the next one, which is fully renovated. The second property was quite luxurious, with an elegant European style lavishly decorated and fully furnished with appliances. How about this one, young Master Chun? The owner is in a hurry to sell, and it's ready for immediate move-in. Li Wan was actively promoting it. Chen Hao walked around the room and finally stopped in the living room, stomping the floor with his fake leather shoes. This decoration style is too tacky, looks like a KTV. And this balcony is way too small, not even as big as my bathroom. He walked to the window and knocked on the glass. Isn't this single layer hollow? Is the sound insulation all right? I'm a light sleeper, I can't stand the slightest noise. Li Wan secretly cursed, you in your Gucci jacket and red plum cigarettes don't seem to have much taste either. But she still had to flatter him. Right, young Master Chin, you are refined. This style is indeed a bit nouveau riche. Then let's switch again. After looking at two properties in a row, Chen Hao was either complaining about this or that. Li Wan was so tired that her legs felt like they had shrunk a whole size and her smile was almost gone. Young Master Chen, all the listings in this community are here if you still don't like them. Chen Hao stood up looking disappointed. Is this it? The most upscale? I see it's just a big farmhouse level. Forget it, I won't look anymore, it's a waste of time. Saying that he made to leave. Seeing a big fish about to swim away, Li Wan panicked. This is the son of a factory owner from Zhejiang province. If this deal goes through, her commission for half a year is secured. Hey. Young Master Chen, wait. Li Wan hurriedly grabbed Chen Hao, gritting her teeth and saying, actually there's one more. The location is a bit off, but I guarantee it's absolutely quiet. She lowered her voice and leaned in mysteriously. The owner of that house is in a hurry to leave the capital, and the price is especially low. That's a real mansion. Chen Hao paused his steps. He turned around and looked at Li Wan with a smile that was not quite a smile. Why didn't you bring it up earlier? Lead the way. Li Wan breathed a sigh of relief, quickly leading the way, passing through a small garden, going further and further into the back until they reached the far corner of the community. A somewhat desolate detached villa stood quietly there, right next to a patch of wild woods. Chen Hao looked up. On the second floor, there was that familiar semicircular balcony. This is it. Young Master Chen, look at this environment, a private entrance and yard, absolutely no disturbances. Li Wan pulled out a large bunch of keys, searching for the lock while boasting. And this house has a super large basement. Chen Hao looked at the tightly shut door, his heart started racing. But he still wore an expression of calm indifference, even tilting his lips in disdain. Looks a bit eerie. All right, since I'm here, let's go take a look. Click. The key turned, the lock popped open. The door swung wide. The heavy solid wood door creaked open, releasing a musty, dusty odor that struck like a physical blow, so pungent it triggered an immediate hacking cough. Young Master Chen, please step in, and mind your step. Li Wan stepped aside with practiced deference, her fingers already fumbling for the light switch in the dim entryway. A few recessed ceiling lamps flickered to life, casting a wan amber glow over the long dormant mansion. The furniture remained intact, shrouded entirely in ghostly white dust covers. Beneath the feeble light, the scene resembled nothing so much as a haunted set from a suspense drama. Chunhao said nothing. Hands clasped behind his back, he strode inside. He paced the living room deliberately, twice, each footfall eliciting a weary groaning squeak from the aged hardwood floor. Then he approached the window, pushed it open, and let in a rush of cold air that faintly lifted the stale mold-laden scent. Double-glazed insulated glass. He rapped his knuckles against the pane, then curled his lip in mild disdain. Barely passable, but the weather strippings degraded. Soundproofing's mediocre at best. Li Wan trailed behind, offering a strained smile, while inwardly seething. What does this brat know about acoustics? He's barely out of diapers. After inspecting the ground floor, they ascended to the second. Master bedroom, guest bedroom, study. At each threshold, Chunhao paused, always finding fault. Why is the plaster bulging here? Could there be a leak? What's that smell emanating from the wardrobe? Formaldehyde levels must be dangerously high. Li Wan broke into a nervous sweat, scrambling to reassure him. All solid wood, eco-friendly lacquer. That odor's just trapped humidity, left stagnant for too long. A few days of ventilation will clear it right up. Finally, they stood at the top of the staircase. Chunhao's gaze drifted, casually, almost idly, toward the unmarked door leading downward. The money had to be down there. What about the basement? I'd like to see it. He asked, voice relaxed, as if the thought had just occurred to him. Of course. This way, please. Li Wan hurried ahead to lead the way. The basement was vast, divided into two distinct zones, one cluttered with forgotten odds and ends, the other a compact bar, its countertop bare save for a few dust-coated glasses. The air hung thick and damp, the moldy reek intensified tenfold. With each descending step, Chunhao's pulse quickened, yet his expression grew increasingly disdainful. He raised a hand to cover his nose. Good Lord, what is that stench? Are you cultivating mushrooms down here? Look, the walls are actually furred with mildew. How could anyone possibly live in this? As he complained, his eyes swept the walls, subtle, methodical, unblinking. According to the surgeon-in-chief's description, the cache was concealed within a hidden wall cavity in the basement. Young Master Chen basements are naturally damp, especially when left vacant for years. Li Wan rushed to smooth things over. Just install a dehumidifier later. It'll solve everything. Enough. Let's go back upstairs. This place is giving me a splitting headache. Chunhao waved dismissively and turned on his heel. Back in the ground floor living room, he made no move to leave. Instead, he dropped onto the dusty sofa, crossed one leg over the other, and propped his boot upon the coffee table. Click. He lit a cigarette, drew deeply, and exhaled slowly. A thin veil of smoke drifting between him and Li Wan as he regarded her with quiet appraisal. The house. It's passable. Slightly better than the previous two, but not by much. Li Wan's heart leapt into her throat. Young Master Chen, this is the absolute best value in the entire neighborhood. Who owns it? Surely not someone who fled after committing a crime. Chunhao cut her off, his gaze suddenly sharp, incisive. Li Wan's breath hitched, but she recovered instantly. Absolutely not. The owner runs a major enterprise, currently expanding overseas. Full power of attorney rests with me. All documentation is in order. Transfer can happen anytime. Very well. Chunhao flicked ash from his cigarette. Name your price. Li Wan's eyes gleamed. She held up 8 fingers. Urgent sale, 800,000 yuan. 800,000. Chunhao laughed, a dry sardonic sound devoid of warmth. Madam, do you take me for a fool? This property sits off the beaten path, boasts dated decor, and grows mushrooms in its basement. Yet you demand 800,000. He rose, brushing dust from his trousers. 650,000. Take it, or leave it. I'll keep looking elsewhere. 650,000. Li Wan nearly sprang to her feet. Young Master Chen, that's slashing the price beyond reason. I couldn't even broach that figure with the owner. Then don't bother. Goodbye. Without another word, Chunhao turned and walked toward the door. Wait, young Master Chen. Young Master Chen. Panicked, Li Wan seized his sleeve, jaw clenched. 700,000. Final offer. Not a single yuan less. I'd starve before accepting any lower. Chunhao halted, pivoted slowly, and fixed her with a knowing, half-amused stare. In truth, he couldn't afford 650,000. Not even close. After purchasing counterfeit goods, his wallet held only 400 and some yuan. Yet he had to project unshakable affluence. He paused, feigning deep contemplation, then sighed heavily. 700,000 isn't entirely unacceptable. But I have one condition. What condition? Li Wan's eyes lit up with hope. My family deals in commerce, and we hold feng shui in highest regard. This house has lain empty for far too long. Its yin energy is oppressive. I must first calm my spirit and assess whether the ambient qi flows harmoniously. Chunhao delivered the fabrication with flawless gravitas. Here's how it works. I'll reside here for 3 days. If I sleep soundly, no nightmares, no uncanny incidents, Then on the third day, I'll pay the full 700,000, no negotiation, no delay. A trial stay. Li Wan blinked, stunned. In all her years selling real estate, she'd never encountered such a request. If it's not acceptable, then consider it withdrawn. Chun Hao feigned another departure. No, wait. Li Wan lunged to stop him, mind racing. 700,000. A single commission would net her tens of thousands. And though this young man was unusually demanding, his attire and bearing unmistakably signaled wealth. If he backed out now, the property might languish unsold for months or longer. She swiftly weighed the risks. All valuables had long since been removed. The remaining items were immovable fixtures, bulky furniture, built-in cabinets. Without the owner's explicit authorization, security personnel would never permit their removal from the compound. Though eccentric, this youth appeared generous, not the sort to pilfer or vandalize. Young Master Chen, your request is highly unusual, but for you I'll make an exception. Li Wan gritted her teeth. Agreed, 3 days. But under no circumstances may you damage anything. Rest assured, I've stayed in more hotels than you've ever seen. Professionalism is second nature. Chen Hao withdrew 300 yuan from his pocket and pressed it into Li Wan's palm. Keep this, my trial stay fee. Whether I buy or not, it's yours. Li Wan clutched the bills, her face crinkling into radiant delight. 300 yuan. Pure unexpected profit. Young Master Chen, magnanimous indeed. She cheerfully detached a key from her ring, the main entrance key, and handed it to him. This unlocked. Now shall we? First I need bedding and toiletries. Chen Hao accepted the key, weighed it briefly in his palm, then slid it into his pocket. I'll accompany you out. They exited the villa together, Li Wan carefully locking the door behind them. At the guardhouse near the community gate, she greeted the security officer without prompting. Xiaowang, you're busy. The guard, a man in his 30s, smiled upon recognizing her. Ah, sisterly. Showing another client around. Yes. She gestured casually toward Chen Hao. This is young Master Chen. He secured the villa in the corner lot. He'll move in temporarily to assess the space. The owner returns shortly to finalize paperwork. Please keep an eye on things. The guard gave Chen Hao a swift appraising glance, taking in his designer clothes and confident demeanor, then nodded. Understood. That brief exchange erased any lingering suspicion. Once past the main gate, Li Wan pointed toward a distant intersection. Young Master Chen, go that way. 10 minutes walk and you'll find a large supermarket, well stocked for all essentials. She pressed her own umbrella into his hands. It's still raining. Take this. I must return to the office. Should you need anything, come straight to the shop. Chen Hao accepted the umbrella, watched Li Wan sway back toward her storefront, and then headed straight for the supermarket. No content. No content available. No content available. No content available. No content. The two exited the guest house not through the main entrance, but via an internal passage directly entering the courtyard of the ministry. The courtyard was shaded by lush trees with several Soviet-style red brick buildings nestled within. Wang Qiming led the way while making small talk. Did you just return from abroad? Things are quite chaotic over there, aren't they? I heard that George W. Bush and Gore are almost fighting over the votes. Chen Hao chuckled and casually commented, it's just a show between the two parties. No matter who comes to power, in the end they want to treat us well. Chen Hao mimicked Sun Kai's speaking style, hinting at deeper understanding while still being vague. Soon the two arrived at the northwest corner of the courtyard. A standalone 5-story red building came into view. Although somewhat aged, the signs at the entrance reading Agency Service Center and Old Cadres Activity Center added character. Wang Qiming took Chen Hao straight to the 4th floor. The corridor was spacious with the terrazzo floor polished to a shine, flanked by deep red wooden doors. Look at this room, it's south-facing, 30 square meters, and has good light, Wang Qiming said, opening a door at the end of the corridor. Chen Hao stepped in, glanced around, and shook his head. It's too small, feels cramped. If we have guests over, there won't be anywhere for them to sit. In business presentation matters, Wang Qiming showed him a few more rooms. Chen Hao either complained about the layout or the location being too obscure. Finally, the two arrived at the door of a suite in the middle of the corridor. This room used to be an office for a project team, but it has been vacant since they disbanded. Wang Qiming opened the door. Chen Hao walked in, and his eyes brightened. The spacious suite was over 60 square meters, with the outer room being bright and airy, featuring a somewhat old but impressive large desk by the window, along with a genuine leather sofa. The inner room, although smaller, had its own private bathroom, ensuring excellent privacy. After making some minor renovations, the outer room could be used for discussions, while the inner room served as a resting area, and even. This is the one, Chen Hao said, patting the large desk with satisfaction. This place has great feng shui, it's prosperous for me. You have a keen eye, little brother. Wang Qiming gave a thumbs up. This is the best room on this floor. Originally another unit wanted to rent it, but I held out. It seems fate brings you and me together. How much is the rent? Brother Wang, give me a fair price. Chen Hao turned around smiling. Wang Qiming had already calculated in his mind. Normally renting this suite to an external unit would cost at least $25,000. However, for this little brother Chun, it was an opportunity to build connections, so money was secondary. Our external quote is $25,000 a year. But since you're one of us, I'll make an exception and let you have it for the minimum $20,000. 1 month's rent in advance, all utilities included. What do you think? $20,000 for a 60 square meter suite in the ministry courtyard was indeed a bargain. Chun Hao was overjoyed inside, but maintained a calm demeanor. Brother Wang, you're generous. Let's finalize. He paused for a moment, revealing a hint of hesitation, his tone somewhat probing. But Brother Wang, my company hasn't been registered yet regarding the contract. Oh, it's no big deal. Wang Qiming waved his hand grandly. We don't have so many rigid rules here. Just pay me the money and he'll give you a receipt and proof of address. You can take the proof to get your license, and once your company is set up, we can sign the formal contract. This was a typical example of how things are more manageable within the system. As long as the connections are in place, rules are meant to be broken. All right. I won't be polite with you, Brother Wang. Chun Hao extended his hand, shaking Wang Qiming's hand firmly, his eyes sincere. I'll come over tomorrow to pay and handle the paperwork. I will rely on your support in this little territory from now on, Brother Wang. No problem. We'll keep in touch, we're all family now. Once the agreement was settled, Chun Hao stood up to leave. Wang Qiming escorted him to the courtyard gate, watching him get into a taxi before turning back. Sitting in the back seat of the taxi, Chun Hao looked out at the rapidly receding streets, a triumphant smile on his face. He had secured the office in the ministry courtyard. With this prestigious signboard, the upcoming stories would finally gain credibility. The taxi stopped in front of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau building. Chun Hao got out of the car and walked straight towards the entrance. On the steps, several middle-aged men holding folders were gathered, smoking, their eyes scanning the crowd coming and going. Upon seeing Chun Hao's well-dressed appearance, a man with a buzz cut immediately extinguished his cigarette and quickly approached with a face full of fake smiles. Boss here to handle business. Are you registering a company or making changes? I have connections, no need to queue. Chun Hao paused, sizing him up, his tone indifferent. Registration needed expedited. Upon hearing this tone, the buzzcut man knew he was dealing with a big client, and his smile became even more sincere. You've come to the right person. My name is Lu Wei, just call me Old Lu. I know this area's business well. I guarantee to handle it quickly and efficiently. What's the name of the company you want to register? Jingdu Yanhuang Cultural Development Co. Ltd. Chun Hao stated the name he had thought of directly. Let's go with the minimum registered capital, 100,000. Old Lu calculated in his mind. This name sounded grand, unlike typical small business owners. Moreover, the way the other party spoke was clear and purposeful, indicating he had done his homework. Boss, about the address and verification of funds. Old Lu asked tentatively. In this day and age, registering a company, the most troublesome part is the address and registered capital. Many shell companies rely on agents like them paying to use an address while having them help with funds to complete transactions. I'll handle the address and funds myself. Chun Hao stated. You just need to handle the paperwork for me. How much will it cost? Normally it's 800, but since you need it expedited, I'll use my connections to jump the queue. Naming and obtaining the license will cost 1,500. I guarantee that within a week, the license, official seal, financial seal, and legal person seal will all be ready for you. That's fine. Chun Hao took out his wallet from his pocket and handed over 20 banknotes. This is 2,000. 1,005 is yours, and the extra 500 is for you to grease the wheels, so all the processes are expedited for me. Generous. Old Lu clutched the money, his posture instantly bending, and he nodded enthusiastically. Rest assured. I guarantee no issues. I'll go check the name right now. He led Chun Hao to the window to submit the materials and then ducked into the back office. Within 10 minutes, he rushed out beaming. Boss, the name Yanhuang is available. Great. Chun Hao nodded. I'll bring the address documents to you tomorrow. Understood. Old Lu handed his business card to Chun Hao. If you come by tomorrow, and I'm not here, just call the number on the card, and I'll come to meet you. The next morning, Chun Hao, carrying a briefcase full of cash, stepped back into the courtyard of the Electronic Information Ministry. He found Wang Qiming's office with ease. Wang Qiming was reading a newspaper, and upon seeing Chun Hao enter, he immediately stood up with enthusiasm. Little brother Chun is here. Chun Hao placed the bag on the desk, unzipped it to reveal neatly stacked cash. Brother Wang, here's 20,000 covering the rent and deposit. Great, I'll take you to settle the payment. Wang Qiming led Chun Hao to the finance room to get a receipt, then took him to the adjacent comprehensive office. Xiaozhang, issue a venue usage certificate for this Mr. Chun for that suite on the 4th floor to register the company. Wang Qiming instructed a young staff member directly. Understood, Director. The staff member moved quickly, soon printing the document and stamping it with the large red seal of the Agency Service Center, respectfully handing it to Chun Hao. With someone to guide him, everything went exceptionally smoothly. Chun Hao took the document and left the courtyard, catching a taxi to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Upon arriving at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Chun Hao handed the documents to Old Lu, who had been waiting at the door. "Old Lu, I've brought the things." Old Lu took a look and his eyes widened in astonishment. The address was clearly written Chinchou Road No. XX Courtyard. Glancing at the bright red official seal. "Wow." Old Lu gasped. This was a ministry compound. Who could rent an office to register a company there? His gaze towards Chun Hao was now filled with reverence. No wonder he was so generous. He must be someone connected to high places. "Rest assured, I will do it as fast as possible." Old Lu patted his chest in assurance. "In a week, the certificate and seal will definitely be ready. Then I will accompany you to the bank to open a corporate account." The company registration was already on the right track. Chun Hao returned to the Jingxin and changed out of his youth attire and put on his previous sportswear and canvas shoes before heading back to school. As he pushed open the door to dormitory 302, Wang Chong and the others were already inside. Hearing the door open, they all turned around in unison. Upon seeing Chun Hao, the atmosphere in the dormitory suddenly became a bit strange. Wang Chong stood up, walked over to Chun Hao, and slapped his shoulder. "How good you finally came back. I thought you were really going to be lovesick and retreat into a monastery." He paused, lowered his voice, and said indignantly, "For the past 2 days, Zhao Qian's big mouth has been blabbing in class, saying you had a change of heart, and dumped Xiaoya, calling you a scumbag. We all thought it was Lin Xiaoya who didn't want you anymore. We didn't expect that you were the one who took the initiative to break up." Chun Hao tossed his backpack onto the bed, scoffed, and disdainfully replied, "A scumbag is still better than a doormat." He didn't take this trivial matter to heart at all. His perspective had long transcended those petty romantic entanglements. In the afternoon, there was a specialized class, so Chun Hao took his book and went to the classroom. As soon as he entered, dozens of gazes landed on him simultaneously. Chun Hao ignored them and walked straight to the back corner, sitting down and opening his book with a calm expression. The class proceeded without any turbulence. The whispers behind him were nothing but background noise. As soon as the bell rang, Chun Hao packed his things and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the classroom door, it was blocked. Zhao Qian crossed her arms, looking at him with a sharp expression. "Chun Hao, you scumbag, after hiding for 2 days, you finally dare to show your face. You played with Xiao Ya's feelings, and now you want to run away. Are you still a man?" Her voice was sharp and piercing, immediately attracting most of the students still in the classroom, and the previously noisy classroom fell silent as everyone waited to see the drama unfold. Lin Xiaoya followed behind her, tugging at Zhao Qian's sleeve, softly advising, Qian, don't be like this, just let it go." While she said to let it go, her watery eyes were glistening with tears, looking at Chun Hao with a mix of grievance and hope, as if waiting for him to lower his head and admit his mistake like before. Chun Hao looked at the 2 women who were still putting on a show and felt perplexed. He couldn't even be bothered to get angry. He simply looked at Lin Xiaoya and said, "I'm just a poor guy who can't afford to buy a phone. Ooh, I don't deserve you." He smirked slightly with a hint of mockery in his tone. "Stop wasting time here. Hurry up and find your chairman Zhang or some other wealthy doormat. Don't keep them waiting." After saying this, he stepped aside, bypassing the 2, and walked straight out. Lin Xiaoya's face turned pale, and her eyes instantly reddened. She couldn't understand why the Chun Hao who had once been so obedient to her, willing to give everything for just one of her words, had become so heartless and cruel. Wasn't it just a phone? Everyone in the neighboring dorm had one. Oh, why couldn't she have it? How could he say such things to her? "Chun Hao, you bastard." Zhao Qian was furious, jumping up and pointing at Chun Hao's back while screaming. The surrounding students who were watching the drama exchanged glances. They had previously only heard Zhao Qian's one-sided story and thought Chun Hao was no good. But now, after hearing Chun Hao's words and recalling how Lin Xiaoya had indeed been close to Chairman Zhang from the student council, everyone started to connect the dots. It turned out it was not that Chun Hao was a scumbag, but rather Lin Xiaoya, who loved wealth over poverty. In an instant, the gazes directed at Lin Xiaoya became complex. Hearing the strange discussions of the surrounding students, Lin Xiaoya could no longer stay there and quickly ran out of the classroom. Chun Hao paid no attention to the commotion behind him. He walked out of the teaching building without returning to the dormitory, instead strolling out of the school's east gate. The road beneath his feet was the main thoroughfare of University Road. On both sides of the road were some of the country's top universities lined up in succession. Jinghang University, Kyoto University of Science and Technology, Longwood Geological University. Most of the shops along the roadside were small restaurants, stationery stores, and clothing shops, all looking a bit worn and filled with a sense of the millennium. As Chun Hao walked, he carefully observed the shops on both sides of the road. He couldn't leave his cash sitting in the basement to rot. He had to find a business with a huge cash flow that wouldn't attract too much attention and convert the money into compliant assets. In this day and age, what could be more profitable and suitable than an internet cafe? If he could open a large chain internet cafe, it would not only cater to the impending internet wave, but also perfectly solve his funding issues. Chun Hao's gaze kept sweeping past the storefronts, especially lingering at the entrances of those hanging signs saying XX Internet Cafe, and internet space. Ding-ling. He casually pushed open the glass door of an internet cafe. The room was dimly lit with dozens of bulky CRT monitors emitting a ghostly blue light, illuminating faces slick with oil. The room was filled with the sound of keyboards clacking, the occasional sounds of Red Alert and CS games, and interspersed with a few classic curses. Behind the cash register, a young man with dyed yellow hair was lounging with his legs crossed, staring at the screen, chatting with online friends, barely bothering to lift his eyelids. Chun Hao strolled around in the narrow aisle. The air was thick and foul, the equipment subpar, but the occupancy rate was terrifying. There was hardly any space to stand. This was the internet cafe of the year 2000, growing wildly, filled with gold, but also a breeding ground for all kinds of filth. He visited 7 or 8 places, and the situation was all about the same. The largest had only 50 or 60 machines, and all were rented storefronts. Some were even directly opened on the first floor of residential buildings, with a few shady youths loitering at the entrance. This business was highly profitable, but it was also a hot potato. The current security situation was not like that of the later years. If the owner of an internet cafe didn't have some clout, they couldn't deal with the troublemakers coming into the store, nor withstand the malicious suppression from competitors. He saw that behind the cash registers of several internet cafes were baseball bats and steel pipes. Most of these owners had some local social background. As a student, it was simply unrealistic for him to manage such a mixed establishment on his own. He needed to find someone trustworthy who could handle the place as the general manager. Moreover, there was another problem. Most of these internet cafes were in rented spaces. Right now, the housing prices and rents in Kyoto were still quite cheap, making internet cafes highly lucrative. But once the housing prices and rents began to soar, in a few years those profits would be ruthlessly devoured by the landlords. If he wanted to do it, he couldn't just be a tenant. He had to buy the property. He needed to create a large-scale comprehensive internet cafe that integrated internet access, dining, and leisure, and even expand into a chain. Unaware of the passage of time, Chun Hao had already walked from within the 4th Ring Road all the way toward the 5th Ring, then circled several streets surrounding the university district. A dull ache began to rise in his calves. Only then did he realize he had been walking for nearly an entire afternoon, likely racking up tens of thousands of steps. He paused at the roadside, watching Xiaoli and Santana sedans glide past, when a thought suddenly surfaced. It was time to acquire a car. Whether for convenience or for the next phase of his plan, a vehicle was an indispensable. In his strategy, he would need to move frequently among diverse venues and interact with people from all walks of life. In this society where impressions were formed instantly and judgments rendered on sight, a fine automobile served as the most potent calling card. It spared him endless explanations and unlocked doors that would otherwise remain firmly shut. With that in mind, he hailed a taxi at the curb. "Driver, please take me to the Yatsuan auto trading market." 20 minutes later, he arrived at the largest automobile trading hub in northern China. Chun Hao stepped out of the cab, ignored the swarm of eager car dealers who rushed over to pitch their wares, and strode directly toward the market's most imposing sales showroom. He pushed open the glass door. Gleaming like polished mirrors, the showroom floor held several brand-new Audis arranged with deliberate elegance. A few salesmen in crisp suits stood chatting in a cluster. Upon spotting Chun Hao, only one young salesman reluctantly approached, his expression blank, devoid of warmth. This indifference was not born of disdain for Chun Hao's attire, but rather reflected the era's reality. Audis sold themselves effortlessly. Especially the A6, dubbed the official vehicle, was in such acute demand that buyers not only paid premiums, but also waited months in line for delivery. With no pressure to meet sales targets, the staff naturally lacked enthusiasm. Chun Hao's gaze settled immediately on the black Audi A6 stationed prominently at the center of the showroom. Its sleek, fluid silhouette and the iconic 4A emblem embodied authority and prestige in the year 2000. "Do you have the 2.8-liter luxury executive edition in stock?" He tapped the cool engine hood casually as he asked. The young salesman glanced at him, replying coolly, "No stock available. The order queue extends 3 months ahead. Only government agencies bearing official purchase permits qualify for priority delivery." "I can't wait that long," Chun Hao stated bluntly. "I'm willing to pay extra." At the words "pay extra," a flicker of interest finally lit the salesman's eyes. He appraised Chun Hao anew. Though youthful in appearance, the man carried himself with unmistakable seriousness. "Even with a premium, you'd still have to wait. The supply shortage is simply that severe." Though his words remained dismissive, he gestured toward the office behind him. "If you're truly determined to buy, speak with our manager." Chun Hao followed him into the manager's office. Inside sat a middle-aged man in his 40s, slightly portly, sipping tea. "Manager, this gentleman wishes to take delivery of the 2.8-liter A6, and he wants it now." The manager set down his teacup and lifted his gaze to Chun Hao. When the salesman added he's willing to pay a premium, a broad smile instantly spread across his face. The bulk of that premium would flow directly into the pockets of management. a substantial tangible income boost. My, what a promising young man. The manager sprang to his feet and offered a seat with effusive warmth. Supply is indeed tight. But since you've shown such sincerity, I won't let you leave empty-handed. He raised a hand palm outward and declared 50,000 yuan extra. In 3 days, I'll transfer a brand new unit from another branch, guaranteed pristine. 50,000 yuan, enough to buy half a Shally sedan at the time. Chen Hao didn't haggle, he simply nodded. Agreed. The manager's smile widened. He liked this young man's decisiveness. However, I have 2 additional requests for your assistance. Chen Hao leaned back on the sofa, eyes steady on the manager. Go ahead, anything within our capacity. First, I don't yet hold a driver's license, but I can drive. Arrange for an expedited issuance. The manager chuckled. This was exceedingly common. Many buyers of such high-end vehicles were in precisely this situation. A trivial matter, he assured, patting his chest. 5,000 yuan, within 1 week, license in hand. Second, Chen Hao continued, I require a Beijing license plate beginning with Jing A8. Money is no object. The manager's smile froze instantly. His jowls twitched, his expression twisted into profound discomfort. Young friend, you've truly put me on the spot, he said, rubbing his palms together with a rueful chuckle. A Jing A plate. With connections and investment, perhaps I could explore options. But Jing A8, that lies beyond mere financial reach. He lowered his voice. That sequence is reserved exclusively for top-tier central departments. Though ours is the largest dealership in Beijing, our influence simply doesn't stretch that far. Chen Hao nodded inwardly. He hadn't expected the sales manager to resolve this. His question had merely aimed to gauge the difficulty and scarcity of the request. Clearly, the plate's value surpassed even his own estimation, and the rarer it was, the more imperative it became for him to obtain it. This license was a linchpin in his grand design, a vital element in constructing his carefully curated identity. Understood, I won't press you further. Chen Hao withdrew 2 10,000 bills from his bag and placed them squarely on the desk. This is the deposit. I'll collect the car and license in 3 days. He hadn't carried much cash with him today. Even without the premium, this top-tier Audi A6 would cost roughly 600,000 yuan upon delivery, far too large a sum to carry about in a sack. Excellent. Rest assured. The manager exhaled deeply, swiftly pocketed the money, and hurried to it. Emerging from the Audi showroom, Chen Hao hailed another taxi. Settling into the rear seat, he closed his eyes, but his mind raced with relentless precision. The Jing A8 plate. It seemed he would need to consult old Wang. Only through his network could such a feat possibly be accomplished. Driver changed destination, Chen Hao said, opening his eyes. Take me to Qianshou Road, the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology compound. The taxi halted at the gate of the government compound. Chen Hao glanced at his watch, 4:30 p.m., nearing official dismissal time. Rather than heading straight to Wang Qiming's office, he settled into a comfortable armchair in the guest house lobby and picked up that day's newspaper. Promptly at 5 o'clock, employees began emerging from the compound. 15 minutes later, Wang Qiming strolled out, leisurely, briefcase tucked under his arm, his gait measured and unhurried. Brother Wang. Chen Hao lowered the paper and greeted him with a warm smile. Wang Qiming paused, startled. Then his round, cheerful face crinkled into familiar folds. Well, Brother Chen, what brings you here? Something urgent. Nothing major, Chen Hao replied lightly. Just handled some personal business over at Yatsuan. Passed by and thought, given how often I've troubled you lately, I ought to treat you to a simple dinner. Wang Qiming hesitated briefly, then accepted readily. Fine, I'm actually free tonight. The young man knew how to navigate social nuance, and Wang Qiming in turn welcomed the chance to probe further into his intentions. Perfect. Chen Hao beamed. Still a bit chilly. How about hot pot? Donglishun sounds ideal. Agreed. Let's go to the flagship store. Their lamb is authentic. Wang Qiming suggested. At the front door of the Donglishun headquarters, the dining hall on the first floor was bustling with voices and steaming with warmth as Wang Qiming skillfully led Chen Hao straight to a window-side private room on the second floor. The copper hot pot was placed on the table, the charcoal fire burning bright red with a clear soup base floating with slices of green onion, ginger, and fragrant mushrooms. Simple, yet exquisite. Freshly sliced mutton, tofu skin, frozen tofu, Chinese cabbage, and vermicelli filled the table. Come on, bro, let's start by warming up the pot. Wang Qiming picked up a few slices of mutton tail fat and tossed them into the pot. Watching the fat melt, he then took a slice of mutton shoulder, swished it in the boiling broth for a few seconds, and placed it into Chen Hao's sesame sauce bowl. Give it a try. This meat is tender. You can't find this flavor anywhere else. Thanks, Brother Wang. Chen Hao was not polite, covering it in sesame sauce and swallowing it in one bite. It really is authentic. After downing 2 cups of erguotu, both of them opened up completely. Actually, I'm just not cut out for the system by nature. Chen Hao set down his wine glass and remarked with a hint of self-deprecation, my grandfather used to work in the cultural sector. That old man was stubborn, sticking to his principles, always believing that we younger generations should work diligently and not always seek shortcuts. Whenever I suggested he make an introduction, he would puff out his cheeks and glare at me. The cultural sector, last name Sun. As soon as those keywords were mentioned, Wang Kaiming's hand paused while picking up food. The scope instantly narrowed. In the capital's cultural sector, there were only a handful of significant leaders with the surname Sun. It seemed his previous guesses were quite accurate. He had a clearer idea in his mind, but maintained a calm facade, continuing the conversation. Indeed, the old leader was principled and worthy of our admiration. However, young people have their own thoughts, and that's normal. Exactly, Chen Hao chuckled bitterly. There are too many rules in the system. I can't stand that kind of constraint. So this time I'm starting this Yanhuang culture project because I want to stir things up a bit. Moreover, I studied computer science in college, and I'm quite interested in the internet, planning to move in that direction in the future. Starting a cultural venture is great. That's your family's traditional line of work. It has depth. Wang Qiming gave a thumbs up. As for the internet, the department has several divisions holding meetings every day discussing it, claiming it's a major trend. But I find that thing too abstract and tangible. Brother Wang, this is more than just a trend. Chen Hao filled Wang Kaiming's glass and spoke with conviction. In a few years, the newspapers and television you read and watch, even our shopping, will all move online. In the future, you might not even need to carry a wallet when going out. Wang Qiming was momentarily taken aback. Although he found it a bit far-fetched seeing Chen Hao's confident demeanor, he couldn't refute it and could only smile in agreement. If that's the case, it would be amazing. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Chen Hao felt the timing was right, shifting the conversation. By the way, Brother Wang, I booked an A6 at the Asian Games Village today, the 2.8 model. Wow, a big leap forward. Wang Kaiming's eyes lit up. In this day and age, only a few key leaders in the department were eligible to drive an A6. This kid is going all out with such financial power and background. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Yeah, Chen Hao pretended to be troubled, rubbing his forehead. The car is great, but this license plate gives me a headache. I need to frequently enter major courtyards for business discussions, and with an ordinary license plate, I keep getting stopped and questioned by security, which is quite embarrassing. I was thinking of getting a Jing A8 plate to make things easier. But you know my grandfather's temperament. Once I bring this up, he scolds me for being ostentatious and refuses to help. You see, an ordinary Jing A plate just doesn't cut it. I was thinking of spending some money to get one outside, but since I just returned, I don't have any connections. Wang Qiming understood in an instant. Many third-generation individuals like this, with strict family elders who don't provide conveniences, they find ways to solve problems themselves. He pondered for a moment, his mind racing. He didn't have the ability to directly get a brand new Jing A8 plate. However, if he could find a way to work around it. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Wang Qiming. Bro, this matter might not be completely hopeless. He leaned in a bit, lowering his voice. We have a logistics company hanging under our service center established many years ago, and now it's basically just a shell. This company happens to have an almost scrapped old Santana sitting idle in the warehouse collecting dust. That car was once assigned to an old leader, and it has a license plate starting with Jing A83. Jing A83. Chen Hao's eyes instantly lit up. Brother Wang, are you suggesting that old car should have been scrapped long ago? Wang Qiming chuckled slyly. They'll go find someone to work on this, letting you buy that scrapped car. Then we go to the vehicle management office to handle the paperwork. Just say the car is being scrapped and updated, keep the license plate and transfer it directly to your new A6. Although this operation is a bit troublesome, it's compliant. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Chen Hao was overjoyed. This old Wang was indeed a seasoned veteran in the system, and he could slip through such loopholes with ease. Without hesitation, he pulled out an envelope from his briefcase and pushed it toward Wang Qiming. Brother Wang, I'm really troubling you with this matter. Here are 20,000 yuan. You can use it to smooth things over and treat the brothers to some tea. If it's not enough, just let me know anytime. Wang Qiming squeezed the thickness of the envelope, having a clear idea in his mind. This kid is sharp. He didn't decline, casually slipping the envelope into his pocket, patting his chest to assure him, don't worry, bro. He'll handle this for you. In no more than 3 days, I'll definitely have it sorted out. A few days later, old Lu from the agency called saying all the company licenses and seals were ready. Old Lu personally accompanied Chen Hao to the bank to open a corporate account. Next, Chen Hao, holding the new business license, once again arrived at the Electronic Information Department's courtyard. In Wang Kaiming's office, he signed the formal rental contract for the suite. After a few cups of tea, a second-hand car transaction agreement was signed. Chen Hao, in the name of Jingdu Yanhuang Cultural Development Co., Ltd., purchased the rusted scrapped Santana from the logistics company for 20,000 yuan. Once the paperwork was completed, Chen Hao didn't want to waste a moment. He first returned to the Jingxiu Manor to retrieve enough cash from the basement, filling a large travel bag. Then, without stopping, he took a taxi to the Audi sales center in the Asian Games Village. In the manager's office, the manager's face lit up with joy when he saw Chun Hao walking in with a heavy bag. "Oh, Mr. Chun, you've finally come. We've wiped the car down 8 times for you. The money is all here, just count it." Chun Hao didn't waste words, placing the bag on the table and unzipping it. Dozens of tightly bundled 100 yuan bills were casually piled on the table. The manager immediately called in the finance staff, and they spent over half an hour counting the money. After confirming everything was correct, the manager personally led Chun Hao to the car delivery area. A brand new black Audi A6 was parked there, its paint gleaming under the lights. "Mr. Chun, this is your car. All the paperwork is in order, just missing a license plate. I've sorted out." Chun Hao pulled out a stack of documents and the old peeling Jing A83 license plate from the bag, handing it to the manager. "Or the transfer paperwork and the plate. Have someone help me put this plate on the new car. It'll wait here, and once it's done, I'll drive away." The manager took the license plate, glanced at the number, and nearly dropped it in shock. Jing A83. He suddenly looked up at Chun Hao, his eyes filled with awe. This young man is true. "All right, you hold tight." The manager took the documents and license plate, personally leading 2 subordinates straight to the vehicle management office. Chun Hao sat in the VIP lounge, legs crossed, sipping hot tea. 2 hours later, the door to the manager's office swung open. The manager entered beaming and placed a deep blue vehicle registration booklet, a black driver's license book, a bag of vehicle documents, and the car keys on the coffee table before Chun Hao. "Young Master Chun, I have not failed you. Everything is settled." Chun Hao picked up the driver's license and glanced at it. His photograph and details were there, the issue date was today, everything in order. He tucked the license into his pocket, took the car keys, and rose. "Thanks." He strode out of the showroom. The manager followed, escorting him to the Audi A6. In the sunlight, the black lacquer of the car looked impressive, and the blue license plate with white characters Jing A83 was conspicuous on the front bumper. Chun Hao pulled open the door and sank into the driver's seat. The unmistakable new car scent washed over him. He slipped the key into the ignition and started the engine with practiced ease. With a soft shudder, the 2.8-liter V6 emitted a steady, powerful idle. The Audi A6 rolled out of Yasi and set off toward Jingheng University. As he drove, he realized a vexing dilemma. He felt like an actor with split roles at school. He was impoverished student Chun Hao outside. He had to be the all-capable young Master Chun. Switching between those 2 identities was exhausting. He could not be schlepping out to the remote Jinxiu Zhuangyuan every day, and he certainly could not parade an Audi bearing a Jing A8 plate back to campus. Far too conspicuous. Too many people at Jingheng University knew him as a humble student. Returning in such a car would only invite trouble and awkward questioning. He had to preserve the poor student facade on campus. That meant finding a convenient foothold, a place where he could switch identities freely and crucially park the car. Chun Hao steered with one hand and idled along the roads near the university. Before he realized it, he had passed Jingheng University and found himself beside Huaqing University. Rows of gleaming high-rise residences rose before him. Huaqing Jiyuan. Chun Hao's eyes brightened. This was a renowned development. Billed as the cradle of internet entrepreneurs, countless future magnates had begun here. Crucially, it was close to the university, tightly guarded and populated by people of some status. No one would idly pry into a neighbor's affairs. Prices here were forecast to surge to over 100,000 per square meter in the years to come. Buying now would be a windfall. "This is it," he decided, and turned the wheel toward the sales office. The guard at the entrance saw the car with its Jing A8 plate, straightened instantly, snapped a salute, and lifted the barrier on cue. Chun Hao parked at the sales office. A cluster of salespeople who had been chatting at the entrance immediately converged, their faces arranged into professional, eager smiles. "Sir, welcome. Are you looking at a property? Our Huaqing Jiyuan is the finest development along University Road. You will not be disappointed." A woman in a professional suit, using her striking appearance to elbow through the crowd, beat them to the car, opening the door with a sugary smile. "Good day, sir. I am the sales manager, Sun Li. Pleased to serve you." Chun Hao nodded, stepped out, and closed the door with a practiced flourish. Inside the sales hall, a massive model dominated the center. Sun Li, laser pointer in hand, extolled several towers at length. "Sir, our current focus is spacious units from 120 to 160 square meters, 2 elevators serving 8 households per floor, high usable area." Chun Hao frowned and cut her off. 2 elevators for 8 households. "Do you expect me to jostle with 7 other families for the lift? That's too much trouble." Sun Li, perceptive, instantly recognized the bearing of a genuine big spender. Her eyes lit up, and the laser pointer darted to the pinnacle of the model. "If you prefer solitude, these crown units are perfect for you. A top-floor duplex, 2 levels connected, over 300 square meters. Only 4 households per floor, excellent privacy, and an enormous terrace included. At present, the handovers are unfinished interiors, so you may decorate exactly as you wish." Chun Hao's interest was piqued. "Are there any fully furnished ready units? I don't want to wait." "There is." Sun Li's eyes gleamed. By chance we have a show duplex on the top floor lavishly decorated. If you'd like, I'll take you there right away. The viewing car drove straight to the underground garage, and the elevator carried them to the penthouse. They stepped out into a wide, bright corridor. Sunli opened a door with a flourish. "Please, sir." A heavy wave of European palatial style washed over him. A vast crystal chandelier, gilded plaster moldings, intricate patterned wallpaper, and thick velvet drapes, all of which, though later regarded as somewhat gaudy, were in 2000 the very epitome of opulence. Chun Hao paced through the apartment. Though he was not enamored with the decor, the overall impression satisfied him. The unit had served as a show apartment for months, and most of the scent of construction and materials had dissipated. It was essentially movie-in ready. "He'll take this one." Chun Hao made up his mind. At the door, he pointed to the neighboring, firmly closed unit. "Has that one been sold?" "Not yet. It's unfinished," Sun Li answered honestly. "Fine, I'll take that one too," Chun Hao said as casually as if buying a couple of cabbages at the market. Sun Li froze, certain she had misheard. "So you mean to buy both units?" "Yes," Chun Hao nodded. "One will live in and the other will serve as an office for my men." He pointed to the middle of the corridor. "I have another request. I want a door installed at this spot to completely separate these two units from the adjacent ones, creating an independent space. Can you arrange that?" The request was excessive. Indeed, it encroached on public space. Sun Li hesitated for only a second before nodding vigorously. "Of course we can." This was a monster order. Even outrageous demands would be granted. She fished out her phone. "Sir, please wait. I will consult my superior at once." The call connected quickly, and Sun Li relayed the situation at top speed. Minutes later, a portly middle-aged man came rushing from the elevator. He was the sales office general manager. "Good day, boss. I'm the general manager here. My surname is Liu." Manager Liu wiped his brow and extended both hands with effusive warmth. Chun Hao shook his hand. "Manager Liu, the door, no problem." "Absolutely no problem. We'll take care of it, and make it both grand and secure," Liu promised, thumping his chest. "What about parking? I want 4 spaces adjacent to the elevator entrance. We will reserve the very best spots for you." In that era, most people had not even conceived of buying dedicated parking spaces. The garage was largely empty and could be chosen at will. "Price?" Chun Hao asked directly. "Since you are so decisive, boss, we'll give you the maximum discount," Liu declared at once. "Parking spaces at 20% off. If you pay the house in full cash, I'll petition our owner for a 5% rebate on the property, 95% of list." "All cash, full payment," Chun Hao replied. Liu and Sun Li's smiles grew even broader. They quickly tallied the figures. 2 duplexes plus 4 parking spaces after all discounts totaled 3.6 million. They'll bring the money to sign the contract tomorrow morning. The next morning, the Audi A6 once again drew up at the... Chun Hao opened the trunk, hauled out 2 heavy travel bags, and strode into the hall. With a thud, the bags landed on the manager's desk. Inside the bags were stacks of 100 yuan notes bound with bank straps, 2 little mountains of cash. The sales office felt utterly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed. In an age before the frenzy of speculators went national, none had witnessed so much currency in hand. More than 3 million in cash piled before them. The spectacle was staggering. Manager Liu immediately called in a few accountants to count, and the contract was signed promptly. Chun Hao handed Manager Liu a photocopy of his ID. "Please handle the property certificate for me. Rest assured, we will see to it properly. We'll have the door installed this afternoon," Liu added, kowtowing with a smile. After the formalities, Chun Hao did not return to his villa, but drove to a nearby mall. He purchased every necessary household item, sheets, bedding, toothbrushes, and towels, preparing to settle. At dusk, when he returned to the top floor of Huaqing Jiyuan, a brand new deep brown solid wood door had been fitted in the corridor, finally isolating his 2 units from the neighbors. Chun Hao used his key to open the show unit. He arranged the things he had bought. From this day forward, he would mainly live here. Though he could not yet give up his dormitory, for it would be difficult to explain to his counselor. In the afternoon, Chun Hao drove his A6 back to the Jingxia's Wanjuan, withdrew some cash, and then headed straight to the Furniture City on the South 4th Ring Road. The Audi A6 parked at the entrance of the Furniture City. Chun Hao pushed the door open and got out, striding directly towards the most expensive mahogany section. The manager with sharp eyes immediately spotted the Audi with the license plate Jing A8, which was indeed a vehicle worthy of the god of wealth. He quickly discarded the lingering customers and rushed out. "Boss, here to look at furniture. Please come in. A new batch of high-quality red sandalwood has just arrived." Chun Hao nodded and walked straight into the store. His gaze swept over the furniture, and he quickly made a decision. "I want that set of mahogany tea table with 6 round chairs. Also a 3-meter-long redwood executive desk with an official hat chair, and a display cabinet and a Luohan bed." He was choosing the most expensive items in the store. The manager followed behind, the smile on his face growing brighter, already considering Chun Hao as a top-tier customer. Chun Hao also picked a set of computer desk and chair for his residence at Huaqing Jiyuan made of redwood as well. Deliver these to the Service Center building on the 4th floor of the Qianshou Road Electronic Information Department. And these to Hucking Jiyuan, have the sales office staff help me receive them. Chen Hao quickly wrote down 2 addresses. The total cost of the furniture was over 500,000, and he directly took out a woven bag filled with cash. The manager stared at the pile of cash, somewhat dumbfounded. Although they had seen many major clients, not many had taken out such a large amount of cash. After collecting the money, the manager hurriedly assured him, "Rest assured, we will guarantee delivery this afternoon." After finalizing the furniture, Chen Hao drove to Panjiayuan. He didn't bother with the antiques that were hard to distinguish as real or fake, but instead went directly to a few stores specializing in replicas. "I want a batch of antique porcelain, both blue and white, and famille rose as long as they look convincing. And a few pieces of calligraphy and painting landscape flowers and birds nicely framed with a sense of age." These items were not for collection, but merely to fill the display cabinet in his office, creating an atmosphere rich in cultural depth. After spending over 10,000, Chen Hao bought a trunk full of antiques and drove back to the compound on Qianshou Road. The delivery truck from the Furniture City was already waiting at the entrance. After the security verified the information, several workers huffed and puffed as they moved the furniture to the 4th floor. Chen Hao's office instantly became lively. The noise from the moving was considerable. It was the afternoon working hours, and the commotion quickly attracted the attention of Wang Qiming, who was working downstairs. Curiously, Wang Qiming walked up to the 4th floor and saw Chen Hao directing the workers in arranging the furniture. The office was taking shape. "Brother Chen, are you starting to tidy up?" He stepped into the office and looked at the antique-style tea table and display cabinet with astonishment in his eyes. "I didn't expect you to be so young, yet you like this old-fashioned style." Chen Hao picked up a cloth and wiped the newly arranged desk, casually replying, "I've been accustomed to things I've seen since childhood." He half-jokingly explained, "My old man just loves these things," saying that our Dragon Kingdom's traditional culture is hidden in the details of these items. Having been influenced, I also came to like them. Those trendy items look flashy, but always seem to lack depth. Wang Qiming nodded thoughtfully. In a cultured family, having such preferences is perfectly normal. "All right, you guys can head out first while I'll handle the rest." Chen Hao sent the workers away and began to arrange the items himself. He placed the antique porcelain and paintings he had picked up from Panjiayuan on the display cabinet and walls. Wang Qiming smiled beside him, occasionally helping to pass things. It took the two of them over half an hour to finish. "Brother Wang, come down and take a look at my new car." Chen Hao locked the office door and led Wang Qiming downstairs. When Wang Qiming saw the black Audi A6 parked below, his eyes lit up. "All right, the A6 is indeed impressive. I have to thank Brother Wang for the help." Chen Hao smiled and opened. "By the way, Brother Wang, do you think you could help me get a vehicle entry permit? It would be more convenient for me to come and go in the compound. It's a small matter." Wang Qiming waved his hand. "But this isn't under my jurisdiction. You'll need to find the security department. It just so happens that it's almost off work, so I'll call Deputy Director Li, and we can have dinner together. I'll mention it to him at the dinner table." Wang Qiming glanced at his watch, then took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, old Li, are you off work? I have a little brother here. Hey, let's have dinner together." "Okay, we'll wait for you at the entrance." After hanging up, Wang Qiming said to Chen Hao, "Old Li's name is Li Weigua. He's from the northeast, a veteran from the army, and has a straightforward personality, so don't be shy." Before long, a burly middle-aged man with a crew cut strode over. He walked with purpose, standing tall and straight, clearly a military man. "Old Wang, let's go." Li Weigua's voice boomed. "Come, let me introduce you." Wang Qiming pointed at Chen Hao. "This is Chen Hao, Brother Chen. This is a distinguished guest in our compound. Brother Chen, this is Deputy Director Li Weigua from the Security Department." "Hello, Director Li." Chen Hao extended his hand, neither servile nor overbearing. Li Weigua shook his hand with a strong grip. The three of them didn't go far and found a northeast restaurant near the compound. They ordered guabao ro di xian and chicken stewed with mushrooms, along with a few bottles of local beer. Li Weigua was straightforward. After 3 rounds of drinks, he opened up. Wang Qiming took the opportunity to bring up the vehicle permit. Li Weigua, after listening, patted his chest. "What's the big deal about that? With your license plate, who would dare to stop you? But to keep things formal, you still need to get a permit. Tomorrow, just give me a copy of your vehicle registration, and I'll have it ready for you by the afternoon." He readily agreed, without asking for anything in return. Chen Hao raised his glass. "Thank you so much, Li Gu. I'll toast you one." "No need to be polite." Li Weigua clinked glasses with him and downed his drink in one go. The atmosphere grew warm, and the three began discussing current social issues. "These days are getting harder." Li Weigua sighed, lighting a cigarette. "A few years ago, many and state-owned enterprises were laid off, and many of my old neighbors lost their jobs. For the soldiers who came from the army, finding placement is becoming increasingly difficult. Many good soldiers can't find proper jobs." He spoke with a hint of melancholy. "The soldiers I trained are all top-notch. And what happened? After they retired, they either ended up guarding nightclubs or doing odd jobs for a few $100 a month. Isn't that frustrating?" Hearing this, Chen Hao felt a stir in his heart. He put down his chopsticks, looked at Li Weiguo, and said, seriously, Li Gu, to be honest, my company has just started, and I'm in urgent need of people. Especially 2 reliable, tight-lipped individuals to help me drive and handle some chores. If you have trustworthy brothers who are struggling, you can recommend them to me. I can't guarantee much else, but I assure you I won't treat my own brothers unfairly. Li Weiguo suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp as knives, staring at Chun Hao. Brother, are you serious? With a spit and a nail. Chun Hao replied firmly. Great. Li Weiguo excitedly slapped his thigh. Then I really must thank you for those kids. I happen to have 2 boys from Kyoto, both first-rate soldiers, but they are too straightforward and have offended people, so they are not doing well now. One is called Zhao Gang, nicknamed Gongzi, the best squad leader in the reconnaissance company, well-versed in combat, stealth, and shooting. He has a fiery temperament and couldn't stand a connected person bullying new recruits, so he ended up getting into a fight. That connected person had some background and managed to get him reprimanded, so he had to retire. Now his mother at home is seriously ill and urgently needs money, but he would rather work at a construction site than be a thug for those unscrupulous nightclub bosses. The other one is called Wang Jun. We all call him Dajuan. He started as a driver and is excellent at driving. He can handle all kinds of special driving techniques, even with his eyes closed. Originally assigned to a printing factory, but as soon as he returned, the factory closed down. Now he's working for a private boss, making only 300 a month. Li Weiguo sighed. Both of these soldiers are capable, but have terrible tempers and are inflexible. Brother, if you can take them in and give them a meal, I oldly owe you this favor. After hearing this, Chun Hao had already made up his mind. These 2 were exactly the people he needed. They had skills, principles, and were currently down on their luck. As long as you give them respect and opportunities, they will repay you with their lives. I trust the people you recommend, Li Gu. Chun Hao looked at Li Weiguo and said directly, so have them come directly to my office tomorrow. As for the salary, 3,000 during the probation period for a month, and after that we'll see based on performance. 3,000. This number stunned both Li Weiguo and Wang Qiming beside him. In 2000's Kyoto, the average monthly salary for ordinary workers was generally between 800 and 1,000. 3,000 is definitely a salary that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to imagine. Li Weiguo was so excited that his face turned red. He stood up and raised a full glass of baijiu. Brother Chen, I won't say anything else. I'll remember this favor. I'll drink to this. After saying that, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Chun Hao smiled, stood up as well, and raised a glass in return. Li Gu, you're too kind. It's settled, then have them come over tomorrow. Don't worry. I'll go grab them tonight. They'll be delivered to you right on time tomorrow morning. If they dare to embarrass you, I'll skin them alive. Li Weiguo patted his chest, making a loud promise. The morning sunlight filtered through the old poplar trees in the courtyard of the Electronic Information Department, casting dappled shadows on the concrete ground of the playground. Chun Hao parked the Audi with the Beijing A83 license plate by the roadside and got out of the car. In the corner of the playground, 4 men stood by the parallel bars. Li Weiguo, dressed in training attire, was speaking with 2 other men in faded old military uniforms, accompanied by one of his aides. The 2 men stood straight like 2 javelins thrust into the ground, and even without military boots, their liberation shoes fit perfectly. Seeing Chun Hao approach, Li Weiguo waved his hand, his loud voice startling the sparrows in the trees. Good morning, Li Gu. Chun Hao quickly walked over. Morning. Li Weiguo pointed at the 2 men beside him. These are the ones I mentioned to you last night, Zhao Gang and Wang Jun. Chun Hao sized up the 2 men in front of him. The one on the left was slightly shorter, but as sturdy as a leopard, with a somewhat gloomy expression and a stubbly jaw. That was Zhao Gang. The one on the right was tall and robust, with broad palms and an expression that carried a hint of clumsiness and awkwardness. That was Wang Jun. The 2 men were also appraising Chun Hao. In their eyes, he was just another wealthy young master with too much money and nowhere to spend it. They had encountered many such individuals, most of whom were domineering, treating veterans like dogs, sending them to fight or to deliver things to their chaotic lovers. The wariness in their eyes was unmistakable. Chun Hao paid no mind, pulling out an unopened pack of white-label cigarettes from his pocket, tearing open the seal, taking one for himself, and then offering the pack. Want one? These are special supply, quite strong. It wasn't Zhonghua, but the most common type in the courtyard, the white label. The 2 men were momentarily taken aback. In certain circles of Beijing, this cigarette was a symbol of status. They hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take it. Click. Chun Hao took out a lighter, not hastily lighting one for himself, but first leaning towards Zhao Gang, flicking the flame. Zhao Gang instinctively extended his hand to shield the flame. In that instant, Chun Hao's gaze fell on the thick calluses on Zhao Gang's right hand at the base of his thumb, and the outer side of his index finger's second joint was also yellowed from wear. Left from playing with a dagger. Chun Hao exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone casual. Such calluses don't come without at least 5 years of experience as a scout. Zhao Gang's hand flinched as he suddenly looked up, his previously subdued eyes now shining with intensity as they fixed on Chun Hao. An expert. How could a wealthy second generation who hasn't even hit 20 understand this? Boss, do you know your stuff? Zhao Gang's voice was somewhat hoarse. Chun Hao smiled, retracting the lighter to light one for himself. An elder in the courtyard mentioned it before my family's security guard had one of these. This casually mentioned line instantly closed the distance and subtly elevated his own status. Having a security guard at home. Zhao Gang and Wang Jun exchanged glances, their previously tense shoulders relaxing slightly. If he were a descendant of such a red family, the nature of things would be different. At least he would have some principles and wouldn't act recklessly. Li Wei secretly gave a thumbs up. This Chun Tho Young had a knack for handling people. Let's get straight to the point. Chun Hao held the cigarette, leaning against the parallel bars in a casual posture. Li Gu has told you what I want to do, right? Wang Jun spoke in a muffled voice. The commander said to come drive. Boss, I'll put it this way, as long as it's not illegal or immoral and doesn't involve killing or arson, I'll drive the car for you safely. But if it's dirty work, we can't do that. Zhao Gang remained silent, but his attitude made everything clear. They were in desperate need of money, but after wearing that military uniform for so many years, some principles still held strong. Chun Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette. You're thinking too much. I'm in legitimate business. My company has just started, and I need 2 trusted aides. Most of the time, it's just driving and running errands, handling some minor tasks. Sometimes it may require blocking some troublesome people, but it's definitely not about having you act as muscle. Upon hearing this, the two visibly relaxed. Regarding the remuneration, I've already discussed it with Li Gu. Chun Hao looked into their eyes and continued, the trial period is 3,000 for a month and 5,000 upon confirmation. Room and board included. There will be bonuses at the end of the year. Although Li Weigua had already mentioned this figure to them the night before, hearing Chun Hao confirm it in person made their breaths involuntarily grow heavier. In 2000 in Kyoto, most wage earners still earned around 800. 3,000 was the kind of salary only a gold collar could earn. Zhao Gang's fingers gripped the cigarette, but tightly, his nails turning pale. His mother was lying in the hospital, and the medical expenses were like a flowing river. Previously, he worked on construction sites, barely earning 600 a month, not enough even for the medical fees. This 3,000 was a lifeline for him. Boss, this salary is too high. Zhao Gang was a straightforward person. He believed that there were no free lunches. We're not worth this price. Whether you are worth it or not is up to me to decide. Chun Hao waved his hand, interrupting him. What I value is Li Guest's recommendation and your skills. Additionally, I heard that Gongzi's family is in some trouble. Zhao Gang lowered his head, biting his teeth and remaining silent. That was his sore spot, his Achilles heel. Chun Hao turned to Li Weigua. Li Gu, which hospital is Gongzi's mother in? It's in our department's designated hospital, but because of lack of funds, her medication is about to stop. Li Weigua sighed. Chun Hao nodded, looking at Zhao Gang. The company has a policy that if employees have urgent family matters, they can advance 6 months' salary. After you finish the onboarding process, you can take 18,000 to pay for the medical fees. If it's not enough, let me know. Zhao Gang suddenly looked up, his eyes turning red in an instant. 18,000. In this era, that was a huge sum. He and Chun Hao were not related, and they hadn't even started working yet, but the other party dared to give him so much money. Boss, aren't you afraid I'll take the money and run? Zhao Gang was somewhat incredulous about the reality of this. Chun Hao smiled, looking very composed. If the troops brought out by Li Gu lack even this bit of integrity, then I must be blind. Consider this 18,000 a lesson learned. Beautiful. This statement not only flattered Li Weigua, but also gave Zhao Gang immense respect. Zhao Gang stood at attention, relaxed slightly, and saluted Chun Hao. Boss, this money counts as a loan from you. From now on, this life is dedicated to you. Chun Hao smiled and waved his hand. You're exaggerating. I'm not here to buy lives, I just need you to get the job done. He then looked at Wang Jun. Did Jun, you too? If your family needs money, feel free to speak up. Hey, thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Wang Jun was so excited that he rubbed his hands together, his face beaming with joy. Capturing hearts could sometimes be this simple. With enough money and ample respect, in this simple era, what you received in return was unwavering loyalty. Let's go, we'll take you to meet the place. Chun Hao led a few people up to the 4th floor of the service center. Inside the office, the mahogany furniture emitted a faint wood fragrance, and the porcelain on the display shelf gleamed softly in the morning light. Zhao Gang and Wang Jun looked at the grand office, not daring to step heavily, fearing they might dirty the carpet. Chun Hao opened a drawer, took out a spare key for an Audi, and tossed it to Wang Jun. The Jun, that A6 is yours to drive from now on. This car has an old registration from the department, so drive it with caution, but don't be afraid of any trouble. Wang Jun caught the key with both hands, unable to resist fondling it. An Audi A6, oh, I've never driven such a good car, even when I was chauffeuring the leaders in the army. Gongzi, just stick with me and be my assistant. Take a key for this office as well. When I'm not around, keep an eye on things for me. Li Weigua glanced at the two in their faded old military uniforms and said to Chun Hao, Brother Chun, since these two brothers will be accompanying you on field duties, they need to change their clothes. Although they are tidy, the style is too outdated and too eye-catching on the street. It doesn't look right at all. He turned to the door and shouted, "Xiao Zhang, go to the security office and get 2 sets of the latest summer uniforms. Make sure they are size XL. And get 2 pairs of 97 style combat boots. Remember, when you bring them back, remove the shoulder insignias and flowers." Before long, the clerk Xiao Zhang entered carrying 2 sets of brand new camouflage uniforms and 2 shiny combat boots. Chun Hao looked at the 2 uniforms, took out 500 yuan bills from his pocket, and stuffed them into Xiao Zhang's hand. "Li Gu, these clothes are considered company safety supplies. We can't let the department cover this cost. Let's keep it formal." Li Weigua initially wanted to decline, but seeing Chun Hao's determined look, he signaled to Xiao Zhang, "All right, since you insist, take it. We'll settle the account later." Zhao Gang and Wang Jun took the new uniforms, feeling the fabric with their palms. This latest uniform felt solid. The two went to the inner room to change. When they came out again, their entire demeanor had changed. The black combat boots thudded heavily against the floor, and the fitted camouflage uniforms emphasized their broad shoulders. Li Weigua looked at the two with satisfaction and nodded. After everything was arranged, Chun Hao turned to Li Weigua, who had been smiling all along. "Li Gu, I'm very pleased with these two. Let's have a drink tonight." Li Weigua waved his hand with a sigh. "Brother Chen, we can talk about drinking later. Today's matter is a favor to me, Lao Li. Gangzi's mother's illness has always weighed on my heart, but my meager salary can hardly make a difference. You have helped me immensely." He was a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grievance. Since Chun Hao had given him face, he felt compelled to reciprocate. "Brother Chen, I see your license plate is Jing A83. It's nice, but sometimes when running around, just having a plate isn't enough to command respect." Li Weigua lowered his voice, speaking in a mysterious tone. "Do you want to get something more formidable?" Chun Hao's heart stirred. He certainly knew what Li Weigua was referring to. That was a special privilege symbol, unique to this era. But he pretended not to understand. "What do you mean, Li Gu?" "The configuration from the national security side." Li Weigua pointed out the window. "Our service center has a collaborative relationship with the logistics of the national. Every year they give us a few security vehicle permits, said to be for operational duties, but most of them are Chun Hao's eyes brightened, and he smoothly added, "Li Gu, can you arrange this? That would be fantastic. I mentioned it to my grandfather before, but I got scolded and was worried about how to handle it. The old man is strict. But when you're navigating in our territory, sometimes not having that credential really isn't convenient." Li Weigua waved his hand. "Leave this to me. I happen to have 2 unused quotas for this year." After saying this, he took Chun Hao directly to an office in the security department. Li Weigua took a document bag from the safe and pulled out 2 cards. One was a plastic card with a red background and yellow letters prominently displaying the word safety, with a small line of serial numbers below. The other was a paper pass stamped with a bright red steel seal and labeled National Security XX Bureau Special Traffic Permit. This item was a golden ticket on the roads back in 2000. When traffic police saw it, they would generally let it pass without question. "Brother Chen, this is the real deal. Although we're not officially on the books, the traffic police system recognizes it." Li Weigua handed the documents to Chun Hao. "If you encounter any spot checks in the future, just place this on the windshield. It works wonders." Chun Hao took the documents, feeling secretly pleased. Now the courtyard kid's credentials were completely locked down. "Li Gu, since we have the permits then." Chun Hao pointed at his car, making a gesture. "Can we install that?" Li Weigua understood immediately. Flashing lights and a loudspeaker. This was the most stylish configuration on the streets of Kyoto back in the day. This kind of thing isn't compliant on the outside. It can easily get you checked. Li Weigua thought for a moment. "Just so happens our service center has a Hongxing auto repair shop in the backyard specifically for repairing the leader's vehicles. The craftsmen there are skilled and discreet." He turned to Wang Jun. "Did Jun, you can handle this, right?" Wang Jun grinned broadly, showing his white teeth. "I modified the leader's cars back in the army. I know how the wiring goes, and where the switches are hidden, I'm well aware of it." "All right." Li Weigua made the decision. "Then you go drive the car over there now. They'll call the factory manager there and have him bring out that set of imported police gear. Install it in the grill." Chun Hao took out a stack of money, about 2,000 yuan, and stuffed it into Wang Jun's hands. "Go buy some cigarettes, share them with the craftsmen at the repair shop. Don't let them work for nothing." Wang Jun took the money and car keys, excitedly heading out. Li Weigua watched Wang Jun's back, then took out a piece of stationery from the drawer and quickly wrote a few lines, sealing it with the red stamp of the service center. "This is to temporarily assign comrades Wang Jun and Zhao Gang, former veterans, to assist our department's service center in security work." He handed this assignment letter to Chun Hao. "Brother Chen, keep this on hand. If you ever run into an inspection or a strict traffic officer, just present this. It's an internal document that can prove your identity." Chun Hao took the paper, fully aware of its significance. After arranging everything, Li Weigua glanced at his watch. "All right, Brother Chen, I have a meeting to attend. You all carry on." Leaving the security department, Chun Hao returned to his office, feeling a sense of quiet reflection. A ministry office, retired soldiers for security, courtyard license plates, and national security credentials. This situation was completely solidified. Before noon, the black Audi A6 stopped again at the service center below. At first glance, it looked no different from before. But upon closer inspection, two small flashing light heads were vaguely hidden deep within the grille. Meanwhile, a black handheld loudspeaker was placed in the armrest compartment of the driver's seat. Wang Jun stood beside the car holding a deer leather cloth, meticulously polishing the already pristine car paint. Zhao Gang sat in the passenger seat. Chun Hao opened the back door and got in. "Boss, where to?" Wang Jun turned back to ask, his voice booming. Chun Hao leaned against the leather seat, looking through the tinted windows at the bustling streets outside. "To Zhongwankan." "All right, hold on tight." Wang Jun skillfully shifted gears and released the handbrake. With a deep roar from the engine, the black Audi A6 drove out of the ministry compound. The black Audi A6 weaved through the bustling traffic of the North 4th Ring Road in Kyoto. The roads of this era were not as congested as in later years, but most of the vehicles on the road were old models like the Xiaoli Fu Kong and the older Santana. Wang Jun gripped the steering wheel, his eyes fixed ahead, his hands and feet coordinating with remarkable steadiness. The car entered Zhongwankan Street. On both sides of the road were blue and white barriers with construction cranes towering in the distance. This was the hub for electronic products in Long Country and also the birthplace of countless future internet giants. Wang Jun pressed the brake, and the Audi A6 came to a stop at the entrance of the Dinghao Electronics building. As the black car with a Jing A83 license plate halted by the roadside, passers-by turned their heads in curiosity. Those who understood what this license plate represented in Kyoto were all too aware. Chun Hao opened the car door and stepped out. Zhao Gang and Wang Jun followed closely behind him, one on each side. Chun Hao led the two into the lobby. Upon entering, the loud noise hit them like a wave. Chun Hao did not stop at the stalls assembling computers, but headed straight for the most prominent Nokia counter on the first floor. Inside the glass display case, various mobile phones were neatly arranged. In this era, when pagers had not yet completely exited the stage, owning a mobile phone was an undeniable symbol of success. Chun Hao's gaze fell upon a phone in the center of the counter. It was a silver Nokia 8850. With its all-metal body and slide design, it gleamed with a cold metallic luster under the lights. This was Nokia's top flagship model, released in 2000, priced at over 7,000 yuan, equivalent to more than a year's salary for an ordinary worker. The female salesperson behind the counter was busy counting money. Seeing the imposing presence of Chun Hao and his companions, she paused her work. She glanced at Chun Hao's attire, then at the two towering bodyguards behind him, and a smile spread across her face. "Boss, looking for a phone. This just arrived, the 8850 with a titanium alloy shell, the top choice for high-end individuals." Chun Hao pointed at the 8850. "They'll take one." He then pointed at the nearby blue Nokia 3210. "They'll take this one too, make it two." The 3210 was this year's hot seller. Although not as expensive as the 8850, it still cost over 2,000 yuan. The female salesperson was taken aback, not expecting the customer to be so straightforward, not even inquiring about the price. "All right, they'll get you the new phones right away. Will you be paying with cash, or?" Chun Hao remained silent, pulling out a stack of unopened 100 yuan bills from his briefcase and tossing them onto the counter. "Cash, make it quick." The smile on the female salesperson's face widened as she swiftly accepted the money and began counting it. The vendors at nearby counters craned their necks to sneak a look, their eyes filled with envy. In an era where card payments had not yet become popular, paying with cash was the most direct approach. In less than 10 minutes, all three phones had been unboxed and tested, and Chun Hao also got 3 SIM cards. Chun Hao picked up the 8850 and stuffed it into his pocket. Then he handed the two 3210s along with their boxes to Zhao Gang and Wang Jun. "Take them, one for each of you." The two froze, feeling at a loss. In the army, even the squad leader didn't have such equipment. "Boss, this is too valuable, we can't accept it." "What's with the fuss?" Chun Hao frowned. "These are work tools. Do you expect me to shout at you every time I need something? Giving you phones is to ensure you're always on call. Don't let me down." The two exchanged glances, then cautiously accepted the phones. The three left Dinghao building. The Audi A6 restarted, made a turn, and headed towards the nearby Hucking Jun. The security guard at the entrance spotted the black Audi from a distance. Before the car could reach the entrance, the security guard stood upright, raised his hand in a standard salute, and then pressed the lift arm down. The car drove straight into the underground parking garage. Chun Hao directed the driver to park next to the elevator. "These 4 spots are exclusively ours." Chun Hao pointed at the empty parking spaces. Then they took the elevator up to the top floor. Chun Hao took out the key and opened the newly installed solid wood door. "I bought these 2 units." He pushed open the door to the model room and led the two on a tour. Zhao Gang and Wang Jun walked on the plush carpet, gazing at the crystal chandeliers and luxurious furniture, their eyes not daring to wander. Places like this were beyond their wildest dreams before. Then Chunhao took them to the adjacent unfinished unit. The room was empty with only gray and white cement walls and a floor covered in construction dust. Dajuan, when I go to school, you stay here on standby? Gongzi, besides the office matters, you need to keep an eye on this place. For this unfinished room, find 2 renovation companies tomorrow to get proposals, and I'll choose one to do it. The style should be modern and simple to serve as both an office and a place for you to rest. The budget is not an issue, but it must be done quickly and the materials must be the best. Zhao Gang pulled out a small notebook he always carried, jotting down notes carefully. And tomorrow arrange for the broadband and landline for the office, and here with the fastest broadband available. After laying out these arrangements, Chunhao returned to the master bedroom of the model room. He drew the curtains, took off his suit, and changed back into sportswear. He swapped his leather shoes for an old pair of canvas shoes. He tidied his hair in front of the mirror and stuffed the 8850 into an old backpack. When he came out again, he had transformed back into an ordinary college student. Dajuan, take me back to Jinghang University, drop me off at the East Gate. Once we arrive, drive the car back and park it in the spot, wait for my call here tomorrow. Wang Jun acknowledged and started the car. The Audi A6 exited the underground garage. At the East Gate of Jinghang University, Chunhao got out of the car with his backpack and turned to walk into the campus. Upon returning to dorm 302, Wang Chong was playing a game on the computer. Hearing the door open, he turned his head sharply. Damn, brother, how? You finally made it back. Wang Chong disregarded the game, jumping up and rushing over with a face full of distress. What have you been up to these past couple of days? Did you just vanish? I'm running out of excuses for my leave. Ooh, I've even had to get my hemorrhoids treated twice for you. Chunhao tossed his backpack onto the bed and casually replied, just had some urgent matters to attend to. You should hurry to the office building. Liang Bo has been looking for you several times. Liang Bo was their department's counselor, a graduate student working part-time. This guy had a bit of a power trip, often using trivial matters to exert authority, especially when it came to attendance. He got angry in class, saying you were absent without reason, and it's a serious issue. If you don't go to clarify, he might report you to the department for a major demerit, or even put you under school scrutiny. Wang Chong looked worried. Brother, how that guy is petty and is probably looking for a typical example to catch. You've run into a tough spot this time. Liang Bo. Chunhao twisted open a bottle of mineral water on the desk and took a sip. A thin figure wearing glasses, always pretending to be in charge, surfaced in his mind. In his previous life, he was quite submissive to this counselor, fearing he wouldn't graduate. But now, Chunhao smiled. A graduate student who hasn't even left campus thinks he can control me. All right, got it. Chunhao replied casually. I'll meet him after class tomorrow morning. He knew well that before graduating, he still had to appease the counselor, this little Buddha. If not handled properly, it would indeed be inconvenient in school later on. Wang Chong looked at Chunhao's nonchalant expression, which made him more anxious. Are you still drinking water? The counselor is about to blow up. Wang Chong walked over and took the mineral water bottle from Chunhao's hand. Hurry up and think of an excuse. Oh, just say someone in your family is sick, make it sound serious. Chunhao looked at his anxious roommate, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. In his past life, he had suffered terribly, and only Wang Chong, his wealthy roommate, had never looked down on him, even lending him money during his most desperate times. This friendship felt especially precious in this materialistic age. All right, stop shaking it. Chunhao smiled as he took back the water bottle and capped it. I know what to do about this. I'll go to the office tomorrow and sort it out. He stood up and patted Wang Chong on the shoulder. Thanks for covering for me these past few days. Let's go to the third-floor cafeteria for some stir-fry. It's on me. Wang Chong looked at him suspiciously. You're treating. But didn't your living expenses? Cough, aren't they tight? I should treat you instead. It's the end of the month. Don't stretch yourself too thin. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Chunhao didn't give him a chance to refuse and dragged him outside. The two arrived at the third cafeteria of Jinghang. It was mealtime and the cafeteria was bustling with people. Students were lining up at various counters. Chunhao squeezed to the stir-fry counter, ordered several hearty dishes, twice-cooked pork, spicy boiled fish, kung pao chicken, and also got 2 bottles of Yanjing beer. Finding a corner to sit down, Chunhao pulled out his wallet from his pocket. He took out 500 yuan notes and pushed them in front of Wang Chong. This is the 500 I borrowed from you before. Wang Chong stared at the 5 bills on the table, stunned. His family was in business and wasn't short on money, but that 500 was more than a month's living expenses for the old Chunhao. How go? What is this? Wang Chong lowered his voice and looked around. You didn't go do something illegal, don't worry, it's clean money. Chunhao picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork, eating with grease dripping from his mouth. I took on some side work these days, wrote some code for a small company, and the boss was generous with the advance payment. In the year 2000, during the global internet wave, tech-savvy college students were in high demand. Wang Chong sighed in relief and pocketed the money. That's great. I was just afraid you might do something reckless and sell. Cough, sell blood. The two clinked glasses, the cold beer. After a few rounds of drinks, Wang Chong hesitated for a long time, poking at the chicken cubes on the plate with his chopsticks until he sighed. How good, there's something I need to tell you, though it's disgusting. Lin Xiaoya is dating Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei? Chun Hao raised an eyebrow. Isn't that the vice president of the student council? The one whose family runs a supermarket, always pretending to be something he's not in a beat-up Santana. Yeah, that's the guy, Wang Chong said indignantly. I heard Lin Xiaoya just broke up with you and immediately got into his car. Now the whole department is spreading rumors that you were just a toad wishing to eat swan meat and got kicked to the curb, saying you must feel like a joke. Heh. Chun Hao scoffed, raised his glass, and took a sip. If someone is willing to take on such a prime green tea, that's a good thing. I should thank President Zhang for helping me sort out the trash. In his past life, he had been humble to the point of being crushed for this woman, only to be met with betrayal in the end. Now Lin Xiaoya seemed like a mere joke to him. Thinking about Zhang Wei facing the same fate of being drained, he even felt a slight sympathy. Wang Chong stared at Chun Hao for a long time, confirming he wasn't forcing a smile, before happily saying, damn. How good your realm is high. Come on, let's celebrate your escape from the sea of suffering. The next morning, the teaching building of Jinghang was bustling. Chun Hao shouldered his backpack and walked into the lecture hall as the bell rang. The noise in the classroom fell silent for a brief moment as he stepped in. Dozens of eyes turned to look at him in unison. Among those gazes, there was sympathy, schadenfreude, and the playful anticipation of watching a show. Chun Hao is back. I heard he was dumped by Lin Xiaoya and has been hiding outside, too afraid to come back to school. Deserved it, thinking he could pursue the department beauty with no money. He should take a look in the mirror. Whispers started all around. Chun Hao remained expressionless and walked straight to an empty seat by the window in the back row. He placed his backpack down, took out his textbook, and ignored the surrounding discussions. Class time passed quickly. The old professor lectured on the tedious subject of discrete mathematics, while Chun Hao sketched the initial design for an internet cafe in his notebook. The class bell rang. The professor packed up his notes and left the classroom, while students began to stand up in pairs, preparing for lunch or to switch classrooms. As Chun Hao was stuffing his textbook into his bag, he heard the sound of high heels clicking on the floor behind him. Zhao Qian entered, linking arms with Lin Xiaoya, her head held high. Lin Xiaoya looked like she had dressed up carefully today, wearing a floral dress and sporting light makeup. Zhao Qian, on the other hand, had a provocative demeanor, her gaze fixed on Chun Hao. She pulled Lin Xiaoya and deliberately walked through the lingering crowd, stopping right beside Chun Hao's desk. The classmates who hadn't left yet all stopped to watch this scene with eager eyes. Hey Xiaoya, can you lend me your phone for a sec? My old pager ran out of battery again. Zhao Qian raised her voice, deliberately afraid others wouldn't hear. Lin Xiaoya hesitated, glancing at Chun Hao. Chun Hao kept his head down, pulling the zipper of his backpack and ignoring her. This disregard made her feel uncomfortable. She gritted her teeth and took out a purple flip phone from her bag. An Ericsson T10S. This phone was trendy in this era, with a flip design and vibrant color. This was this year's popular women's model, priced over $2,000. In a time when most students were still using IC card payphones, taking out this phone was indeed eye-catching. Wow, a new Ericsson. So beautiful. Did Zhang give it to you? So generous. The admiration from the surrounding girls made Zhao Qian even prouder. Hello, darling, Xiaoya and I are in the classroom. Yeah, that poor guy is here too. You just looking at him is irritating. How can someone like him still have the face to come to class? He can't even afford a phone, yet he wants to pursue swan meat. It's laughable. She cast a sideways glance at Chun Hao, her eyes filled with contempt and the thrill of revenge. Lin Xiaoya stood by, feeling that Zhao Qian was a bit too much, but her vanity being envied by others prevented her from stopping it. She looked at Chun Hao's profile, secretly thinking, did you see that? This is the life you couldn't provide for me. Do you regret it? Are you in pain? Chun Hao had no interest in engaging with Zhao Qian's childish antics. He finally finished packing his bag, stood up, and prepared to walk around them, as if he didn't see the two of them. Just dee-lee-lee-lee-lee-lee, a crisp ringtone rang out. It was the classic default ringtone of Nokia. Everyone was stunned. They instinctively looked at the Ericsson in Zhao Qian's hand, thinking it was her phone ringing. But Zhao Qian also looked confused. Her phone hadn't even been dialed. The sound was coming from Chun Hao's pocket. Chun Hao stopped in his tracks and reached into his pocket, pulling out a silver-white metallic object. The all-metal body gleamed with a cold silver luster under the fluorescent lights. With a gentle push of his thumb, the sliding cover moved down, revealing a delicate keyboard. It was a Nokia 8850, the top-tier phone of the year, which most of his classmates had only seen in television commercials. The students who had just envied the Ericsson T10S now stared wide-eyed. Compared to this device, Zhao Qian's Ericsson instantly resembled a cheap toy from a roadside stall. He pressed the phone to his ear. Hello. On the other end, Zhao Gang's voice came through. Boss, it's me, Gongzi. The proposal from the renovation company has come out. When would you be free to come and finalize it? Chun Hao thought for a moment and replied, I need to meet with my counselor now. In about half an hour tell the June to pick me up at the East Gate. I have no classes in the afternoon, so I'll come to see the proposal. All right, boss. Chun Hao pushed the slider up, closed the cover, and casually stuffed the phone into his pocket. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and looked at Zhao Qian, who was petrified in the middle of the road, and calmly uttered 2 words, "Excuse me." Zhao Qian stood frozen, as if she had been turned to ice. Her face turned a deep shade of purple, and the mocking words from earlier felt like slaps being returned to her own face. Lin Xiaoya's complexion was pale. She stared fixedly at Chun Hao, her mind in chaos. How could this be? Wasn't he someone who couldn't even afford a pager? Where did he get the money for a flagship phone? Ignoring her reaction, Chun Hao sidestepped the two of them and walked straight out of the classroom. This disregard made Lin Xiaoya feel an unprecedented sense of humiliation. It was only after Chun Hao's figure disappeared in the corridor that a wave of discussion erupted in the classroom. Wow, that's the 8850, right? It must be real. That metallic texture is unmistakable. Is Chun Hao some invisible rich second generation? The chatter surged like a tide. Lin Xiaoya felt as if she were standing naked under a spotlight. Shame, regret, and anger intertwined within her. I don't believe it. It must be fake. That's a model phone. Zhao Qian screamed, trying to salvage her image. How could that poor guy afford it? But the gazes of the surrounding classmates had already changed. The previous envy morphed into mockery. Lin Xiaoya could no longer stay. She snatched the Ericsson phone from Zhao Qian's hand, lowered her head, and rushed out of the classroom. Hey, Xiaoya, wait for me. Zhao Qian hurriedly chased after her. Chun Hao walked along the path to the office building. He had no intention of concerning himself with the thoughts of those two women. To him, they were merely background noise in life. What he was focused on now was how to deal with his counselor Liang Bo. Chun Hao entered the office building and arrived at Liang Bo's office door. He adjusted his clothing and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Come in. A young man's voice came from inside. Chun Hao pushed the door open. In the small office of about 10 square meters, there were 2 facing desks, and the one by the window was piled high with blue student files and homework. A young man in a white shirt and black-rimmed glasses was quickly writing something on paper. Liang Bo, a first-year graduate student in the computer science department, was also a counselor for freshmen. In this era, graduate students held considerable value, and those who could stay on as counselors were the top students in their department. Hearing footsteps, Liang Bo looked up. Upon seeing it was Chun Hao, he slammed his pen down on the desk and sneered, "Oh, isn't this the busy man? You still know to come back. I thought you had dropped out." Chun Hao ignored the taunt, quickly walked to the desk, slightly leaned forward, and said with an apologetic expression, "Teacher, Liang, I'm really sorry. I had something urgent and didn't manage to ask for leave." Didn't manage. Liang Bo slammed the table hard, his voice stern. "You missed a class meeting and 3 professional classes. Do you know how strict the attendance policy is in our department? You're breaking the rules." He pointed at the attendance sheet, spitting as he spoke. "According to school regulations, I have the right to report you to the department for a penalty." What does a penalty mean? Scholarships, evaluations, party membership. All are out of your reach. Even graduation will be affected. You're only a freshman. Do you want to ruin your future? Liang Bo became increasingly agitated. Chun Hao lowered his head, obediently listening like a student who had made a mistake. He understood very well the nature of these newly empowered young individuals. What they wanted was not a reason, but an attitude, a sense of respect for them. When Liang Bo finally tired of scolding and picked up a cup of tea to soothe his throat, Chun Hao took the opportunity to offer a soft rebuttal. "Teacher Liang, you are absolutely right. But I really have my difficulties." His voice lowered, carrying a hint of helplessness and bitterness. "You might know about my family situation. I don't want to add to my family's burden, so I've been looking for a part-time job these past few days." Part-time job? Liang Bo furrowed his brows, pulled out Chun Hao's file, and took a quick look. His family situation was indeed quite ordinary. From a working-class family in a poverty-stricken county, with his mother still unemployed, studying in a place like Kyoto was certainly a heavy burden. His expression softened somewhat, but he still felt frustrated. Working while studying is good, but it can't interfere with your education. How much can you earn working distributing flyers or serving food? That's a waste of life. You're a student in the computer science department at Jinghang. You should think long-term. There will be plenty of opportunities to earn money after graduation. "I'm not serving food," Chun Hao quickly clarified. "I'm doing technical support at a startup internet company." "An internet company?" Liang Bo's expression changed. As a graduate student in the computer science department, he was quite sensitive to those words. "You're only a freshman. What technical support can you provide? I taught myself programming in high school, and now I'm working with seniors in the company on local area network setups and server maintenance. The boss takes care of me because I'm from Jinghang and the salary is quite decent." Hearing decent salary, Liang Bo's eyes flickered. His monthly stipend was only 500, and now he had a girlfriend, making life quite tight. If it's relevant to your field, that's somewhat valuable. But rules are rules. I can let it slide this time, but it won't happen again. If you fail your final exams, even a deity can't save you. Thank you, Teacher Liang. I will definitely work hard. Chun Hao readily agreed, but showed no intention of leaving his face, revealing an expression that suggested he had more to say. Is there something else? Liang Bo picked up his pen again. There is something I'd like to consult you about, Teacher Liang. Chun Hao scratched his head, appearing humble and eager to learn. The company I'm with recently got a subcontracting project to create a management system for a large internet cafe. The boss thinks the tasks are too fragmented and wants to outsource it. A management system for an internet cafe. Liang Bo paused his pen. Yes. It involves billing, locking screens, and member recharging, that sort of thing. Chun Hao observed Liang Bo's expression, throwing out the bait. The boss wants someone technically skilled and fast to get it done within 2 months. But there are already ready-made software solutions available in the market. Liang Bo's interest peaked, yet he remained skeptical. The market solutions are too rigid. The boss wants customization. Chun Hao saw through his thoughts and continued explaining. For instance, adding snack sales and automatic game updates. At this point, he threw out the killer offer because it's urgent. The boss is offering a high price, 10,000 yuan paid up front. Thud. Liang Bo's pen dropped on the table. 10,000 yuan. In this day and age, an ordinary worker earns that in a year. For a poor graduate student like him, that was an enormous sum. Liang Bo's Adam's apple bobbed as he picked up the pen, striving to keep his voice calm. 10,000 yuan. Just for a management system. Yes, that's the budget. Chun Hao appeared sincere. But my skills are lacking and I don't know any experts. I remembered hearing you were a top student in our department, so I wanted to ask if you know any senior brothers or friends who would be willing to take on this freelance job. Liang Bo took off his glasses and pulled out a piece of velvet cloth from his pocket, slowly wiping the lenses. His heart was racing. This task was too simple for him. The logic of the Internet Cafe management system is not complicated. The core consists of the billing module and client control, which anyone with a basic understanding of C and socket programming can handle. In just 2 months, he could manage it all by himself, at most bringing in a roommate to help. 10,000 yuan. With that money, he could buy his girlfriend a portable music player and get himself a new computer all set. Liang Bo put his glasses back on, and his gaze towards Chun Hao had completely changed. The previous severity had vanished, replaced by concern and warmth. Cough, cough. Chun Hao. Liang Bo said earnestly, such private work can be risky. Many bosses evade payment after the project is completed. You have little social experience, which makes it easy for you to be taken advantage of. The boss is really nice. He's offering a 30 advance payment, Chun Hao said, pretending to be innocent. It's just hard to find suitable candidates. Teacher Liang, if you have anyone in mind, could you recommend someone for me? It would help me report back. Liang Bo pretended to ponder for a moment, then reluctantly said, actually, this kind of system is not technically challenging. I happen to have just wrapped up a project and have some free time. Also, I am quite familiar with internet cafe operations. I've helped friends with it before. Chun Hao immediately seized the opportunity. That's great. If you're willing to take this on, I'll have peace of mind. No need to worry about being taken advantage of by outsiders. Do you think the 10,000 yuan fee is appropriate? The fee is secondary. Mainly it's about honing my skills. Liang Bo waved his hand, displaying an attitude of disdain for money, but then quickly added, of course, since it's a commercial project, it should be priced at market rates. 10,000 yuan is reasonable. All right, I'll go back and tell the boss. Chun Hao seemed even more excited than Liang Bo. As long as you give the go-ahead, this job is definitely secured. We'll sign the contract and pay the advance. Liang Bo smiled, stood up, and patted Chun Hao on the shoulder. All right, you handle the negotiations. Since you're the one who made the connection, you should receive a referral fee. How about 10%? No. Chun Hao waved his hands repeatedly, looking terrified. Teacher Liang, you're slapping my face. You just helped me solve my absenteeism issue. I'm still grateful. You keep all the money. I don't want a single. He paused for a moment and then added, as long as you can be a bit lenient on my attendance in the future, I'll be more than satisfied. How thoughtful. Liang Bo felt extremely comfortable. This student, although fond of skipping classes, knew how to handle things. All right, as long as you don't go too far, just don't miss key classes, and I can cover for you on minor matters. Liang Bo was in high spirits. If you encounter any technical difficulties in the future, you can also come to me. We can't let people look down on graduates from the computer science department. That's fantastic. With you backing me, I feel confident. Chun Hao flattered him excessively. The two chatted a bit more about the system functionalities before Chun Hao finally took his leave. Chun Hao walked out of the office and casually closed the door. The hallway was empty. Sunlight spilled through the windows onto the terrazzo floor. Spending 10,000 yuan to buy some peace and managing to secure a custom internet cafe management system was quite the bargain. Now that the issue with the counselor was settled, it was time to check on Zhao Gang's renovation plan. After leaving the office building, Chun Hao took out his Nokia 8850 and dialed Zhao Gang's number. Hello, Gangzi, I'm at the east gate of the school. Have Dajuan bring the car over. Chun Hao walked to the east gate and waited a moment. A black Audi A6 silently glided to the roadside and stopped in front of him. The car window rolled down, revealing Wang Jun's honest face. Boss, get in the car. Chen Hao opened the door and sat in the back seat. Take me to Huaqing Jiyuan. The door closed, and the Audi A6 slowly started merging into the main road. The Audi A6 stopped in the underground parking lot of Huaqing Jiyuan. Chen Hao pushed the door open to get out, followed closely by Wang Jun and Zhao Gang. The three of them took the elevator straight to the top floor. The door of the bare apartment was open, and two people were standing inside. One was a middle-aged man in a suit, and the other was a young man wearing black-framed glasses and a checkered shirt. Upon seeing Chen Hao and the others enter, both men immediately came over, their faces beaming with enthusiastic smiles. Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm Lu Jiangwo from Honda Decoration. Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Zhang Ming from Yezefeng. Chen Hao nodded, skipping the small talk, and walked straight, and let's discuss it on site. The group arrived at the bare apartment. Zhang Ming was the first to open the folder he had with him. Mr. Chen, based on your layout, we have designed a European palace-style plan. Look at the entrance. We designed 2 Roman columns with plaster lines above a multi-layer crystal chandelier for the ceiling, and all the walls covered with gold silk wallpaper. This style is currently the most popular, exuding wealth and grandeur. The drawings depicted resplendent golden tones adorned with intricate patterns and arches. In the renovation market of 2000, this style was indeed mainstream, a symbol of the so-called rich people. Chen Hao only glanced at it before looking away. Too noisy. He offered a 2-word critique. Zhang Ming was taken aback. Noisy. Visually too noisy. Chen Hao pointed at the Roman columns. This is a place for work and rest, not a KTV. He turned to the young Lu Jiangwo, who appeared a bit nervous, but the proposal he presented made Chen Hao's eyes light up. With a monochromatic scheme of black, white, and gray minimalist lines and large areas of white space. Mr. Chen, I focus on modern minimalism. Matte dark gray tiles, robust dark furniture emphasizing light and flow without unnecessary decorations. Isn't this the cool and detached style that became popular later? This one. Chen Hao pointed at the drawing, but it needs to be even more minimalistic. Make the baseboards recessed, and the door frames must be extremely narrow. I want a sense of order and sophistication. Lu Jiangwo nodded, repeatedly taking notes. What's the quote? Chen Hao asked. For this specification, including hard and soft decorations, if all materials are top-tier imported brands. Lu Jiangwo quickly pressed the calculator. It will cost around 150000. Zhang Ming gasped beside him. In 2000, 1500 could buy a small 2-bedroom apartment in the 3rd Ring Road. Chen Hao did not negotiate. 1500 is acceptable, but I have 2 requirements. First, environmental standards must be met. I need to move in 1 week after completion. Second, the construction period must be compressed to 20 days. 20 days? Lu Jiangwo looked troubled. That's too rushed. The cement needs to dry thoroughly. Chen Hao interrupted him. I'll add money for drying equipment, and we'll work 3 shifts. Can it be done? Lu Jiangwo gritted his teeth. Yes. As long as the funds are in place, I will personally lead the team and stay on site to supervise. Gongzi signed the contract with him and pay the deposit. 10 minutes later, the renovation was confirmed. After sending off the design team, only Chen Hao and the 2 others remained in the empty room. Chen Hao turned around, his gaze landing on Zhao Gang and Wang Jun. The 2 were still wearing their camouflage uniforms without shoulder patches, standing straight in their combat boots. This attire was normal in the military or training camps, but it stood out too much in a commercial setting. Chen Hao spoke. Yes. Zhao Gang instinctively stood at attention. Relax. Chen Hao, when we signed the contract with the renovation company earlier, I noticed that both you and Lu Jiangwo seemed a bit stiff. Oh, I guessed he saw you both as thugs from the streets. Zhao Gang awkwardly rubbed his nose. Boss, we're used to it. Oh, we can't change it. Chen Hao scrutinized the 2. You'll need to represent me in many affairs in the future. This outfit can easily scare people. Dajuan can wear a combat uniform while working as a part-time bodyguard, but you are my assistant and you need to look the part. He glanced at his watch. Let's go first stop at the South 4th Ring to pick something up, then head to Guimao. At 9:55 in the morning, a black Audi A6 slowly drove into Jingheng University. The pass and special license plate behind the windshield allowed the gatekeeper to salute and let it through without stopping. At the entrance of the office building, Liang Bo stood on the steps smoking. He had specially worn a suit today, who, although the cuffs were a bit frayed, it still held some presence. From time to time, he raised his hand to glance at his Casio watch on his wrist, his expression somewhat anxious. A 100,000 yuan contract was far too important for him. With a squeak, the Audi came to a steady stop at the bottom of the steps. Liang Bo was momentarily stunned. He recognized this car. It was the standard official vehicle, and even the basic model would cost hundreds of thousands. In an era where the average salary was less than 1,000 yuan, only the rich could afford such a vehicle. The car door opened, and a long leg clad in black trousers stepped out. Zhao Gang emerged from the car and stood up straight. At a height of 1.85 m, dressed in a black double-breasted suit, with Ray-Ban sunglasses perched on his nose, an intimidating aura could be felt even from 3 meters away. Liang Bo's fingers holding the cigarette trembled slightly, ash falling onto his shoe. He instinctively threw the butt on the ground and stamped it out, feeling a bit nervous. Is this the company leader that Chunhao mentioned? Just then the passenger door opened, and Chunhao stepped out with a backpack. The mood shifted dramatically. One moment it felt like the pressure of a gangster film, the next it transformed into a youthful campus drama. Chunhao quickly walked up to Liang Bo with an apologetic smile on his face. Teacher, Liang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. He then turned to point at Zhao Gang behind him, introducing, this is Zhao Gang, the assistant manager of our Yinhuang. Since the boss cannot leave due to an important government meeting, he specifically sent assistant Zhao to come and sign the contract with you. Zhao Gang, upon hearing this, took off his sunglasses, stepped forward, and extended his large calloused hand. Hello, Teacher Liang. Liang Bo was flattered and quickly extended both hands to shake Zhao Gang's. The roughness and strength conveyed through the handshake startled him. This was definitely not someone who spent all day in an office. This was a man of practice. Hello, Assistant Zhao. Thank you. It's too kind of you to come personally. Liang Bo slightly bent his back and said respectfully. Chunhao interjected at the right moment. Assistant Zhao, this is the Teacher Liang I mentioned to you. He's the top talent in our department, a technical expert. This project will definitely be in good hands with Teacher Liang. Zhao Gang glanced at Chunhao, saw the boss winking at him, and straightened his face, reciting the lines he had memorized the night before. Chunhao often mentions Teacher Liang at the company, saying you are highly professional. The company attaches great importance to this project. Since it was recommended by Chunhao, we trust it. Yes, I won't let you down. Liang Bo's smile widened. Shall we go upstairs to discuss? Chunhao suggested. Please. Liang Bo stepped aside to lead the way, accompanying Zhao Gang. The three entered Liang Bo's office. Zhao Gang sat in the only guest chair, his back straight as a spear. Chunhao took out a pre-printed contract from his bag and placed it on the table. Teacher Liang, here's the contract. Please take a look at the terms. It's mainly about the project timeline and confidentiality agreement. Liang Bo took the contract and pretended to flip through a few pages. In fact, he was hardly focused on the details. His eyes kept drifting to the amount at the end of the contract. 100,000 yuan. Liang Bo suppressed his excitement and quickly signed his name. Zhao Gang, seeing this, pulled an envelope from his suit pocket and placed it on the table. This is a 3,000 yuan advance payment. The remaining 7,000 will be settled in one go after the project is delivered and accepted. Liang Bo stared at the envelope, his breathing quickening. He tried to control his expression and nodded modestly. Your company's efficiency is truly high. Rest assured, I will deliver the final product within 2 months. Chunhao will coordinate the specific technical requirements with you. He is a key talent being cultivated by the company, and the boss has entrusted him with the full authority to oversee this project. Zhao Gang stood up, put his sunglasses back on. The company has other matters, or I won't stay longer. Hey, Assistant Zhao, have some water before you go. Liang Bo hurriedly urged. No need. Zhao Gang turned and left, and Liang Bo immediately stood up to see him off. It wasn't until the sound of the Audis engine faded away downstairs that Liang Bo let out a sigh and plopped down into his chair. He picked up the envelope and ran his fingers over the thickness of the stack of cash, his face brimming with joy. With this money, he could finally hold his head high in front of his girlfriend. Chunhao. Liang Bo locked the envelope in his drawer and affectionately pulled over a chair, motioning for Chunhao to sit down. From now on, don't call me Teacher Liang in private, it feels too formal. I'm just a few years older than you, calling me Bo Ge will do. Chunhao climbed on the bandwagon, then he'll take advantage. Bo Ge. What advantage? From now on, we are brothers. Liang Bo patted Chunhao on the shoulder. By the way, let's discuss the specific requirements for the software. I couldn't ask in detail when Assistant Zhao was here. Chunhao took out his notebook from his bag, opened a page filled with sketches. Bo Ge, you know the Wanxiang network management software on the market, it can serve as a reference. What we need to create focuses on control and guidance. Chunhao pointed at several modules on the drawing. First, there must be a forced lock screen and remote restart function on the server side to prevent anyone from evading payment. In addition, there are some basic functions like member recharge, game management, and common tools. Chunhao drew a box on the paper. Another crucial function is that after the client starts, the browser's homepage must be locked. No matter how the user changes it, it must revert to the page we set after a restart. Liang Bo pushed up his glasses, locking the homepage. Technically, that's not difficult. Just modify the registry permissions. But why lock it down? Chunhao opened a nearby computer and skillfully entered a URL, the homepage of HAL 123. The page transitioned, revealing a colorful navigation site on the screen. Just like this. Chunhao pointed at the screen. Most current internet users can't even remember URLs. What we want to create is a navigation page that belongs to us. Just copy this. Liang Bo stared at the simplistic web page. Although he didn't quite understand why this was necessary, it certainly posed no technical difficulty. Alright, that's simple. He'll make one for you and add a lower-level guardian process. Unless the system is reinstalled, no one can change it. The two continued discussing technical details for another half an hour. When it was time to leave, Liang Bo insisted on seeing Chun Hao downstairs. The two walked out of the office building chatting and laughing. It was now the time when classes had just ended and there were many students on the way. Chun Hao, don't worry about attendance, I've handled it all for you. Liang Bo put his arm around Chun Hao's shoulder, smiling as he spoke. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just come to me. In this little territory of the computer science department, when Bo Gu speaks, it still carries weight. Then I'll thank Bo Gu for his care. This scene happened to be witnessed by Wang Chong and several roommates passing by. They were holding books, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Just yesterday, Liang Bo was roaring in class about giving Chun Hao a demerit. Today, the two were shoulder to shoulder, calling each other brothers. Liang Bo, noticing the students looking over, immediately restrained his smile and returned to a serious demeanor, nodding at Chun Hao as he walked away. Wang Chong rushed over in a few steps and surrounded Chun Hao, his expression one of awe. Damn. Hao Go, what kind of love potion did you give Liang Bo? Yeah, Hao Go, I thought you would get scolded so badly. The other roommates were also puzzled. Chun Hao casually replied, it's nothing, just had a deep reflection on my mistakes with the teacher and exchanged some academic. Teacher Liang felt my attitude was sincere and that I was worth cultivating, so he forgave me. Academic exchange. Wang Chong looked unconvinced. Was that academic exchange? It sounded like some illicit affair. Stop guessing. Chun Hao glanced at his watch. Let's go to the cafeteria, I'm hungry. At 2 in the afternoon, Chun Hao sat in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor of Hucking Jiyuan. The renovation crew next door was busy banging on the walls. Wang Jun and Zhao Gang were seated on the sofa opposite Chun Hao. The situation at school was temporarily stable, and with Liang Bo's cover, he had more time to strategize outside. Now he planned to get the internet cafe up and running first. However, the biggest problem before him was finding the right person. He needed a manager who understood the rules, had means, and could take orders. Zhao Gang and Wang Jun were veterans, perfectly capable physically, but their strong sense of justice made them naive to the ways of the world. Their identities were more suited to stay by his side rather than loitering in the internet cafe arguing with petty delinquents. Gongzi Dajuan. Chun Hao broke the silence. The company plans to open an internet cafe next. The current internet cafe situation is chaotic and I need someone who can keep order. This person needs some social experience, ideally with a bit of a reputation, but must be of good character and loyal. Do you have any suitable friends we can recruit? Wang Jun scratched his head, looking rather simple-minded. Boss, most of the comrades I know have gone back to their hometowns to farm or work in factories. I really don't have anyone who blends into society. Chun Hao turned his gaze to Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang was silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. Boss, I do have someone in mind. Zhao Gang's voice was a bit low, but his background isn't very clean. Tell me about it. Chun Hao became interested. His name is Lei, who nicknamed Lazy. He grew up in the same courtyard as me, 3 years younger, and used to stick to me like a little tail. Zhao Gang sighed, a hint of regret in his eyes. This kid has excellent physical fitness and used to practice Sanda in a sports school. He was originally a great candidate for the army. His family had everything arranged to send him off to enlist. But during his senior year, after an evening class, he ran into a few delinquents bullying a girl from our class at the alleyway. Chun Hao raised an eyebrow. A hero saving a damsel in distress. Sort of. Zhao Gang chuckled bitterly. The girl was named Lin Xiaoxiao, and Lazy had a crush on her for a long time. In a moment of heated impulse, he charged in. There were 3 of them armed with steel pipes, yet he managed to take them all down alone. But he was too rough, and he ended up kicking one of the delinquents in the groin. Chun Hao instinctively tightened his legs. That's ruthless. The leader of the delinquents had some influence and wanted to take him down. Originally, this was an act of heroism, but then, Zhao Gang's fists clenched. The girl who was saved suddenly changed her story, saying that Lazy had harassed her and the delinquents were merely upholding justice. Chun Hao scoffed. Such plots are disgusting in any era. Because of this incident, Lazy was sentenced to 2 years. He just got out last year with his record tarnished and his family kicking him out. Now he's working as a bouncer at the Hongxing billiard hall in Shiba Li Zhuang, just trying to make a living. Zhao Gang looked up at Chun Hao. Boss, I know this guy Lazy. Even though he's been to jail, he's essentially a good person, loyal and stubborn. He's just been hurt by the world and has a bit of a self-destructive streak. Where is he now? Chun Hao stood up. He should be at the billiard hall at this hour. Let's go. Chun Hao tidied his clothes. Let's go meet him. Half an hour later, the Audi A6 stopped beside a messy street in Shiba Li Zhuang. This place was a typical urban-rural junction littered with garbage along the roadside. The sign for Hongxing Billiard Hall had lost half its paint, hanging over the door of a 2-story small building. Chun Hao led Zhao Gang and Wang Jun to push open the greasy glass door. A strong smell of smoke rushed over them. Inside, the light was dim with 6 or 7 billiard tables set up. A group of young men with long hair and flared pants were smoking and shouting as they played. Gongzi, where is he? Chun Hao scanned the room. Zhao Gang pointed to a table in the corner. There sat a young man in an old military coat. He didn't play. Instead, he sat alone holding a cue stick. His hair was cut very short, and a gruesome scar stretched from his left brow bone to his temple, marring his otherwise handsome features. Despite the noisy surroundings, he exuded a sense of loneliness and danger like a lone wolf. As if sensing their gaze, the young man abruptly looked up. His eyes, vigilant like a beast, were bloodshot. When his gaze fell on Zhao Gang, the ferocity instantly faded, replaced by a look of panic and shame. He instinctively hid the cue stick behind his back and stood up, trying to slip out the back door. Lazy. Stop! Zhao Gang called out. Lei Hu froze in his tracks. He stiffly turned around, head lowered, his voice hoarse. Gang, go, what brings you here? Zhao Gang strode over, looking at this once spirited childhood friend now in such a disheveled state, his eyes slightly reddened. Trying to run when you see me. Am I going to eat you? Lei Hu tugged at the edge of his military coat. I can't face you. Ganga, you're doing well now, wearing a suit and tie. I'm just a labor reform inmate. Nonsense. Zhao Gang scolded, punching Lei Hu on the shoulder. What labor reform inmate? In my eyes, you will always be the lazy who would dare to take a knife for his brother. Lei Hu was knocked back half a step by the punch, smiling bitterly. At that moment, Chun Hao walked over. He looked Lei Hu up and down. Although this man appeared down and out, he still stood tall with thick knuckles, a testament to years of boxing practice. Most importantly, his gaze, though evasive of Zhao Gang, still carried a fierce unwillingness to back down when scanning the others around him. He's a good blade. Just rusty and in need of sharpening. Lei Hu, right? Chun Hao said. Lei Hu looked at him, his eyes instantly becoming wary. Who are you? I'm your Gang Ji's boss. Chun Hao took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and offered it. Lei Hu didn't take it, just looked at Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang nodded. Take it. This is Chen Xiao. Only then did Lei Hu accept the cigarette, tucking it behind his ear without lighting it. I heard you kicked a guy's nuts. Chun Hao suddenly asked. Lei Hu paused for a moment, then a fierce expression emerged on his face. That bastard Sun Bin had it coming. If I had the chance again, I'd take him out right away. Do you regret it? Regret my ass. Lei Hu spat. I regret being blind back then and saving such an ungrateful bitch. Chun Hao laughed. As long as you don't regret it, that's good. I like people who don't regret. He looked into Lei Hu's eyes earnestly. I have a place here, and many bastards like Sun Bin will come looking for trouble. I need someone to handle them, but you cannot get yourself thrown back in jail. Do you dare take this job? Lei Hu looked at Chun Hao, then glanced at Zhao Gang, who was full of anticipation. He was silent for a few seconds, took the cigarette from behind his ear, and put it in his mouth. Is there food provided? Plenty of it. Enough cigarettes, enough drinks, and a salary of 2,000. Click. Lei Hu pulled out a disposable lighter, lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled the spicy. Your Gang Ji's boss, I trust you. He extinguished the cigarette, but on the edge of the billiard table raised his head, and the fire in his eyes reignited. I'll take this job. Then let's go. Chun Hao led the two of them towards the door. Lei Hu placed his cue on the pool table and followed. A few small-time delinquents nearby who were leaning on the table, aiming, straightened up. Where are you going, tiger brother? Shouted a boy with dyed red hair. Without looking back, Lei Hu wrapped his military coat around himself and replied, just going out. Will you be back tonight? Lu Zi said he would come over to drink. I won't be back. Lei Hu pushed open the greasy glass door, and a cold wind rushed in, clearing some of the fog in his mind. Chun Hao was already standing by the roadside with Zhao Gang and Wang Jun flanking him like two guardian deities. But what truly surprised Lei Hu was the Audi A6 parked behind Chun Hao. In this era, the Audi A6 itself was a symbol of status, far more intimidating than any BMW or Mercedes. Lei Hu's gaze instinctively swept towards the license plate. Jing A83. Having been in this trade for so long, he didn't have many skills, but he was quite adept at recognizing license plates. Usually when hanging out with those delinquents by the roadside, they would boast about which aristocrat from Kyoto was driving a Ferrari or which grand mansion had a license plate no one dared to stop. A license plate starting with Jing A8 was the stuff of legends among these lower-tier delinquents belonging to that upper echelon they could never touch. Lei Hu felt increasingly uneasy. He had originally thought Zhao Gang's boss was just a wealthy second-generation rich kid or a nouveau riche businessman. However, this license plate elevated Chun Hao's status to a level that made him look up in awe. Get in the car. Chun Hao opened the back door and sat down first. Lei Hu stood in place, glancing at his muddy liberation shoes, and then at the car's paint, which was so shiny it could reflect a person's shadow. He awkwardly rubbed his hands together, but didn't dare to move. What are you standing there for? Do I need to invite you? Zhao Gang walked over and gave him a push on the back. Lei Hu stumbled a bit, gritted his teeth, and cautiously climbed into the passenger seat. He only dared to sit on half of the seat, afraid that his military coat would dirty the genuine leather upholstery. As the door closed, it cut off the noise from outside. Drive back to the courtyard. Chun Hao ordered. Wang Jun skillfully shifted gears, released the handbrake, and the Audi A6 drove towards the city center. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lei Hu's body was tense like a stone. 20 minutes later, the car turned onto Qianzhou Road. Wang Jun turned the steering wheel heading straight for the gate of the courtyard marked Electronic Information Department. Lei He's heart was in his throat. The guards at the entrance of such a courtyard were armed with real guns. However, the anticipated interception did not occur. The guard saw the pass behind the windshield and glanced at the license plate, then immediately stood at attention and saluted with a standard military salute. The barrier lifted high. The Audi A6 smoothly drove into the courtyard. Inside the car, Lei He looked out at the rows of neat poplar trees and Soviet-style buildings, his mind buzzing. He was indeed a child of the courtyard. Moreover, not just any ordinary child, but one who could walk boldly in the courtyard of a ministry. Brother Gang had truly found a powerful supporter this time. The car stopped at the base building. "We've arrived." Chen Hao pushed the door open and got out. Lei He followed him out in a daze, stepping onto the clean concrete ground, feeling somewhat unreal. The group ascended to the fourth floor. Fourth floor office. A mahogany executive table, a display shelf, and bound books. This place was too upscale, making Lei He feel like a beggar who had stumbled into a palace unsure of where to place his hands and feet. "Sit." Chen Hao pointed to the chair across from the tea table while he took the main seat. Zhao Gang removed his suit jacket, skillfully boiled water, washed the tea, and brewed. His movements were smooth and practiced, clearly having done this many times over the past few days. Lei He sat at the edge of the chair, looked up at Chen Hao, and finally asked the question he had been holding in all the way. "Boss, you asked me to oversee, is it here?" Lei He pointed out the window at the courtyard. "Don't joke around. This is a ministry courtyard. No one dares to cause trouble here." Chen Hao lifted the teacup, gently blew on the foam, and took a sip. "You don't need to oversee this place." He set the teacup down, looking at Lei He's perplexed face. "I want to do business outside. Internet cafes, you know." Internet cafes. Lei He was momentarily taken aback. He certainly knew what that was. They were everywhere on the streets, filled with kids playing games, a chaotic scene. He occasionally went to play a couple of rounds of Red Alert or flirt with girls on OICQ. "I know. It's a place with dozens of computers for people to go online and play games." Lei He answered honestly. "Yes, that's the one." Chen Hao set down the teacup and continued, "But I don't want to open a small workshop with only a dozen machines. I want to establish a large internet cafe expecting to have hundreds of machines. Such places are crowded and chaotic with all kinds of people. There will be those who steal, those who fight, those who refuse to pay, and even rival internet cafes coming to cause trouble in the future." He looked intently at Lei He. "I need someone who understands the rules, can manage the scene, but won't cause me major trouble. Zhao Gang and Dajuan are veterans. Their demeanor is too upright and not suited for dealing with thugs. You are different. You've been through it, served time, you know what those people are thinking and how to handle them." Lei He understood. This was not about overseeing nightclubs or casinos, but simply an ordinary internet cafe. This was a legitimate job. He had originally thought they were looking for him to do dirty work. After all, Lei He was currently just a piece of clay with nothing but a bit of toughness. He turned to Zhao Gang, who said nothing but pushed the teacup towards him. Lei He sniffed, feeling a bit emotional. He picked up the teacup and downed it in one gulp, the scalding tea flowing down his throat into his stomach, making him shiver all over. "Thank you for your appreciation, boss." Lei He set down the cup, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, feeling revitalized. "I know all about the affairs of internet cafes. Most of the delinquents inside are cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. As long as you trust me, I guarantee that no one will dare to cause trouble in your place. As long as I'm around, anyone who wants to stir up trouble will be thrown out." Chen Hao smiled, took out his wallet, counted out 2,000 yuan, and tossed it in front of Lei He. "Here's 2,000 yuan. Take it." Lei He looked at the money, somewhat puzzled. "Boss, I haven't even started working yet." "This is a settling-in fee." Chen Hao interrupted him. "Go buy a few decent outfits and don't dress like a refugee every day. From now on, you're my store manager, and when you go out, you represent the company's image. Also get a haircut and shave off that beard." Lei He looked at Chen Hao and nodded. He reached out, grabbed the money, and stuffed it into his inner pocket. "All right, you've received the money, now I'll assign you your first task." Chen Hao took out a map and began to arrange the work. "Gangzi, take Lei He to handle it. For the next few days, you'll be patrolling around University Road." Chen Hao's finger drew a circle on the map. That area is where several universities, including Jinghong, Huking, and Jingda, are concentrated, and it will be the place in Kyoto with the highest population density and the largest number of young people in the coming years. "I want to find a place to open an internet cafe. There are 3 requirements. First, the area must be large, at least 500 square meters, or more, the bigger the better. Second, the location must be good. It must be a street-level business or have a separate entrance on the second floor capable of hanging a large sign." Chen Hao paused and said seriously, "I don't want to rent a place, I want to buy it. As long as the location is suitable and property rights are clear, I don't mind paying more." The 3 people present were somewhat shocked. Buying a 500 square meter street-facing shop in a prime location like University Road. How much would that cost? Although property prices haven't skyrocketed, yet such a shop would still cost tens or even hundreds of thousands, right? This boss is making a big move. Do you understand? Chen Hao asked. Understood. Lei Hu replied loudly, his voice resonant. Go on. Gongzi, take him to change into proper clothes, and then get to work. Yes. Zhao Gang and Lei Hu turned and walked out. Once downstairs, Zhao Gang patted Lei Hu on the shoulder. Lei Zi, you need to cherish this opportunity. Oh, it's not easy for brother to help you get it. Lei Hu grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Brother Gang, I owe you a life in this lifetime. Stop talking nonsense. Zhao Gang punched him. Do well, and don't let the boss down. Don't worry. In the following days, the campus life at Jinghang University continued in an orderly fashion. Chen Hao returned to his normal class routine, sitting in the back row of the lecture hall as the professor filled the blackboard with dense notes. Chen Hao was engrossed in his notebook, not taking class notes, but rather recording some opportunities from recent years. During the break, Liang Bo occasionally appeared at the classroom door. The two stood by the window at the end of the corridor, smoking and discussing the progress and issues of their development. The temptation of that 10,000 yuan was too great. This counselor had brought out the vigor of his exam preparation days, and the progress was faster than Chen Hao had anticipated. Software was no longer a concern, the worry was about housing. These days, Zhao Gang had been scouring the area near University Road with Lei Hu turning the place upside down. At this time in Kyoto, the commercial housing market was just starting, and the prime locations were mostly in the hands of state-owned enterprises and government offices. Finding a house over 500 square meters in a good location and with the ability to buy out the property rights was as difficult as fishing for a needle in the ocean. It was another gloomy afternoon. The north wind swirled dry leaves on the road. Zhao Gang drove the newly acquired Santana North along University Road. The buildings on either side changed from tiled teaching buildings to gray, dusty red brick walls. Ganggu were almost at the agricultural university. If we go any further north, we'll reach Qingha. Opening an internet cafe there is just a joke. Lei Hu sat in the passenger seat, holding a stainless steel thermos. Zhao Gang gripped the steering wheel, his gaze scanning the roadside. The boss said to think long-term. Now it's the suburbs, but in a couple of years it might be the center. Besides, there's a university here, so there are still quite a few students. The car turned onto Xueqing Road. Across the road, a large factory area enclosed by gray walls caught Zhao Gang's attention. The walls were tall, topped with shards of glass for security, and much of the plaster had fallen off, revealing the red bricks underneath. Through the iron gate, one could see the overgrown weeds and several tall factory buildings inside. Zhao Gang pressed the brakes, slowing down the car. This place looks like an abandoned factory. Lei Hu leaned out. Hey Ganga, look at that. Following the direction of Lei Hu's finger, there was a standalone 4-story building right next to the road on the outer side of the wall. The building had a typical Soviet-style design from the 1980s, with a pebbled exterior and large windows. Although the glass was too dirty to see inside, the overall structure looked quite sturdy. The key point was that this building was right by the wall. If the wall facing the road was broken down, it would be a prime commercial. Moreover, the building was not small. Combined, the 4 floors must have over 2,000 square meters. This is interesting. Zhao Gang parked the car by the roadside and turned off the engine. The two got out of the car and walked towards the small building. The main entrance on the first floor was tightly locked with a rusty iron chain wrapped around the handle. Yellowing seals were stuck to the glass door, dating back to last year. No one is using it. Lei Hu leaned against the glass to peek inside, finding it empty except for a few tables and chairs piled in the corner. They circled around to the front door. A white wooden sign with black letters hung at the factory entrance, the paint peeling off, barely revealing the words Kyoto Lihua Radio Instrument Factory. Inside the guardroom sat an old man in his 50s, dressed in faded blue work clothes, holding a radio and listening to a storytelling program. Lei Hu glanced at Zhao Gang, who nodded. Lei Hu pulled out a pack of unwrapped Hongtam Mountain cigarettes from his pocket, smiling broadly as he approached the window. Old man, are you listening to stories? Is it the story of By Mei de Xia by Shan Tianfang? The old man lifted his eyelids and glanced at the two. Seeing they were well-dressed and not like drifters, he lowered the volume of the radio. Is there something you need? Nothing major. Lei Hu skillfully tore open the cigarette box, took one out and handed it over casually, placing the entire pack on the windowsill. We wanted to ask if your factory is hiring. The old man glanced at the pack of Hongtam Mountain cigarettes, his expression relaxing considerably. He took the cigarette, and Lei Hu immediately pulled out a lighter to light it. Hiring? What are you thinking? The old man exhaled a puff of smoke, pointing to the lifeless factory behind him. This factory is half dead. A batch of workers were laid off last year, and the ones left are just waiting to collect their severance pay. Apart from the second workshop over there still making some spare parts, the rest is all abandoned. Such a large factory is a pity. Zhao Gang interjected at the right moment. What about that 4-story building at the entrance? It looks empty too. That used to be a research building. Later, due to poor performance, the technical department was dismantled, and it has been vacant ever since. The old man thought for a moment before speaking. It has been empty for about 2 years. Old man, our boss is in business, and he's looking for a warehouse. Is this building available for rent? The old man looked them up and down. I don't know about renting or not. That's managed by the logistics department. But I think it's unlikely. Although our factory is no longer functioning, it is a unit under the municipal electric department, and they have strict rules, so they rarely deal with private enterprises. Where is the logistics department? Turn left after entering. It's on the second floor of the administrative building. Look for Section Chief Zhang. The two thanked the old man and walked briskly into the factory area. The ground in the factory area was bumpy with fallen sycamore leaves all over the ground that no one had swept. The administrative building was a 3-story red brick structure. A sign reading Logistics Department hung at the eastern end of the second floor. The door was ajar. Zhao Gang knocked on the door. Come in. Inside was simply furnished with 2 peeling office desks and a metal filing cabinet. A middle-aged man in his 40s sat behind one of the desks, holding an enamel tea mug with a copy of that day's Kyoto Daily spread out on the desk. The man was somewhat balding, dressed in a gray jacket with his belly straining against the fabric. Hello, you must be Section Chief Zhang. Zhao Gang stepped forward and politely asked, placing 2 packs of cigarettes on the desk. Section Chief Zhang looked up from behind the newspaper, his gaze slightly arrogant. Who are you? Which workshop are you from? We are not from the factory. Zhao Gang cut to the chase, directly stating their purpose. We are from Yanhuang. We passed by your factory and noticed that the research building at the entrance is vacant. We wanted to inquire about potential cooperation. Yanhuang culture. Section Chief Zhang frowned, clearly unfamiliar with the name. What do you do? We are in culture and the internet. Section Chief Zhang put down his tea mug, a hint of disdain in his eyes. A private enterprise, right? Are you looking to rent the space? Not just renting. Zhao Gang paused. If the price is right, we want to buy it. Buy? Section Chief Zhang scoffed, as if he had heard a joke. He picked up the cigarette box on the desk, took one out, and Zhao Gang immediately stepped forward to light it for him. Young man, you have quite the ambition. Section Chief Zhang exhaled a smoke ring. This is state-owned property and worth several million. Can your private enterprise handle it? Money is not an issue, Zhao Gang said in a deep voice. All right. Section Chief Zhang waved his hand impatiently and picked up the newspaper again. This matter is unlikely to happen. If you want to rent a warehouse to store goods, I can find you a few rooms in the backyard. Forget about buying the building. You should head back. After saying this, he shook the newspaper and stopped looking at the two. Lei Hu wanted to say something, but Zhao Gang stopped him. Zhao Gang glanced at the obstinate fat man and turned to leave the office. Once outside the factory, Lei Hu spat on the ground. What a piece of work. He took the cigarettes, but didn't do anything. Ganga, we should have asked for the cigarettes back. Asking for them back would make us seem petty. Zhao Gang looked back at the gray small building. We can't handle this, so we need to go back and find the boss. At 7 in the evening, Huaqing Jiyuan. The light in the living room was soft, and Chunhao sat on a leather sofa, holding a map of Kyoto. Zhao Gang and Lei Hu stood opposite him, recounting their encounters at Lihua Instrument Factory in detail. That Zhang is too arrogant, Lei Hu said indignantly. He claims that state-owned assets cannot be sold to private entities. I think he just doesn't want to deal with us, because we lack connections, and he fears taking responsibility. Chunhao listened in silence. His fingers slowly glided over the map, finally stopping at the location of Shueqing Road. Lihua Radio Instrument Factory. The name flickered in his memory. In his past life, during his time in the business circle of Kyoto around 2008, this plot of land transformed into a place called Lihua Science and Technology Park. Many small and medium-sized tech companies and design studios settled there. At that time, the value of this land had multiplied by dozens of times. That building is very suitable and worth acquiring, Chunhao said. Boss, but that Section Chief Zhang has blocked the way, Zhao Gang said hesitantly. He said the factory is not selling. He doesn't want to sell because our current status is merely that of a private enterprise. Chunhao understood the current environment was like this. In the eyes of state-owned enterprise officials, private business owners are merely speculative upstarts and unstable factors. Selling state-owned assets to private individuals could lead to severe consequences if it were to be investigated from above, as it would be a grave offense of state asset loss. As a mere section chief, he naturally wouldn't dare take on such responsibility. Chunhao set down the map and took a sip of tea. We can find a reason that would make them feel secure about selling. How do we make him sell? Lei Hu scratched his head. Do we bribe him? Bribing is just corruption. That's a poor strategy. Chunhao shook his head. When dealing with public affairs, especially those involving the sensitive disposal of state-owned assets, simply throwing money is the worst approach. Money can open doors, but it can also cost lives. The factory's leadership is wary of selling because they fear the label of state asset loss. But what if this transaction is no longer a purchase, but rather responding to the national call, supporting the landing of high-tech industries or revitalizing typical cases of non-performing assets? The nature changes. It becomes a matter of political performance. Chunhao set down his teacup. To secure that building, we first need to establish connections. Half an hour later, a black Audi A6 drove back into the courtyard of the Electronic Information Department. This time, Chunhao did not bring Zhao Gang and Lei Hu. He only instructed Wang Jun to park the car downstairs and went upstairs alone. In the office of the service center, Wang Qiming was reading a document. Upon seeing Chun Hao enter, he immediately set down his work and smiled. "Oh, Chun brother, what wind blew you?" Wang Qiming walked around the desk warmly, inviting Chun Hao to sit down, and went to make tea. "Brother Wang," Chun Hao stopped him. "I came today to discuss something serious with you." Wang Qiming noticed Chun Hao's serious demeanor and also put away his smile, sitting down across from him and offering a cigarette. "You speak. As long as I know, I will share everything." Chun Hao took the cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. "Brother Wang, which department in our ministry is responsible for information technology?" "Information technology?" Wang Qiming was taken aback for a moment before realizing. "You mean the recent directive from above regarding promoting industrialization through information technology, right?" Chun Hao nodded. In 2000, it was a crucial period for Long country's 10th five-year plan, and information technology had been elevated to an unprecedented strategic height. These words appeared frequently in the news, but to many grassroots officials, they still seemed like an abstract concept. "This matter falls under the jurisdiction of the Information Technology Promotion Division." Wang Qiming thought for a moment and said, "It is a newly established department, not lacking in power, specifically responsible for planning and guiding national information technology construction." "That's great." Chun Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette. "I want to set up an information technology popularization and industry incubation base. I want to find an opportunity to report to the leaders in the division, hear the policies, and hope to secure some support from the ministry." Wang Qiming looked stunned. Information technology popularization, industry incubation. These terms sound quite grand. Although he didn't know exactly what Chun Hao intended to do, since Chun brother initiated it, and it involved a project in line with national policies, he must help. "This matter is easy to handle." Wang Qiming thought for a moment and said, "I'm not familiar with the division leaders, but Director Qin Hao from the Comprehensive Division has a good relationship with me. His division is responsible for coordinating various departments and directly reporting to the chief. I can help you schedule a reporting time." Saying this, Wang Qiming directly grabbed the telephone on the desk and dialed an internal number. "Hello? Is this Director Qin?" "It's old Wang. Wang Qiming from the service center." Wang Qiming said warmly. "Hey, race the situation. I have a little brother whose family is involved in culture, and he's quite genuine. He studied computer science in college. He recently wants to set up an information technology popularization and industry incubation base to respond to our ministry's call." On the other end of the line, something was said, and Wang Qiming nodded repeatedly, a smile spreading across his face. Yes, young people have ideas. Oh, we must support them. He wants to report to you and gain some guidance. When would you be convenient to spare some time?" Wang Qiming covered the mouthpiece and turned to look at Chun Hao, asking with his eyes. Chun Hao gestured any time. "All right. How about tomorrow at 2 p.m.? Great, I'll have him there on time. Next time he'll treat you to a drink." "All right, goodbye." After hanging up, Wang Qiming gave Chun Hao an okay gesture. "It's settled. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., Director Qin Hao from the Comprehensive Division. He works in Office 305 of the main building." "Thanks, Brother Wang." Chun Hao stood up. "He'll treat you to a drink next time." "You're too polite, brother. It's no trouble at all." After leaving the courtyard, Chun Hao sat in the back seat, his brow still furrowed. An opportunity has been secured, but how to report tomorrow is a major issue. Going to talk to the director empty-handed. That would be a tremendous waste of this rare opportunity. In the system, doing things places great emphasis on materials. You need to have a plan, a blueprint, a feasibility analysis, and a high-level overview. According to the habits of later generations, such occasions must have a PPT presentation accompanied by a detailed written report. Chun Hao suddenly realized he didn't have a computer. Since his rebirth, he had been busy making money, buying houses, and gathering brothers, and he hadn't even procured a basic device for work. Previously at school, he either used the computer lab or Wang Chang's desktop. Now to write such a plan, not having a personal computer was definitely not an option. "Daju and go to Zhongwankan," Chun Hao instructed. "All right." 20 minutes later, the Audi A6 stopped at the foot of Hailong Building. At this time, Hailong Building had just opened, bustling with noise, filled with assemblers running around with computer cases and vendors trying to sell pirated CDs. Chun Hao did not linger at the chaotic counters on the first floor, but went straight to the brand area on the second floor. He had a clear goal to buy an IBM ThinkPad. In the year 2000, if you didn't have a little black in hand, while giving a business presentation, your presence would inherently diminish. This pitch-black square box is synonymous with professionalism. Walking into a specialty store adorned with the IBM blue logo, the sales assistant was bored, idly tending to her nails. "They'll take the T28." Chun Hao pointed at the most conspicuous machine on the counter. Upon hearing the model name, the sales assistant immediately perked up. The T20 was the flagship model just released this year, featuring a Pentium 3 processor, a 14-inch large screen, and a titanium alloy composite carbon fiber casing. This gadget currently retailed for over $28,000, a definite luxury item. "So you truly know your stuff," the sales assistant beamed, retrieving the keys to unlock the display case. "This machine just arrived a couple of days ago, and it has the highest specifications here. No need for introductions, just give me the receipt." Chun Hao was uninterested in hearing the well-rehearsed specifications. 28,800. Payment made, goods collected, system installed. After a while, Chun Hao walked out carrying the black laptop bag. Back at Hucking Jiyuan, the sky had turned pitch black. Chun Hao instructed Zhao Gang and Wang Jun to head home and rest while he went alone to his study. The newly acquired T20 emitted a faint sound of hard disk read and write, and the Windows 98 startup screen lit up. Chun Hao lit a cigarette, staring at the hourglass cursor on the screen, his mind racing. He aimed to package an internet cafe as a prestigious project aligned with national strategy. This sounded absurd, but to Chun Hao, who had been through the baptism of concepts like internet plus blockchain and metaverse, it was merely a game of words. The crux lay in redefining. He typed the title in a Word document: feasibility report on the construction of a demonstration base for the popularization of information technology and industrial incubation in Kyoto. This is the main area of the internet cafe. Yet through Chun Hao's perspective, this place is not for gaming, but rather a window for local community residents and university students to access the internet at low cost, learning information technology skills. The hundreds of computers are information technology learning terminals. Gaming, that is a multimedia interactive experience. Chatting online, that is bridging the digital divide and cultivating digital natives. He even added a clause to establish public open days, providing free basic computer skills training for laid-off workers every week. Incorporating this clause instantly elevated the political stance. This is essentially a more upscale exhibition area for software and hardware. Chun Hao plans to designate a section in the Internet Cafe, setting up a few of the best configured servers and projectors. Officially, it is to provide website construction, consulting, office automation, software experience, and local area network setup plans for surrounding state-owned enterprises and small to medium-sized businesses. In reality, this is merely a facade project to impress visiting leaders. When the leaders from the street office, the industrial and commercial bureau, or even the ministry come for inspections, one cannot just take them to see a bunch of kids playing Red Alert, can they? They must be shown this to see how we are empowering the real economy. The building has 4 floors, more than enough for the Internet Cafe. The remaining space, Chun Hao plans to convert into a simple co-working space. It aims to attract startup teams in software development, web design, and e-commerce, providing free office spaces, mentorship, and connections to angel investors. This was undoubtedly a forward-thinking concept in the year 2000. Not only could this help him secure land, but it would also assist him in applying for various technology subsidies and rent reductions in the future. More importantly, he could seize this opportunity to draw in early-stage teams that might become unicorns in the future, and if appropriate, invest in them ahead of time. The ashtray was filling up with cigarette butts. The sound of typing echoed in the empty room. Chun Hao was completely immersed in the pleasure of weaving a logical web. He skillfully employed terms such as grasping hands, empowering closure, and landing, which, though not yet popular, were definitely useful, elevating a simple business action to the level of promoting the development of the information industry. He worked tirelessly until 3 in the morning. A 10-page Word document and a 20-page PowerPoint presentation were finally completed. Chun Hao rubbed his sore neck and looked at the results on the screen, smiling with satisfaction. This set of materials taken out would certainly impress not just a department head, but even a division chief. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Chun Hao finally crawled out of bed. After washing up, he opened the wardrobe and took out the outfits specially prepared for formal occasions within the system. Chun Hao first changed into a youth suit, buttoning each button with care. He put on a purple sandalwood bracelet on his wrist and deliberately switched his Patek Philippe for a domestic Seagull watch. Once he was ready, Chun Hao grabbed his computer bag and went downstairs. Wang Jun had already parked the car downstairs, the body gleaming. "Boss, where to first? Let's find a good printing shop first." Chun Hao needed to print out the materials first. At noon, the two of them casually ate a bowl of fried sauce noodles by the roadside. It was 1:40 in the afternoon. The Audi A6 arrived punctually at the main building of the Electronic Information Department. Chun Hao held his computer bag in one hand, tucking the folder with the materials under his arm. He took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing rhythm. The next act was truly a technical job. He stepped into the building and arrived at the door of room 305. Chun Hao raised his wrist to check the time. It was 1:55. Arriving 5 minutes early was the rule. He gently knocked 3 times on the door. "Please come in." A deep voice from a middle-aged man came from inside. Chun Hao pushed the door open and entered. This was a typical government office. Several pots of clivia were well cared for, and the bookcase against the wall was filled with various yearbooks and policy compilations. Behind the desk sat a slightly balding middle-aged man reviewing documents. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Chun Hao looked up. His gaze swept over Chun Hao from the well-fitting youth suit to his young, yet composed face. Qin Hao had a good first impression of Chen Hao. Wang Qiming had said that this kid was a big courtyard disciple, and he had been skeptical. But now seeing his attire and demeanor, he indeed did not look like a child from an ordinary family. The kind of calmness that radiated from his bones was not something one could feign. "Hello, Director Qin." Chen Hao slightly bowed and smiled as he spoke. "I am Chen Hao, and Brother Wang asked me to report work to you." "Oh, so you're Xiao Chen." Qin Hao put down the pen in his hand and pointed to the chair opposite. "Have a seat. Old Wang told me that you have a good project and want to make some contributions to the department." Chen Hao did not rush to sit down, but first took out the report materials from his bag and handed them to Qin Hao's desk with both hands. "Director Qin, it's not really a contribution. As a student majoring in computer science, I see that our country is vigorously promoting informatization, and I have some immature thoughts in my mind. This is a plan I made, and I would like to ask you to review and provide guidance." Qin Hao took the materials and glanced at the cover. The formatting was quite professional. It was even more standardized than some documents produced by the research offices in the department. "Interesting," Qin Hao said, pointing to the chair. "Let's sit down and talk." Chen Hao sat across the desk, opening his portable IBM T20. As the faint sound of the hard drive read and wrote, the screen lit up. He didn't rush to start, but first adjusted the angle of the laptop, ensuring that Qin Hao could see the screen content in the most comfortable position. Chen Hao clicked the mouse and opened the PPT he had stayed up late to create the night before. "Director Qin, our country is currently formulating the 15-year plan, which clearly states we must drive industrialization through informatization, leverage latecomer advantages, and achieve leapfrog development in social productivity." Chen Hao's voice was steady and his pace was moderate. He pointed at the excerpt from the red-headed document on the screen and got straight to the point. "These few sentences are broadcast daily on the news, and everyone is memorizing them. However, how to implement this and how to make the common people and small and medium-sized enterprises feel the benefits of informatization is still a challenge." Qin Hao nodded slightly. This was indeed a recent headache for their department. The slogans from above were loud, but finding ways to execute them below often proved elusive, easily turning into mere paper documents. Chen Hao pressed the enter key and the page switched. Two large warning icons appeared on the screen labeled Social Information Literacy Gap and Traditional Enterprises Transformation Dilemma. Currently, there are two gaps. The first is that the public doesn't know how to use it. To ordinary people, computers and the internet are still expensive toys. The barriers are too high. The second is that enterprises are not utilizing them well. Many state-owned and small to medium-sized enterprises treat their computers merely as typewriters, lacking any concept of connecting to the internet for business transactions. Chen Hao paused for a moment, observing Qin Hao's expression. Seeing that the other party was listening attentively, he continued, "In addition, a large number of technological achievements in universities are locked away in drawers with a low conversion rate. Moreover, young people who want to start businesses lack funding, venues, and guidance." Qin Hao silently nodded. These issues were summarized very accurately, even more so than some researchers' internal reports. "Therefore, my idea is that we cannot rely solely on the government to take charge. We need to explore a replicable new model for social forces to participate in informatization construction." Chen Hao switched the page again. A clearly structured diagram appeared on the screen. At its core was a circular ring radiating three sectors: public awareness, enterprise services, and entrepreneurship incubation. "I plan to build a demonstration base for informatization popularization and industrial incubation in Haidian District. It is not just a simple office space, but a triadic open innovation platform. For the public, we will provide low-cost internet access services and free basic skills training to eliminate the digital divide, enabling everyone to learn how to send emails and search for information. For enterprises, we will establish dedicated exhibition areas and consulting centers to showcase solutions for office automation, enterprise website creation, and teach them step-by-step how to do business online. For entrepreneurs, we will offer co-working spaces, angel investment connections, and mentoring to transform the intellectual resources of universities into commercial projects through this platform." Chen Hao finished speaking in one breath, looking sincerely at Qin Hao. "Director Qin, this is my vision. Please provide your guidance." Qin Hao looked at the young man in front of him, already forming a judgment in his heart. Old Wang said this kid was from a prominent family, and it seemed to be true. This ability for macro narrative, this keen sense of policy trends, and this flawless logical loop is certainly not something an ordinary family can cultivate. The children of ordinary merchants talk only about profit margins and return cycles. How could they elevate their thinking to such heights? This plan entirely meets the aesthetic of the system. It has both political positioning and practical measures addressing current pain points. "The idea is very mature," Qin Hao said with a smile. "Currently, the department is promoting informatization, mainly focusing on government agencies, large state-owned enterprises, and research institutions. How to guide private forces to participate is indeed still in the exploratory stage. Your plan is very innovative and forward-looking." Chun Hao humbly replied, it's all just piecing things together, mainly inspired by the documents from the ministry. Don't be overly modest. Excessive modesty is pride. Qin Hao chuckled, lifted his teacup, and took a sip. So what specific requests do you have for me today? Are you looking for financial support or policy subsidies? Chun Hao shook his head, saying the country is not wealthy right now. How could I just ask for money? I will solve the funding issue myself. Qin Hao was somewhat surprised. Not seeking money. What I mainly hope for is that the ministry can recognize and support this project. Chun Hao said earnestly. Additionally, for this base to achieve sustainable development, it would be best to establish it in an area rich with universities. I have my eye on the University Road area in Haidian District, which is adjacent to many top universities like Huaqing and Jinghong, providing the best atmosphere. However, finding a space of over 1,000 square meters there that can remain stable long-term is too challenging for me alone. I hope Director Qin can help coordinate so I can get the project established. Qin Hao pondered for a moment. This matter was not difficult for him. Moreover, if Chun Hao's project succeeded, it would be a typical example of private capital responding to the country's call. When the ministry conducts research and writes a report, it would also be a political achievement for Qin Hao in discovering talent and promoting work. Even if it doesn't materialize, it would just be a commercial attempt by the private sector, and the ministry would only provide verbal support without financial involvement, posing no risk at all. Profitable with no losses. In principle, the ministry supports and encourages such innovative models. Qin Hao deliberated over his words, adopting an official tone. However, there are currently no specific supportive policies in place, so directly issuing a document of support isn't quite appropriate. Chun Hao nodded, indicating his understanding. As for the venue issue, the ministry does not have direct management properties in Haidian District that falls under the jurisdiction of the local government. Qin Hao changed the subject. However, since this is a good thing, I can help you connect with the government of Haidian District. Chun Hao's eyes lit up. I really appreciate Director Qin for that. I am not familiar with the leaders over in Haidian District, especially in the technology and information sectors. I hope you can help me make an introduction so I have an opportunity to report on my work. The rest I will handle myself. Qin Hao opened a drawer and pulled out a contact book. The deputy district head of Haidian District, Ren Rongfa, also serves as the director of Zongwankan Haidian Garden and is in charge of state-owned assets and technology. He mentioned to me during a meeting not long ago that the district wants to promote informatization but has been struggling to find a suitable entry point. Qin Hao picked up the phone on the table and pressed a few keys. Chun Hao sat opposite, observing with respect. The call was quickly connected. Hello, is this Director Ren? I am Qin Hao from the Electronic Information Department's Promotion Division. Qin Hao said warmly. Haha, it's good. Hey, race the situation. I have a promising enterprise that has developed a plan for an informatization industrial incubation base, which is quite innovative. Yes, it aligns very well with our current policy direction. Young people have drive. He wants to implement this in your Haidian garden, and I believe if this project is successful, it could become a highlight for our district, even our city. Yes, why not let him report to you? Qin Hao covered the microphone and looked at Chun Hao. What's your phone number? Chun Hao immediately recited a string of numbers. Qin Hao repeated the number into the phone. This is the number. His name is Chun Hao. All right, thank you for your effort. Let's get together when we have time. After hanging up, Qin Hao felt pleasantly satisfied. Not only had he secured favors from Wang Qiming and Chun Hao, but he had also effortlessly extended one to Ren Rongfa. I've already spoken with Deputy District Chief Ren. He is a pragmatic leader. If your project truly stands on solid ground, he will lend his full support. I'll arrange for someone to contact you shortly. Let's leave it at that for today. Qin Hao closed his contact book. Many thanks, Director Qin. I'll invite Brother Wang soon for a proper gathering. Chun Hao rose and packed away his laptop. No problem. We'll schedule it later. Once your project takes root and yields tangible results, we can organize a field research delegation. And should relevant policies emerge, your initiative will be given priority consideration. Qin Hao also stepped around his desk and escorted Chun Hao to the office door. Emerging from the building of the Department of Electronic Information, Chun Hao found the sky overhead overcast. He paused at the building's entrance, waiting for the car to arrive. Thanks to Qin Hao's call, he was no longer merely an ordinary university student or small business owner in the eyes of Haidian District leaders. He was now a key figure under special attention, backed by influence from the central department. With this status, he could craft his narrative far more persuasively. Wang Jun drove the Audi A6 up and parked it at the foot of the steps. Just as Chun Hao reached for the door handle, his Nokia 8850 vibrated inside his pocket. He pulled out the phone. Its screen displayed an unfamiliar landline number, its prefix indicating Beijing. Rather than answering immediately, he let it ring 3 times before pressing the receiver. Hello, may I ask who's calling? May I speak with Mr. Chun Hao? A young man's voice came through the earpiece, polite and measured. Secretary Sun, assistant to Deputy District Chief Ren Rongfa of Haidian District. Secretary Sun, hello, Chun Hao replied. Yes, The deputy chief just received a call from a senior official at the department regarding your project's proposed implementation in Heir. The deputy chief places great importance on this matter and would like to know when you might be available to present your proposal at the district government office. This was the ripple effect of institutional endorsement. Had Chunhao approached independently, he likely wouldn't even have cleared the government compound's gates, let alone earned a personal invitation from the deputy chief's chief secretary. I'm free these days, whenever suits the deputy chief's schedule. How about tomorrow morning at 10? That's when he has a brief window. That works perfectly. Excellent. I'll add it to his official calendar immediately. The meeting will be held in Conference Room No. 3 of the main government building. After a pause, Secretary Sun added, Mr. Chen, besides the deputy chief, which other departments would you like invited to attend? I'll coordinate them all accordingly. Chunhao considered carefully if this were merely a routine project briefing meeting solely with Ren Rongfa would suffice, but his true objective was that building. The structure belonged to the Lihua Radio Instrument Factory, a state-owned asset entangled in complex matters of ownership transfer, property rights reassignment, and business registration. To navigate this smoothly, every department with jurisdiction needed to be present. Leveraging the deputy chief's authority, he would establish direct connections with each, ensuring seamless execution down the line. Drawing upon his knowledge of future governmental protocols, Chunhao replied thoughtfully, Secretary Sun, given the project's broad scope, in addition to briefing the deputy chief, I'd also appreciate the attendance of senior officials from the Bureau of Economic and Information Technology, the Science and Technology Bureau, the Administration for Market Regulation, and the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Bureau. Secretary Sun clearly hesitated on the other end. To summon heads of 4 core district bureaus for the inaugural briefing of an unlaunched private sector project. Wasn't that rather extraordinary? Yet he quickly reconsidered this was no ordinary assignment. It bore the personal imprint of Director Qin from the department, and Chunhao's tone carried unmistakable confidence, hinting at formidable backing. Without delay, Secretary Sun assured him, Understood, Mr. Chun. I'll consult the deputy chief and coordinate attendance from all 4 departments. Many thanks, Secretary Sun. My pleasure. See you the day after tomorrow. Hanging up, Chunhao opened the rear door and settled into the back seat. Boss, where to? Wang Jun asked, glancing back. Back to Huaqing Jiyuan. 2 days later, 950 M. Before the Haidian District Government Building. Secretary Sun stood at the base of the front steps, glancing repeatedly at his wristwatch. As Chief Secretary to Deputy District Chief Ren Rongfa, he rarely descended personally to greet visitors, except for high-ranking district officials or specially designated dignitaries from above. A black sedan glided slowly through the government compound's main gate. Secretary Sun narrowed his eyes. It was a brand-new Audi A6. What truly startled him, however, was the crimson and gold official pass affixed beneath the windshield, and the license plate Jing A83. Having spent years navigating the bureaucratic system, he knew precisely what that numbering signified. Instinctively, he straightened his posture and smoothed the hem of his suit jacket. Though the deputy chief had instructed him to treat the matter seriously, he'd assumed it was merely out of deference to Director Qin. Now it appeared Mr. Qin's background ran far deeper than anticipated. The Audi A6 halted before the steps. The driver's door swung open. Clad in tactical fatigues and high-top combat boots, Wang Jun leapt out with crisp efficiency. He strode briskly to the rear door, opened it wide, and held his hand protectively above the frame. Chunhao emerged, dressed in a deep gray stand-collar Zhongshan suit, carrying a sleek black IBM laptop bag. Zhao Gang followed closely, stepping half a pace behind Chunhao. Good morning. Are you Mr. Chunhao? Secretary Sun hurried forward, face alight with warmth, extending both hands. I'm Sun Jigang, Secretary to Deputy District Chief Ren. Welcome, welcome. Secretary Sun, pleased to meet you. Chunhao replied, offering a firm, unhurried handshake. I apologize for keeping you waiting downstairs. Not at all, it's my duty. Secretary Sun stepped aside and gestured gracefully. Allow me to escort you to the conference room. Chunhao nodded and ascended the steps. A Zhao Gang followed. Wang Jun did not join them. He turned and returned to the driver's seat. The group traversed the marble-floored lobby and climbed to the 3rd floor. Secretary Sun led Chunhao into Conference Room No. 3, a medium-sized chamber with a gleaming oval table and neatly pruned greenery lining its periphery. Please, Mr. Chun, take a seat. Secretary Sun pulled out the chair at the head of the table. Chunhao sat, placing his laptop bag beside him. Zhao Gang seated himself quietly at his side. A young female staff member promptly delivered 2 steaming cups of tea. Please make yourself comfortable, Mr. Chun. I'll fetch the deputy chief. Secretary Sun murmured softly before exiting. First, he briefed the deputy chief briefly on what he'd observed. Then, he telephoned the other bureau directors the guest had arrived. Minutes later, the conference room door opened once more. 4 middle-aged men entered in succession, wearing blazers or tailored suits, each holding a thermos and a notebook. Chen Hao rose. "This is Director Li of the Economic and Information Commission," Secretary Sun introduced, following close behind. "Director Zhang of the Science and Technology Bureau. Director Liu of the Administration for Market Regulation. Director Zhao of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Bureau." Chen Hao shook each hand. Courteous, composed, neither deferential nor aloof. Clearly briefed in advance, the directors greeted him warmly. They took seats across from him. Finally, a portly man with streaks of gray in his hair entered, steady in gait, radiating geniality. Deputy District Chief Ren Rongfa of Haidian District. "Hello, Director Ren." Chen Hao stood up again. "You must be Xiao Chun. Please have a seat, don't be polite." Director Ren Rongfa waved his hand with a smile and sat down at the main seat opposite Chen Hao. His gaze lingered on Chen Hao for 2 seconds before sweeping over to Zhao Gang sitting beside him. "Director Qin specially called me saying you are a rare talent and have a very innovative project." Ren Rongfa twisted open his thermos and took a sip of water, his tone amicable. "Today I called the heads of several departments here to hear your thoughts. As long as it is beneficial for the district's development, we will definitely support it wholeheartedly. Thank you, Director Ren, and thank you to all the leaders for taking the time out of your busy schedules." Chen Hao opened his IBM T20 laptop in front of him, connected it to the conference room projector, and began to introduce. "My name is Chen Hao. I studied computer science in university, and I started a company called Yanhuan Cultural Company. My elders have always been in the cultural sector, often teaching me to follow the country's major direction in my work. During this period, I delved into the discussions on informatization in the 15-year plan and combined it with the actual situation of our Haitian district to create an immature proposal." The screen lit up. "Concept for the construction of a demonstration base for informatization, popularization, and industrial incubation in Kyoto." Chen Hao held a laser pointer pointing at the framework diagram on the screen as he spoke confidently. From the social significance of eliminating the digital divide to the pain points of traditional enterprise transformation, and finally to the bottlenecks in the transformation of university research achievements. Each point he made was pertinent and innovative. Everyone present was from old institutions accustomed to reports filled with empty rhetoric. But Chen Hao's presentation was logically sound, high-level, and had practical implementation strategies. Especially when Chen Hao mentioned building platforms with private capital to relieve the government's worries and empower enterprises. Ren Rongfa slightly nodded. The 20-minute report concluded. Chen Hao looked at the leaders across from him. "Esteemed leaders, this is my..." "Well said." Ren Rongfa was the first to express his opinion. "It's not easy for young people today to have such insight and perspective. Unlike some..." He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood. "Recently, many connections have come to the district under various pretenses to demand land and policies, which has caused much headache for the district. Chen Hao, who brought his own resources and aimed to do practical work, was like a breath of fresh air. Xiao Chen, since your proposal is so detailed, can you tell us what difficulties you face in implementation? What support do you need from the district?" Ren Rongfa smiled at Chen Hao. Chen Hao picked up his teacup to moisten his throat, and the main topic was coming. "Director Ren, in terms of policy, I hope to refer to the support standards for high-tech enterprises. But currently the biggest difficulty is the venue." Chen Hao put down his teacup, his gaze sincere. "An incubation base is not a small shop. It requires sufficient space. I initially planned to need a venue of about 1,000 to 2,000 square meters, preferably near University Road, surrounded by multiple universities, and also street-facing for easy external display and training." Ren Rongfa turned to the sides. "What do you all think?" Director Li from the Economic and Information Commission was the first to express his opinion. "Director Ren, I believe this project aligns very well with our district's goal of creating a technological Haitian. As long as the project is implemented, we can include it in the support list for technology-based small and medium enterprises and assist in applying for special funds from the city." Director Zhang from the Science and Technology Bureau also chimed in. "Exactly. Incubators are a key direction that our bureau encourages. Even though it is privately owned, as long as it meets the standards, we can give it recognition and enjoy corresponding tax benefits and technical guidance." These two departments were merely following established procedures, utilizing existing policies. When it was Liu, the director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau's turn, he pondered for a moment. "Incubators involve many issues regarding the registration of startup teams. For centralized office areas, the current policies mainly apply to state-owned incubators. However, since this is an innovation pilot, our bureau can handle it as a special case. As long as the venue complies, we can give a green light to this base, allowing multiple registrations at one address and implementing cluster registrations." This was a solid commitment. Finally, everyone's gaze fell on Director Zhao of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. The venue issue fell under his jurisdiction. In this area of Haitian district, apart from universities and the military, most of the land and properties are still in the hands of state-owned enterprises or street offices. Director Zhao put down the pen in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. Director Rin, esteemed leaders. There are indeed some idle factories and office buildings under the names of state-owned enterprises in our district. If Mr. Chen wants to rent, I can have someone assess and coordinate a few suitable places, and we can also offer a discount on the rent. Chunhao knew that the crucial moment had arrived. Director Zhao, thank you for your support, Chunhao interjected. However, I have an ungracious request. I hope to purchase the venue. Purchase. Zhao Director was taken aback and his expression became somewhat serious. Yes, I want to buy it. Chunhao's tone was firm. I know this might put you in a difficult position, but you see, this is the critical period for state-owned enterprise reform. Many old factories are struggling, large numbers of workers are laid off, and they can't even afford to pay severance for workers. They are stuck with empty buildings and still have to spend on maintenance and heating every year. Chunhao observed Director Zhao's expression and continued to add, if it's just renting, it is merely a drop in the bucket for the factory, and the collection of rent is uncertain. But if it's an asset transfer that is real cash flow, how many laid-off workers' placement issues can this money solve? How much burden can it lift from the enterprise? This would also be a good thing for me. I genuinely hope to establish a lasting presence in Haitian and keep the base running long-term. Rental venues may have many uncertainties in the future. Director Zhao fell silent. The reasoning was sound. The current state-owned enterprises were indeed struggling, and there were constant demands for funds. But selling state-owned assets to private entities was a red line that no one dared to cross lightly. If someone were to accuse them of state asset loss in the future, that would put their positions at risk. Director Zhao looked at Ren Rongfa, his expression troubled. Director Ren, in principle, we do not encourage the sale of fixed assets. And the procedures. Ren Rongfa did not respond immediately. He was weighing the options. Chunhao's background was apparent, and Director Qin's greeting from the department indicated strength. Moreover, Chunhao was right. Those half-dead state-owned enterprises in the district were always blocking the district government's door for funds to settle workers, which gave him a headache. If this method could not only promote high-tech projects, but also activate non-performing assets and resolve urgent issues for state-owned enterprises, wouldn't that be a win-win achievement? Old Zhao Ren Rongfa slowly spoke. Reform is about breaking through constraints. As long as the procedures are compliant, the evaluations are fair, and the process is transparent, what is there to be afraid of? We cannot rely on the golden rice bowl to beg for food. With the words of District Chief Ren, Director Zhao felt a weight lift from his heart. If the leadership is taking responsibility, then things would be easier. Since Chief Ren has said so, our bureau will definitely cooperate fully. However, the evaluation and listing process must be strictly followed, which will take some time. Of course, everything will be done according to the rules. Chunhao nodded. All right, it's settled then, Ren Rongfa concluded. This project will be a key innovation pilot for our district this year, and all departments must work together to open a green channel. Xiaoqing, go ahead and do your work. If you encounter any difficulties, just reach out to the respective directors or come directly to me. Thank you for your trust, Chief Ren. I will definitely live up to expectations. Chunhao immediately expressed his stance. The meeting concluded, and everyone gradually left the conference room. Director Chen, here is my business card, smiled Director Li from the Economic and Information Commission as he handed over a card. Director Chen, once the incubator is completed, we will carry out the recognition process, said Director Zhang from the Technology Bureau, enthusiastically handing over his own business card. Chunhao accepted them one by one, asking Zhao Gang to keep them safe. Finally, he approached Director Zhao from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Director Zhao, I need to trouble you further regarding the venue. Not at all, that is my responsibility. I will arrange for a suitable venue and then schedule a meeting with you, Director Zhao replied with a smile. The two exchanged contact information. As they exited the district government building, Wang Jun saw Chunhao come out and immediately got out of the car. Chunhao sat in the back seat, letting out a long breath. He had successfully passed the first hurdle. After waiting for 2 days, Chunhao finally received a call from Director Zhao to schedule a site visit. A black Passat led the way with Wang Jun driving an Audi A6 closely behind. The director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, Zhao, was an efficient person. He had indeed put in effort over these 2 days, combing through the asset accounts of district-owned enterprises and identifying 3 idle properties. The first property was located in Shisanshi, a warehouse of a defunct textile factory. The place was large, covering 3,000 square meters, but it was surrounded by wasteland and wild grass, making it too remote. The second property was an old workshop of a printing factory. Its location was slightly better in Bay Taping Village, but the building was a large span steel structure with an 8-meter ceiling. Although there was plenty of space, the renovation cost was too high and the land was classified as industrial land, making it unsuitable for many businesses. The third property was even more absurd, a basement of a district-owned food factory. Standing at the dark and damp entrance of the food factory's basement, Chunhao paused. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offered one to Director Zhao, and then lit one for himself. The smoke rose under the dim light. Director Zhao, let's speak candidly. Chen Hao exhaled a smoke ring, gazing at the puddle in the corner. These locations are all right for storage, but they are truly unsuitable for high-tech incubators. Director Zhao took the lighter Chen Hao offered and took a deep puff. He too felt somewhat helpless. Director Chen, it's not that I'm not trying my best, Director Zhao sighed, pointing upwards. You know the situation in the district. The properties in good locations were either allocated to employees as dormitories years ago or had already been taken by those with connections. The remaining district-owned enterprises were all in disarray, though being able to present these few properties with ownership and no disputes was already a huge achievement. Chen Hao did not respond. He turned and walked out of the basement, returning to the surface. The sunlight was somewhat glaring. Chen Hao stood beside the Passat, gazing toward the south. That direction led to University Road, an area bustling with universities, which was the location he genuinely hoped to settle in. Director Zhao, if there are no suitable properties from the district-owned enterprises, what about the city-owned ones? Chen Hao flicked off the ash from his cigarette, casually asking, in Haitian, besides the district's children, aren't there plenty of city-owned offspring? Director Zhao's fingers holding the cigarette paused for a moment. He glanced at Chen Hao. Although this young man was not old, his considerations were quite comprehensive. City-owned enterprises. Director Zhao pondered for a moment, quickly reviewing the list in his mind. City-owned enterprises are not directly managed by our district's State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, and the procedures for allocation are cumbersome, which is why I didn't consider them from the start. I don't mind the troublesome procedures as long as the location is right. I can take care of it, Chen Hao said. Director Zhao flicked the cigarette, but to the ground, and extinguished it with his leather shoe. If you're talking about city-owned ones, there really is one near University Road, the Lihua Radio Instrument Factory. It is an old state-owned enterprise under the Kyoto Electric Science Group, a departmental-level unit. Chen Hao did not respond, simply listening quietly. This factory was quite glorious in previous years, known nationally for its oscilloscopes. However, it has struggled in recent years due to outdated technology and product backlog. It is said that they have not been able to issue full salaries since last year and have been living off their past reserves. Director Zhao reminisced. They do have a building at the factory entrance right by Xueqing Road. I passed by there a while ago while attending a meeting and saw that the building has been vacant for a long time. Chen Hao nodded. Director Zhao, could you help us make a connection so we can take a look? Director Zhao looked at Chen Hao's Audi with the Jing A8 license plate and felt reassured. Since this was a project supported by the ministry and they were willing to spend money to buy the building, it could be a good thing for the factory that was about to face difficulties. All right, I'll contact them right now. Director Zhao took out his phone. Lihua Radio Instrument Factory Director's office. The interior was still stuck in the 1980s. The walls were painted green with heavy wooden sofas and a map of the Dragon Country hanging on the wall. Sun Zhengwo was in a deep blue suit with a loosely hanging tie around his neck. He was currently pounding the table at the finance director. No money. No matter what, you need to squeeze something out. If we don't pay the electric bill, the power company will shut off the valve. How can everyone work then? The finance director was a middle-aged woman looking distressed. Director, there really is no money left in the account. The little money we made from selling scrap copper last month went to reimburse the medical expenses of retired employees. Sun Zhengwo irritably ran his fingers through his hair, making his Mediterranean hairstyle even more disheveled. Just then the phone on the table rang. Sun Zhengwo picked up the receiver impatiently. Who is it? Old Sun, you're quite irate, aren't you? Came Director Zhao's calm voice from the other end. Sun Zhengwo was taken aback for a moment, then recognized the voice. His posture instinctively bent slightly, and his tone became polite. Oh, Director Zhao, what brings you here? I'm just getting worked up over the electricity bill. I apologize for my earlier attitude. Let's put the electricity bill aside for now. I have brought you a wealth god. Director Zhao said with a smile. There is a key supportive information technology project from the ministry that needs to be established in our Haitian. Director Chun, who is in charge of the project, is quite interested in your factory's location. I'm accompanying Director Chun to visit you now, so make the necessary preparations. A project from the ministry. Sun Zhengwo's eyes lit up instantly. Is that true? Director Zhao, please don't joke with me. Am I so idle that I would run over to your place for tea? Director Zhao's tone turned serious. They are coming with funding. Additionally, Director Chun has a solid background, so tone down your old state-owned enterprise demeanor and don't offend him. Understood. Got it. Sun Zhengwo replied repeatedly. I will arrange everything immediately. I guarantee the highest level of reception. After hanging up the phone, the worried look on Sun Zhengwo's face vanished. He shouted to the finance director, who hadn't left yet, stop dawdling. Have the security department clear up that pile of junk at the entrance. Notify all workshop directors to do a major cleaning immediately. Get the production line in Workshop 2 to operate at full capacity, even if it's just idling it needs to make some noise. Leaders are coming for an inspection. The entire factory area was instantly in chaos. 40 minutes later, 2 cars slowly drove into the gate of the Lihua radio equipment factory. The gatekeeper, who had already been notified, changed into a clean security uniform, standing straight, with a pair of white gloves on. Upon seeing the convoy approaching, he immediately pressed the button, and the rusty electric sliding door let out a harsh screech as it slowly opened. Sun Jiangwo stood in a line with several deputy factory directors and the chief engineer at the office building. The Passat stopped first, and Director Zhao stepped down. Just as Sun Jiangwo was about to greet him, his attention was drawn to the black Audi A6 behind. In this era, an Audi A6 was generally a vehicle for high-ranking leaders. The Jing A8 license plate further piqued Sun Jiangwo's interest. Having spent most of his life within the system, he was well aware of the significance of that piece of metal. Director Zhao had just mentioned a deep background over the phone, and it seemed there was no exaggeration at all. Sun Jiangwo adjusted his tie, quickly bypassed Director Zhao, and headed straight for the back seat of the Audi. Wang Jun stepped out first and opened the car door. A foot clad in black canvas shoes stepped onto the cement ground. Then Chun Hao emerged. He was wearing a dark gray jacket over a white shirt. Sun Jiangwo was taken aback. He was too young, but he quickly composed himself. At his age with his car, it could only mean one thing. He was a true child of the big courtyard. We warmly welcome all leaders to visit and guide our work. Sun Jiangwo extended his hands, beaming with a smile as he approached. Director Zhao came over to introduce old Sun. This is General Manager Chun from Yanhuan Cultural Company. General Manager Chun, this is Factory Director Sun. Director Sun, sorry for the disturbance. Chun Hao extended his hand for a light shake. It's our honor that General Manager Chun could visit us. Sun Jiangwo firmly grasped Chun Hao's hand, shaking it twice before releasing it. The group surrounded by Sun Jiangwo began to tour the factory area. As Sun Jiangwo walked, he energetically introduced General Manager Chun. Our factory was established in 1958, a well-established state-owned enterprise that contributed to the country back in the day. We have a solid technical foundation, and our workers are of high quality. Chun Hao listened to the introduction while observing the factory area. The factory area was large, but signs of decay could not be hidden. A piece of glass from the publicity board was shattered, and the newspapers inside had already turned yellow. The outer walls of the workshop were mottled and peeling, revealing the red bricks inside. Upon entering the second workshop, the deafening roar of machines filled the air. Workers in uniform were busy on the production line. Chun Hao glanced over. A few spare parts were running on the conveyor belt, but the material pile at the end was empty. It was just for show. Chun Hao did not expose this, but merely nodded, saying the morale of the workers looks good. That's right, Sun Jiangwo wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's just that the current market environment is poor and triangular debts are severe, which has hindered our product sales. As long as there is an infusion of funds, even a little fresh capital can revive this game. Chun Hao smiled, but did not pick up on that topic. He halted, pointing at the gray 4-story building by the wall. Director Sun, what is that building for? Sun Jiangwo looked in the direction of his finger. Oh, that's the original research building. We used to have a research institute with 200 people here. Later, due to layoffs, most of the people in the institute went into business, and this building has been vacant since. Can we take a look inside? Of course. The head of security ran over with a large bunch of keys, struggling to unlock the rusty iron padlock. The hallway was dimly lit, with large patches of wall plaster peeling off. The terrazzo floor remained hard, but was covered with a thick layer of dust. Chun Hao stepped through the dust, ascending floor by floor. The framework structure had few load-bearing walls, making it easy to create large open spaces. The ceiling height was also sufficient, with no issues for ventilation and lighting. Most importantly, it had an independent gate directly connecting to the road, allowing it to be completely separated from the factory area. Standing in front of the window on the 4th floor, looking at the bustling, shoe-etching road below, Chun Hao had already confirmed in his heart. This is it. What a pity for the current state of this building. Chun Hao turned around, looking at Sun Jiangwo. Sun Jiangwo sighed. Who says otherwise? We also want to rent it out, but we haven't found suitable clients. Moreover, the factory has no money for repairs, so it has just been left like this. Let's go sit in the meeting room, Chun Hao said, and discuss business. In the small meeting room on the 3rd floor of the administrative building, the tea was already brewed. This time, it was not the plain jasmine tea for guests, but the treasured tea guanyin of Sun Jiangwo. Everyone took their seats. Director Zhao spoke first, detailing Chun Hao's plan to build an information dissemination and industry incubation base in Haidian, and specifically emphasizing that this was a key project supported by the district and registered with the ministry. Sun Jiangwo nodded repeatedly, but he was feeling anxious. An incubation base. It sounded good, but what does it have to do with the factory? Could it be that they wanted to use this building for free? If that were the case, although there were leaders backing it, he would still have to cry poor. After all, hundreds of mouths in the factory were waiting for food. Chen Hao put down his teacup and spoke straightforwardly. Director Sun, I have my eye on that research building. Its location and size meet the requirements for the base. General Manager Chun has a good eye. Sun Jiangwo smiled. If you want to rent, we can negotiate. As for the rent, considering Director Zhao's face, I will offer you the best price. I am not renting. Chen Hao shook his head, looking directly at Sun Jiangwo. I want to buy. Sun Jiangwo dropped his lighter with a loud clatter on the table. Buy it. Sun Jiangwo stammered. General Manager Chun, are you saying you want to buy the property rights outright? Yes. Including the land use rights below, I want to buy it all at once. Chen Hao spoke casually, as if discussing the purchase of a cabbage. I know this involves the disposal of state-owned assets, and the procedure is complicated. But I am not here to speculate on real estate. I am here to engage in industry. To support state-owned enterprise reform and help the factory revitalize its assets, I do not require any policy discounts. Let's find a third-party evaluation agency to assess the market value. Whatever it is worth, that's what we will pay. Sun Jiangwo began to calculate in his mind. Buying at market value. Although the building was shabby, its area and location were still significant. Given the current market, it should be worth at least several million. Several million in cash. If this money came in, they could pay off half a year's worth of overdue salaries, cover the electricity bills, reimburse many expenses, and even procure a batch of new raw materials for the workshop. This would be a lifeline for the factory. However, the group. Sun Jiangwo swallowed hard and glanced at Director Zhao. General Manager Chen, this is indeed a great opportunity for me. But selling fixed assets to a private enterprise has no precedent in our group. I'm afraid that the higher-ups. Old Sun rules are dead, but people are alive. Director Zhao interjected timely. The district has already expressed its support for bold exploration. As long as the evaluation process is compliant and transparent, who can say anything? Moreover, how many petition issues can this money solve for you? The leaders of your group probably can't wait for you to stop asking them for money, right? Sun Jiangwo gritted his teeth and slapped his hand heavily on the table. Okay, since Director Zhao has said so, and General Manager Chun is so sincere, if I continue to refuse, it would be ungrateful. Sun Jiangwo stood up looking resolute. General Manager Chun, I will handle this. I will report to the headquarters tomorrow and include this building in the list of bad asset disposals. As long as the City Bureau gives the nod, we can start the process immediately. I will give a heads up to the city's State-Owned Assets Bureau. Director Zhao reassured him. Chen Hao stood up smiling as he said, then, I will trouble Director Sun. As long as the procedures are completed, the funds will arrive within 3 days. This statement was more effective than any promise. As he stepped out of the office building, the sky had already darkened. Sun Jiangwo accompanied them down, his face glowing with enthusiasm. Director Zhao, General Manager Chen, it's already time for dinner. The chef in our factory's canteen is quite good. Why don't we grab a bite? No thank you, Chen Hao glanced at his. I have a meeting tonight. Another time I will treat you both. Director Zhao and Factory Manager Sun. At this moment, staying for dinner would only add trouble for the other party. This factory was so financially strapped that even one meal's entertaining expenses would likely cause Sun Jiangwo significant heartache. All right, another time, another time. Sun Jiangwo did not insist, escorting them to the car. It was rush hour. The factory gate was wide open, and a few workers were pushing their bicycles out. Dressed in deep blue work uniforms, their expressions were numb and weary. Among the crowd, a chubby man pushing a bicycle suddenly stopped. It was Section Chief Zhang from the logistics department. He was about to head home when he spotted the two cars parked beneath the administrative building. They were an Audi A6 and a Passat. It seemed that a leader had come to inspect. Zhang's gaze cut through the crowd, landing on the young man surrounded in the center. Also standing behind the young man was Zhao Gang, whom he had seen before. The young man was currently chatting and laughing with his superior. Meanwhile, the usually authoritative factory manager's son was bent over like a shrimp, his face filled with fawning smiles. Zhang felt a cramp in his calves. He recalled how he had rudely rejected them that day, cold sweat trickling down his back. If the factory manager knew he had once turned away his esteemed guest and even mocked him, his fate would be. Zhang dared not look any longer. Hunching his neck, he blended into the crowd, slipping out of the gate with a dejected demeanor. After sending off Chun Hao and Director Zhao, Sun Jiangwo climbed into the rickety Santana that only made noise except for its horn, heading straight to the headquarters of Kyoto Electric Science Group, located at the East 3rd Ring Road. The Electric Science Group's building was much more imposing, with its dozen-story glass curtain walls reflecting blinding light under the sunset. Sun Jiangwo took the elevator to the 8th floor and knocked on the office door of Deputy General Manager Zhou Mingda. Come in. An impatient voice responded from inside. Sun Jiangwo pushed the door open, wearing a humble. Zhou Mingda was rubbing his temples in front of a pile of reports. Upon seeing Sun Jiangwo, his frown deepened, and he tossed the pen in his hand onto the desk. Old Sun, why are you here again? Didn't I just tell you last week that the group's funds are tight, and everyone is asking for money? The shortfall in your electricity bills and salaries cannot be resolved by the group. For now, you need to find a way to save yourself. Zhou Ming's tone was quite harsh. He was the deputy in charge of tertiary industries like Lihua and struggling enterprises, and he was already fed up with being surrounded by factory managers crying about their financial woes. Unlike usual, Sun Jiangwo did not offer a cigarette or a smile. Instead, he firmly closed the door and quickly walked to the desk. Director Zhou, I'm not here to ask for money this time. Really? Zhou Mingda was taken aback, his hand holding the teacup paused in midair. Not asking for money. Then what are you here for? Don't tell me you're here to give money. You're actually right about that. Sun Jiangwo lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. I found a way. Someone wants to buy the idle research building at Lihua factory. Bang! Zhou Mingda slammed the teacup hard onto the table, splashing a few drops of tea. Nonsense. Zhou Mingda glared with wide eyes, his voice rising an octave. Old son, have you gone crazy from being poor? Daring to covet fixed assets. That is state-owned property. Can you sell it so casually? Who gave you the guts? If this gets out, and people say we are selling off fixed assets to survive, where will my face go? Where will the group's face go? Sun Jiangwo had already anticipated the leader's reaction. He calmly took out a business card from his bag and handed it over with both hands. Director Zhou, please don't rush to scold me. This isn't something I'm trying to sell. Someone approached me wanting to buy it. Zhou Mingda took the business card and glanced at it. Yanwang Cultural Development Co. Ltd. Chenhao. He had never heard of it. What kind of bizarre company is this? Who is this person? Zhou Mingda tossed the business card back on the table. I'm not sure what this person does, but he came here today in an Audi A6 with a Jing A83 license plate. Sun Jiangwo observed Zhou Mingda's expression and leisurely dropped a bomb. Accompanying him was Director Zhao, the head of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of Haidian District. Director Zhao personally told me that this is a key pilot project supported by the Ministry of Electronic Information, with Deputy District Chief Ren Rongfa personally inquiring and specifically requesting our building to serve as an incubation base. Zhou Mingda's expression froze. Jing A83. Ministry support. The district chief inquiring. When these terms are combined, the nature of the matter completely changes. If it were merely a commercial transaction, it would be selling state assets. But if it involves cooperating with the government on a key project, it becomes a political task, supporting national information construction and revitalizing distressed assets. Having navigated the system for 30 years, Zhou Mingda had this level of political acumen. He picked up the business card again, this time examining it more carefully. Director Zhao personally accompanied you. Zhou Mingda confirmed. Yes, he was with me the whole time, and his attitude was very polite. Moreover, General Manager Chun said that the deal would proceed at market evaluation prices, and they wouldn't take a penny from us, with funds arriving in 3 days. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Jiangwo added, Director Zhou, that building is just sitting idle, and the maintenance costs are quite substantial each year. If we can liquidate it, we could pay the overdue salaries and settle the electricity bills. This would be alleviating the group's burden. Zhou Mingda remained silent for a full minute as he weighed the pros and cons. If this matter could be handled well, it would not only alleviate Li Hua's problems, but also earn favor with the district government. Let's go. Zhou Mingda stood up, grabbing the business card from the table. Come with me to see General Manager Zhang. In the top-level general manager's office. In a haze of smoke, Zhang Wei, the top leader of the electric science group, listened to the report without immediately expressing his stance. He was thinking further ahead than Zhou Mingda. The group was currently preparing for an IPO, and the financial reports needed to look good. Li Hua, being a major loss-maker, had always been a concern for him. If he could recover some cash by selling off idle assets to balance Li Hua's accounts, it would be greatly beneficial for the group's IPO. Furthermore, with the backing of the Haidian district government, the compliance risks would be minimized. Old Zhou, old son, Zhang Wei finally spoke, his voice steady. This matter is feasible in principle. But we must ensure that the procedures are solid. We can't leave any loose ends. He looked at Sun Jiangwo. You go back and tell Director Zhao that since this is a key project for the district, we at the Electric Science Group will fully support it. However, this must be led by their State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, reporting to the Municipal State-Owned Assets Administration. We are merely a cooperating party, understood? This was the wisdom of the old fox. Let the government take the lead while the enterprise stays behind. In case anything happens in the future, it will be the government managing the situation, and the enterprise will merely execute orders. Understood. I will handle this right away, Sun Jiangwo said excitedly. Also, Zhang Wei switched his tone. Once the building is sold, the money cannot all stay with your factory. The group will take 30 as coordinating funds, and the rest will be used to resolve historical issues. Do you have any objections? No objections. I absolutely comply with the group's arrangement. Sun Jiangwo dared not have any objections. Getting 70 was already a pleasant surprise, far better than having nothing and facing workers blocking the doors every day. 1 week later, at Jinghang University, in a lecture hall, The class bell rang, and the professor left with his lecture notes. Chun Hao leisurely packed his backpack. The Nokia 8850 in his pocket vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID, and a smile appeared on his face. It was the office landline of Zhao from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission in Haidian District. Chun Hao pressed the answer button, holding the phone to his ear as he walked with the crowd outside, responding with a casual hello. On the other end, Director Zhao's hearty laughter came through, indicating he was in a great mood. The approval from the Municipal State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission has come through. The board resolution from the Electric Science Group has also been approved. The Lihua building can be sold. Chun Hao continued walking through the bustling corridor. Thank you for your hard work, Director Zhao. Chun Hao smiled and asked, when can we finalize the paperwork? The sooner the better. Sun Jiangwo is anxious and would love for you to transfer the funds today. Director Zhao chuckled. You have no issues with the funds, right? Payment can be made at any time. Good. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., let's head straight to the Municipal Property Exchange. I've already had the appraisal report expedited. We'll sign the contract on site and have it notarized. All right, see you tomorrow. After hanging up, Chun Hao exited the teaching building. 2 weeks later, on Shueching Road, at the Lihua Radio Instrument Factory's research building, the formerly rusty iron gate had been removed and replaced with temporary construction barriers. Inside, the sound of hammering echoed and dust flew everywhere. Chun Hao stood in the center of the first-floor hall, stepping on uncleaned rubble. Behind him stood 3 people, Zhao Gang Wang Jun, and a middle-aged man dressed in white overalls speckled with plaster, holding a measuring tape and blueprints. This was Zhang Meng, the owner of Hongda Decoration, who had previously renovated Huqing Jiyuan for Chun Hao. This time he personally came due to the scale of the project. Zhang Meng's team had handled the renovation of Huqing Jiyuan, and Chun Hao found it convenient, so he directly brought him on board. Chenzong. Zhang Meng, wearing a safety helmet and holding a notebook, looked around at the modeled walls and exposed pipes with a troubled expression. What you just mentioned, I didn't hear it wrong, right? We're not going to strip the wall. Not going to do any ceiling work. We're just leaving this cement pillar exposed. Having worked in renovation for over 10 years, Zhang Meng had seen clients who either favored lavish European styles or warm homey aesthetics. But he had never encountered someone like Chun Hao who requested to retain the original ecological decay. Isn't this the same as not renovating at all? When guests come in, won't they think they've entered a black workshop? Zhang Meng couldn't help but advised Chenzong, you have the funds, let's at least do an aluminum ceiling to make it brighter. Chun Hao chuckled, pulling out a cigarette to light. Old Zhang, this is called industrial style. He pointed at the robust fire pipes and ventilation ducts above. Don't cover these pipes, oh, just paint them all black. Strip the white paint off the walls to reveal the red bricks underneath, then just apply a layer of varnish to solidify and prevent dust. The floor should be leveled with a cold gray cement finish. In the year 2000, the aesthetic of the Dragon Country was still stuck in the phase of more is better and new is good. The 798 Art District had yet to become popular and Starbucks had not yet proliferated. No one knew that this seemingly unrenovated style would become a hallmark of sophistication in the next 20 years. It was cost-effective and exuded high style. The first floor will serve as the main area for the internet cafe. Don't use solid walls for partitions, use black-framed glass or wire mesh instead. The lighting should be dim with old-fashioned factory pendant lights above each workstation, casting warm yellow light onto the keyboards. I want a cyberpunk atmosphere. Forget it, you won't understand this. Just do as I say. Zhang Meng was left confused, but he had one virtue: he was obedient. Since the boss wants to save money, that saves him some trouble too. All right, you're the boss, he'll follow your lead. What about the second floor? The second floor will be a non-smoking area with slightly more refined decoration. Leave a section for a display room. The leaders will mainly look at this during inspections. Set up a few display racks, place some servers, and put up some slogans on the walls. Chun Hao flicked the ash off his cigarette and turned his gaze toward the staircase. There stood a woman in her mid-30s wearing a beige trench coat, her hair simply tied up at the back. She held a black notebook, diligently taking notes. Su Jing. She was the financial supervisor Chun Hao had just hired a couple of days ago. She had been the deputy section chief of finance at the former Jingyan No. 3 factory and was laid off after the factory closed. Chun Hao discovered her in a corner of the job market. At that time, she was being pressed by an agency looking for cleaners, yet she maintained her dignity, neither humble nor arrogant. After a brief chat, Chun Hao realized this woman was highly capable, well-versed in tax policies, and had a steady personality unlike those clumsy young graduates. Most importantly, she had experienced the rise and fall of state-owned enterprises. She understood the rules and knew how to cherish opportunities. Sister Su. Chun Hao called out. Su Jing closed her folder and walked over briskly, her heels making a crisp sound on the cement floor. Chenzong, have you seen the budget report that old Zhang just submitted? I have seen it. Su Jing adjusted her glasses and opened her folder, pointing to a line of data. Boss Zhang's labor costs are 15 too high. Additionally, he calculated the material wastage rate at 8. For this minimalist style 5 would actually suffice. As for the brand of this batch of cables, although it's a renowned brand, it doesn't have the best cost-performance ratio for a high-load electric environment like an internet cafe. I suggest replacing it. Zhang Meng's face turned red immediately. He initially thought this woman was just a pretty face, but he realized she was knowledgeable. Wow, Accountant Su, you really know your stuff. Zhang Meng awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Alright, since you see the issues, well, adjust according to your suggestions. But I must say up front, with such a tight schedule, we can't lower the price any further. Chun Hao nodded in satisfaction. This is what professionalism looks like. He needed someone who could help him guard his finances. The third and fourth floors will be for office space. The third floor will be an open space, serving as an incubator with 2 public meeting rooms. The fourth floor will be reserved for our own use. Get me a larger office with a lounge and a bathroom. Additionally, separate a VIP reception room and a conference room, and have a smaller office as well. Sister Su, your finance room will also be on the 4th floor, and I need a bank-grade security door. Su Jing hesitated for a moment, and then nodded okay, Chen Zong. But do we really need such high-level security initially? The internet cafe mainly deals with cash flow, just depositing it in the bank daily should suffice. There will be a lot of cash in the future. Chen Hao pondered, needing to process that money quickly. His expression turned serious. Additionally, Sister Su, although this is an incubation base enjoying tax benefits, we cannot evade any taxes that are due. I don't want any problems with the tax authorities. The accounts must be clear and withstand scrutiny. Having experienced various difficulties in his past life, Chen Hao knew all too well. In this country, you can be bold, arrogant, and play tricks. But you must never be clever about taxes. That is the bottom line. Understood. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Su Jing's eyes. Having worked for so many bosses, most were looking for ways to evade taxes. It was rare to see someone as young as Chen Hao yet so clear-headed. Alright, let's get to work. Chen Hao dusted off his hands. Gongzi, keep an eye on the site. Dajuan, take me back to school. Yes. Xueqing Road, a research building. The sound of electric drills and hammers striking the walls intertwined, causing a painful ringing in one's ears. Chen Hao stood in the dusty first-floor lobby, gazing at a construction blueprint. Not far behind him at a makeshift wooden table, Su Jing was wearing a mask and sleeves, skillfully flipping through several resumes. With personnel in short supply, Su Jing, who had previously served as a section chief, was temporarily recruited by Chen Hao to handle human resources responsible for recruiting staff for the internet cafe. Mr. Chen, I've reviewed the 2 individuals that Lei Hu brought over just now. I have verified their IDs. They are locals. The one named Lu Ergu has previously worked at a billiard hall and is quite proficient in accounting. The other named Ma Gan is not very talkative. He appears quite honest, but has a shifty gaze indicating he may not be the type to stay in line. Chen Hao was not particularly concerned about the hiring details. Sister Su, you are fully in charge of this matter. What I need are capable and trustworthy individuals. The cashier must be a finance student or an experienced accountant, or Lei Hu's people cannot handle money. Understood. I have already contacted 2 recent graduates from a finance school for the cashier position. They will come in for a trial tomorrow. Su Jing adjusted her glasses. As for the 2 individuals introduced by Lei Hu, I suggest assigning them as network administrators or night shift patrollers. However, we need someone who can keep them in check. You needn't worry about that. Chen Hao glanced at Zhao Gang, who was directing workers to carry cement. Gongzi will teach them how to behave. Just as he was speaking, Lei Hu led 2 young men dressed in leather jackets with brightly dyed hair over. Upon seeing Chen Hao, the 2 appeared somewhat shy, retracting their necks to call out, "Boss Chen." Chen Hao remained silent, merely sizing them up with a discerning gaze. That authoritative scrutiny made the 2 streetwise punks feel quite uneasy. Once you're here, leave behind your previous street habits, Chen Hao said. This is a company, not a billiard hall. Manager Su will have you sign a probationary contract. Salaries will be paid monthly and bonuses are available for good performance. However, if you dare to stir up trouble in my establishment or act arrogantly towards customers. Chen Hao paused, his tone turning grave. You'll have to deal with the consequences. The 2 young men shivered at his words, nodding repeatedly. After sending Lei Hu and the others away, Chen Hao surveyed the lobby. The renovation progress was swift. The team from Hongda Decoration was indeed impressive. However, an internet cafe requires more than just a building. The core element is the computers. This was not a trivial matter of 10 or 8 machines. Chen Hao planned to start with 50 units in the first phase, with subsequent expansion to over 200 units. At current market prices, this was a procurement in the million range. If he were to buy directly from the counters in Zhongguan Village, those small bosses would treat him like a cash cow. Even as an expert, haggling one by one would be a tremendous waste of time. What he needed was to find a reliable supplier for long-term cooperation. Chen Hao pulled out his phone and found the number for Director Zhao of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission in Haidian District. Hello, Director Zhao, it's me, Chen Hao. Chen Hao moved to the window to escape the indoor noise. I have a request. I want to find a reliable computer hardware supplier in our district. As you know, this base is a face for the ministry. The equipment cannot be subpar, but I don't want to deal with those second-hand dealers. No problem. Director Zhao laughed on the other end of the line. The Dinghao Electronic Mall over in Zhongguan Village is one of our district's major taxpayers. The general manager of their operating company is quite familiar with me. They'll call him right away and have him recommend a capable vendor to you. You can just head over directly. Thank you, Director Zhao. I'll treat you to tea another day. After hanging up, Chun Hao called out to Wang Jun, who was dozing in the car. Dodge you and head to Zhongguan Village. Half an hour later at Dinghao Electronic Mall. The year 2000 was the golden era of rampant growth for Zhongguan Village. Massive billboards blotted out the sun, and everywhere there were slogans for Pentium 3 and 3D acceleration cards. Chun Hao did not linger at the counters on the first floor, but took the freight elevator directly to the top-level office area. In the conference room, the general manager of the operating company, Ma Kai, had been waiting for a long time. Next to him sat a middle-aged man with a plump figure and a gold chain around his neck. In front of this man lay a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, and he was playing with a Motorola flip phone. Mr. Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you. Ma Kai introduced enthusiastically. This is Mr. Qian Hongyan from Qiankuan Electronics. Mr. Qian is the largest assembler in our mall, holding the agency rights for several brands in North China, supplying various ministries and state-owned enterprises year-round, and his strength is unquestionable. Mr. Qian stood up beaming as he extended his chubby hand. Mr. Chen, you are young and accomplished. I hear from Mr. Ma that this is a major project for the ministry. We will certainly support you wholeheartedly. Chun Hao shook hands and sat down across from him, with Zhao Gang sitting beside him. Mr. Qian, you flatter me. Time is tight. Let's get straight to the configuration and pricing. Chun Hao cut to the chase. Qian Hongyan's eyes brightened. He particularly favored such straightforward government clients. According to custom, young people with an official endorsement usually only care about two things: whether the configuration is high-end enough and whether the kickbacks are substantial. No problem. Qian Hongyan took out a notebook from his bag, opened a pre-written configuration list, and pushed it in front of Chun Hao. Mr. Chen, since this is a ministry-supported information base, we must use top configurations. Here's the plan I prepared for you. Intel Pentium 3 800EB processor, Asus motherboard, 256 MB RAM, 32 MB dedicated graphics card, along with a Sony Trinitron 17-inch flat monitor. As he spoke, Qian Hongyan observed Chun Hao's expression, lowering his voice to say, this set would cost at least $12,000 on the market. But since this is introduced by Mr. Ma, and it's a key project, it'll give you a cost price of $9,008. As for the invoice, we can issue it for $12,000, or you can suggest a number. I understand the rules regarding the price difference. After finishing, Qian Hongyan revealed a lewd smile. In his view, this deal was already a done deal. At $9,008, he still had at least $2,005 in profit margin plus the benefit fee for this young man, ensuring that everyone makes a profit and is happy. Chun Hao looked at the configuration list, hearing the outrageous quote. His expression remained neutral. He picked up the pack of Zhonghua cigarettes on the table and took one out. Mr. Qian, you misunderstood me. Qian Hongyan immediately took out a lighter to assist. Chun Hao took a deep breath and exhaled a cloud of smoke. This project is indeed supported by the ministry and the district. It is also a key project for Hadian district. However, the funds are coming from me. This is my private enterprise, not a state-owned enterprise's procurement. The smile on Qian Hongyan's face froze. The lighter in his hand had yet to be retracted, the flame flickering in the air. Private funds. Then the previous high kickback approach had clearly hit a snag. This. Qian Hongyan awkwardly rubbed his hands and glanced at Mr. Ma beside him. Chun Hao continued, what I want to establish is a chain of internet cafes and an incubation base. The initial phase of 50 units is just the beginning. If all goes well, I might need 500 units or even 1,000. Mr. Qian, this is my own business. I do not require your kickbacks. What I need is cost effectiveness. Therefore, if you want this order, please provide me with a genuine bottom line. Qian Hongyan, a seasoned veteran, quickly regained his composure after a fleeting moment of surprise. He realized this young man before him would not be easily deceived. Mr. Chun is truly a man of integrity. Qian Hongyan let out a dry chuckle and withdrew the configuration sheet marked Special Government Supply. Since this is your personal business venture, let's discuss an alternative solution instead. What specifications do you have in mind? Chun Hao did not answer directly, but countered with a question. Mr. Qian, what are the hottest games in internet cafes right now? Counter-Strike Condition Zero, Red Alert 2, StarCraft, correct? Exactly. And Diablo 2 as well. Pentium 3 800EB processors. Those are meant only for clueless novices who overpay without understanding the trade. They deliver excessive performance, generate excessive heat, and carry exorbitant price tags. Chun Hao tapped ash from his cigarette and recited a string of specifications. I want Celeron 2 600 MHz CPUs. This model excels at overclocking. And even stock clocked it handles current games effortlessly. Skip Asus motherboards, they're too expensive. Source me MSI or Gigabyte motherboards with the 815 EP chipset, preferably integrated with onboard audio. For memory use 128 megabytes SDRAM from Hyundai. Don't try to pass off Kingston modules on me. 9 out of 10 Kingston sticks on the market are counterfeit. Hyundai's memory chips, by contrast, are reliable and genuine. For graphics, go with the Xiaoyingba TNT2M64 with 32 megabytes VRAM. For storage use, the Quantum Fireball 20 gigabytes hard drive. It's more than sufficient. Avoid Sony Trinitron monitors. They're overly delicate. Instead, install 17-inch Samsung or Philips flat panel displays with anti-radiation coating. They project prestige and professionalism. Chunhao delivered the entire list in one breath. Each component chosen strictly for practicality, optimal performance for mainstream gaming coupled with maximum cost efficiency. Qian Hongyan listened stunned into silence, inwardly murmuring to himself, this young man is clearly a connoisseur. It seemed this order wouldn't yield much profit after all. Not only did the youth understand hardware intricacies, he grasped market dynamics, even knew which brands flooded the market with counterfeits. Mr. Chen, you've clearly done your homework. He couldn't help but remark admiringly. Mr. Chen, if your goods and pricing meet my expectations, I'll offer you a valuable perk. Chunhao smiled as he spoke. This project has drawn focused attention from both our department and the district government. I can issue 2 engraved copper plaques bearing the inscription designated hardware supplier for the Beijing Informatization Promotion and Industrial Incubation Base, Xinquan Electronics. 1 plaque will hang at our base, visible to every official delegation during inspections. The other will be mounted prominently at your company. You grasp the significance of this advantage, don't you? Qian Hongyan pondered carefully. After years navigating Zhongwan Village, what did he lack most? Not money, but reputation, political capital. With such a plaque, he could narrate a compelling story in future negotiations with state-owned enterprises how his firm had earned formal endorsement from a ministry-level flagship initiative. Mr. Chen, this is outstanding. I'll give you an exceptionally fair price. Qian Hongyan pulled out a notebook and calculator, scribbling rapidly while his fingers flew across the keys. Celeron 600. I'll quote you the wholesale rate. Motherboard, graphics card. He muttered under his breath, jotting down figures with practiced speed. 5 minutes later, Qian Hongyan turned the calculator toward Chunhao. The display read 4,600. Mr. Chen, 4,650 yuan. That's the absolute floor price in Zhongwan Village. I'll barely cover shipping costs. Only because I'm committed to supporting your landmark project would I offer such a figure. For anyone else, I'd refuse outright. Below 5,500. Qian Hongyan grimaced as if enduring physical pain. Chunhao glanced at the number and ran quick mental calculations. Loose Celeron 600 chips hovered around 600 yuan. Memory prices fluctuated widely. Recently hovering near 400. Monitors alone accounted for roughly 1,800. Yes, the quote was genuinely compelling. It nearly matched wholesale procurement costs. Yet Chunhao didn't commit immediately. Rising to his feet, he neatly folded the price sheet and slipped it into his pocket. I see your sincerity, Mr. Qian, but I have a habit, comparing offers from multiple vendors. I'll keep your quote in mind and respond within 2 days. Qian Hongyan blinked, then offered a wry smile. This young man was exceedingly cautious. Very well, Mr. Chen, by all means compare away. The next morning at Hailong Building in Zhongwan Village, Chunhao wore sportswear and carried a backpack, appearing indistinguishable from any ordinary university student assembling a custom PC. He blended seamlessly into the bustling crowd, squeezing into cramped vendor booths. Boss, I need a custom-built Celeron 600 MSI motherboard. Young man, that's a hot configuration these days. Do you need an invoice? No invoice needed. 5,300, that's rock bottom. Chunhao shook his head and walked away. By noon, he'd visited Hailong Daxiang and Guiyu computer markets, querying over 20 counters. Quotes varied wildly. The lowest stood at 5,100 yuan, and even that came with no guarantee of authentic factory-sealed components. That vendor's eyes had flickered suspiciously, likely planning to substitute refurbished memory or hard drives. As for Qian Hongyan's promise of on-site warranty service replacement and refunds, such assurances were unavailable to retail customers. At noon, Chunhao sat on the curb beside the road sipping cola while reviewing his densely annotated notebook. Qian Hongyan had told no lies. At 4,650 yuan, this configuration represented true channel wholesale pricing. Moreover, a major distributor like Qian Hongyan prized reputation above all. If caught compromising component quality, his credibility within the industry would collapse irreparably. Chunhao drained the last sip of his drink and tossed the bottle into a nearby bin. Retrieving his mobile phone, he dialed Qian Hongyan's number. Mr. Qian, it's Chunhao. Mr. Chun, how did your inspection go? Qian Hongyan answered cheerfully. Prepare the contract. We're moving forward. Chunhao cut straight to the point. First batch 50 units. Additionally, I require 2 high-end servers. Exact specs will follow via SMS. All machines should be delivered only after our facility renovation is complete. Absolutely. Mr. Chun, you're decisive. Qian Hongyan exclaimed elated. I'll mobilize inventory immediately. Every unit guaranteed brand new and authentic. At Beijing Aviation University's faculty office building, Chun Hao knocked on Counselor Liang Bo's office door. Come in. Pushing the door open, he found Liang Bo hunched over a monitor, hair disheveled like a startled rooster's nest. Upon seeing Chun Hao, Liang Bo sprang up from his chair, eyes alight with excitement. Chun Hao, you're perfectly timed. Come take a look. Liang Bo seized Chun Hao's arm and pointed emphatically at the screen. Per your requirements, the core functionality of version 1 of the Internet Cafe Management System is fully operational. I've also completed the navigation webpage. Chun Hao leaned in. The display showed a login interface dominated by deep gray tones, clean, austere, and purposeful. Liang Bo guided the mouse through the backend interface. This is the server console, capable of remotely unlocking terminals, billing, managing memberships, and more. Observe, it also generates daily occupancy reports and revenue analytics. Though its UI retained the unmistakable aesthetic of Windows 98, with chunky three-dimensional buttons, the underlying logic was impeccably clear and response times impressively swift. Excellent. Chun Hao nodded, offering sincere praise. For a counselor whose daily work centered on theory rather than practice, delivering a fully functional commercial-grade system within such a short time frame revealed formidable technical foundations. Take a look at this. Liang Bo switched to his browser and opened a local web page. The page was exceedingly simple, so much so that it bordered on rudimentary. A white background, blue text densely packed with links to various websites: Sina, Sohu, NetEase, Yahoo, 263 Mail. This was the nascent prototype of Chun Hao's requested Chu 123 navigation portal. In an era when search engines had yet to achieve full penetration, and when many people couldn't even recall domain names, a foolproof navigation site like this was an absolute necessity for internet cafes. The domain has already been registered. Server registration is still underway with the authorities. We'll go live in a couple of days. Liang Bo rubbed his hands together, bloodshot eyes gleaming with feverish excitement. How do you like it? Chun Hao asked with a smile. Excellent. Only someone of your caliber could pull this off. Liang Bo's grin widened into radiant delight. Chun, how about the remaining payment? Don't worry. Chun Hao leaned against the edge of the desk, observing his faculty advisor's expectant expression. Once all the hardware arrives at the company, I'll need you to come over and help set up the network and debug the system. At that point, the remaining 7,000 yuan will be paid in full. No problem. I've got it covered. Liang Bo thumped his chest emphatically. Just give me a call whenever you're ready to install the machines. I'll bring a few students along, and we'll have it sorted out in no time. Chun Hao watched Liang Bo's energetic demeanor, silently calculating. Originally, he'd conceived this project solely to silence Liang Bo, to keep him from raising questions about his unexcused absences. But now it seemed clear this man was a highly capable tool, technically proficient, efficient in execution, and embedded within the university, granting access to a pool of inexpensive skilled labor. Future collaboration would certainly be worthwhile. Then I'll leave it to you, Brother Bo. Chun Hao straightened up. I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Safe travels. Back at Huaqing Jiyuan, Chun Hao sat on the sofa facing Zhao Gang. Gangzi, there's something I need you to handle. Boss, just say the word. The internet cafe's renovation will soon be complete. Now we need to register a dedicated operating company. Chun Hao retrieved a business card from his drawer and handed it to Zhao Gang. This is the intermediary Lu Wei's card. He handled the registration for our previous company. He has connections at the Administration for Market Regulation and executes tasks reliably. Contact him and register a new company using the address of the research building. Zhao Gang took the card, glanced at it briefly, asked no further questions, and simply nodded. Have you settled on a company name? Chun Hao paused thoughtfully before replying. Beijing Matrix Technology Co., Ltd., a wholly owned subsidiary of Yanhuan Culture Group. List Lei Hu as the legal representative. The internet cafe operations are not something I can publicly oversee. Zhao Gang blinked, faintly surprised that Chun Hao would entrust Lei Hu with such responsibility. Is he truly suitable for this role? There's nothing unsuitable about it. He was recommended by you. I trust him without reservation. Zhao Gang felt a quiet surge of gratitude. His boss's unwavering confidence moved him deeply. Understood. I'll see to it immediately. Lu Wei's efficiency exceeded expectations. In just 5 days, a brand new business license arrived in Chun Hao's hands. Holding the license, Chun Hao dialed Director Zhao of the Haidian District State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Bureau. Director Zhao, it's Xiao Chen here. I have some good news to report. The operating company for our information technology base has officially been registered and established right here in Haitian District. Oh, so quickly. Director Zhao's voice on the line brimmed with genuine pleasure. Excellent. It means our project has entered its substantive phase. From now on, this will be Haitian's very own enterprise, a tremendous development. Indeed, and we'll rely heavily on your guidance, Director Zhao, and the support of all district leaders going forward. Chunhao shifted tone smoothly. To celebrate the company's founding, and to express our sincere gratitude for your support, I'd like to host a dinner gathering tonight. Director Zhao paused reflectively. Director Zhao, I'm not inviting only you this time. Chunhao deployed his enticement. Wang Qiming, chief of the ministry's General Service Center, and Xin Hao, chief of the Information Technology Promotion Division, will also grace us with their presence tonight. They're eager to engage more closely with our district colleagues. Upon hearing those two names, Director Zhao's interest surged. Both the General Service Center and the Information Technology Promotion Division were powerful, influential departments within the ministry. An opportunity to dine with two ministry-level division chiefs was undeniably advantageous for expanding one's network. Such connections might prove invaluable at any moment. Mr. Chun, you've gone to great lengths. Director Zhao's tone instantly warmed to effusive warmth. Since ministry leaders are attending Haitian District, must rise to the occasion. Please tell me, who else should we invite? I'll personally arrange it. A subtle upward curve touched Chunhao's lips. Director Zhao was indeed perceptive. Director Zhao, our base involves cybersecurity, fire safety inspections, and cultural business licensing. Might we invite the cybersecurity detachment of the Public Security Branch, the Daxlu Police Station, the District Fire Brigade, and the Market Supervision Director from the Cultural Tourism Bureau? Absolutely, no problem. Director Zhao agreed without hesitation. They're all old acquaintances. I'll handle the invitations myself. At 6:30 p.m., Jinwei Grand Hotel, West 2nd Ring Road. The private dining room featured thick carpets, classical landscape paintings adorning the walls, and an exquisitely set round table with fine bone china. Chunhao stood at the entrance greeting each guest as they arrived. Wang Qiming and Xin Hao arrived together, wearing casual jackets, relaxed and at ease. Brother Wang, Chief Qin, please come in. Chunhao stepped forward warmly. Moments later, Director Zhao arrived with several key Haitian district officials. As greetings were exchanged, the atmosphere instantly warmed. Ah, Chief Wang, it's an honor to finally meet you. Director Zhao hurried forward, clasping Wang Qiming's hand firmly. I've long wished to visit your office at the ministry, but never found the opportunity. Thanks to Mr. Chin's generosity today, I've finally met the real master. Director Zhao, you flatter me. This is all in service of our shared work. Wang Qiming responded with a genial smile. Seating two followed subtle protocol. Wang Qiming was escorted to the seat of highest honor. Xin Hao and Director Zhao occupied positions to his left and right. Chunhao seated himself nearest the door, the position reserved for settling the bill, tasked with pouring wine and sustaining the convivial spirit. Other officials, from cybersecurity, fire services, and the police station, took their places in descending order of seniority. After 3 rounds of toasts and 5 courses, the bottle of Fétian Matai stood nearly empty, and the room's initial formality had melted into easy camaraderie. Amid curling cigarette smoke, conversation flowed freely. I hold Mr. Chin's project in exceptionally high regard, said Xin Hao, setting down his glass. His cheeks flushed, yet his gaze remained lucid and sharp. The nationwide promotion of informatization is a national strategic imperative. Launching such a pilot initiative near a university campus carries profound significance. Chief Qin speaks truth. Director Zhao immediately chimed in. Our district attaches the utmost importance to this endeavor. We specially coordinated the use of Li Hua's premises to establish a benchmark project. Sensing the moment was ripe, Chunhao rose, raised his glass, and addressed the assembly. Esteemed leaders, I propose a toast to all of you. His gaze swept the room, sincere and steady. Truth be told, building this base, while requires more than just space and equipment, to ensure its sustainable operation and maximize utilization of its resources, I'd like to share an idea, albeit still preliminary. All guests set down their chopsticks and turned their attention to him. Phase 1 will deploy 50 computers, eventually will scale up to 200. During training sessions and incubation programs, idle hours are inevitable. I propose dedicating the ground floor to public internet access during those intervals. Chunhao paused, measuring their reactions. Put simply, we intend to use revenue generated from the internet cafe to subsidize the base's operational costs. This way we impose no additional burden upon the state and cultivate self-sustaining vitality. Every person present was shrewd and astute. None missed the subtext. Self-sustaining vitality. That was merely a euphemism for running an internet cafe. Yet Chunhao had wrapped the proposition in flawless rhetoric. Not for profit, but for sustainability, or not for gain, but to spare the nation any extra strain. It was impeccably phrased. This idea is correct. Wang Qiming nodded. The department's tertiary industry is also doing it this way. With the approval from the department's leadership, the district officials naturally had no objections. After gaining everyone's approval, Chun Hao continued, since this is a government-supported project for business, I certainly cannot operate like those unlicensed internet cafes outside. He looked towards Li Kejong from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and Lu Dui from the Cybersecurity Division. Therefore, I want to apply for the complete set of internet service business licenses. Fire safety, cybersecurity, culture, and communication management. None can be omitted. If we are going to do this, we will establish the most legitimate benchmark in the entire capital. The supervising leaders exchanged glances, all showing expressions of surprise. In 2000, there were so many internet cafes in the capital, yet less than a tenth of them truly had all 4 licenses. Most owners just registered under a name or simply operated without a license, usually relying on bribing local police and paying fines to get by, who would willingly go through the hassle of obtaining those tedious licenses. Moreover, given Chun Hao's current background, even if he operated without a license, who would dare to shut down his establishment? Yet he proactively requested to get licensed, voluntarily seeking supervision. Lu Dui from the Cybersecurity Division put down his cigarette, and his gaze towards Chun Hao changed. This is not just being sensible, it shows great wisdom. Mr. Chun, for your awareness, I toast to you. Lu Dui raised his glass and drank it all. Now those internet cafe owners outside see us and run like mice fleeing from a cat, always playing hide and seek with us. If you can really set up a legitimate model, it would be a tremendous help to us. In the future, we will use your place as the standard for managing internet cafes in the entire district. Captain Sun from the fire department also expressed his support, rest assured on the fire safety side. As long as your hardware meets the standards, I will arrange for someone to conduct the inspection, ensuring no delays, and we will issue the licenses at the fastest speed. Li Kejong from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau was grinning widely. Our director is worried about not completing this year's standardization quota. Mr. Chin, you are truly providing timely assistance. Have someone deliver the materials tomorrow, and I will personally oversee the process. Qin Hao watched this scene and nodded slightly. This young man, despite his youth, is meticulous in his work. Cheers. To Mr. Chin's model project. Director Zhao proposed. Cheers. The crisp sound of clinking glasses echoed in the private room. The next morning, Zhao Gang drove a Santana carrying Su Jing along with a thick stack of application materials and began the process of obtaining various licenses. With the promises made at last night's dinner, this journey was smooth sailing. The approval process, which originally required running all over and taking months with dozens of stamps, became exceptionally smooth under the dual support of key projects and special handling. In just a week, Chun Hao received 4 licenses: the Internet Culture Business License, the Fire Safety Inspection Certificate, the Special Industry Business License, and the Telecommunications Value-Added Business License. This is rare in the 2000 internet cafe scene in the capital. A few cafes have all these licenses. Sitting on the sofa, Chun Hao played with a purple clay teapot he had found in Panjiayu, and his gaze sweeping over the 4 licenses. He was acutely aware that the entire internet cafe industry would face a restructuring next year, and having these 4 licenses would mean a completely different situation. On May 15th, the last of the Willow Fluff in Haidian district finally settled. The once dormant research building of Lihua Radio Equipment Factory on Shueching Road underwent a complete transformation. The once peeling gray exterior was freshly painted, turning into a deep iron gray. Above the roof, 2 rows of enormous red 3-dimensional letters stood prominently. Beijing Information Popularization and Industry Incubation Base. This sign was not only large, but also illuminated at night, making it the most eye-catching marker along the entire road. The entrance of the building was cleverly segmented. Facing Shueching Road, the formerly rusty iron door was removed and replaced with a huge automatic glass door. Above the doorway hung a sign with a strong design sense: Matrix Net Cafe. As the Matrix was sweeping the globe, this name had a strong sense of science fiction. Meanwhile, on the factory side, the entrance appeared much more understated, featuring a brushed stainless steel plaque: Matrix Technology. Subsequent visits and inspections by leaders would enter from here. At 9 a.m., a Jinbei van stopped at the entrance. Liang Bo jumped out with 3 boys carrying toolboxes and bundles of network cables. Bro, is this the legendary big project? One of the boys stared at the automatic door, a bit dazed. It doesn't look like an internet cafe, more like an office building of a foreign company. Cut the chatter and get to work. Liang Bo said this, but his eyes were filled with surprise. The automatic door slid open slowly, and Liang Bo stepped into the lobby, his steps suddenly pausing. It lacked the cheap feel of being plastered with tiles and fluorescent lights as he had imagined. There was no false ceiling. Above was the bare concrete slab, and all the thick fire pipes, ventilation ducts, and wiring ducts were painted matte black, crisscrossing each other. The floor was a cold gray self-leveling cement smooth enough to reflect shadows. 50 custom computer desks were arranged in a square layout. These desks were not made of cheap particle board, but rather a black angle steel frame with a solid wood surface. Between every two workstations, a half partition made of black metal mesh was installed. The lighting was slightly dim. The light source came from vintage industrial pendant lamps hanging above each workstation, casting warm yellow light precisely onto the keyboard area, ensuring visibility for operation while creating a strong sense of privacy. Liangbo reached out to touch the cold metal mesh beside him. This is too cool. Bro, you made it. Chunhao walked down the stairs from the second floor. He held a bottle of mineral water, wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans. Chunhao, your decoration. Liangbo pointed at the ceiling. It's too avant-garde, right? Chunhao twisted off the bottle cap and took a sip. This is called industrial style. It's very popular abroad, but in Longwo we are the only one. Liangbo didn't understand what industrial style meant, but as a tech enthusiast, this cold, tough environment with a hint of post-apocalyptic wasteland atmosphere instantly struck his aesthetic chord. It feels like the hacker's base in a movie. Liangbo gave the highest praise. Just like that, The Matrix. This is the vibe we wanted. Chunhao smiled. The machines have all arrived. They were delivered just yesterday. Now it depends on you guys. For the next 3 days, Liangbo and his team were busy here. The students Liangbo brought along were all top students from the computer department, and they worked efficiently. Stripping wires, pressing crystal heads, testing connectivity. Each motion was extremely practiced. 40 computers were set up in the first floor lobby and 10 in the non-smoking area on the second floor. All computers operated on a diskless workstation model. This was a new technology in 2000, eliminating the hassle of maintaining hard drives for each computer, with all data accessed from the server via a gigabit local area network. In the server room on the second floor, 2 tower servers emitted a low humming sound with indicator lights blinking wildly. Liangbo sat in front of the servers, his fingers flying across the keyboard, conducting the final stress test. Heartbeat packet is normal. The billing system database connection is normal. The Chu 123 navigation page load speed is 0.1 seconds. The restore card driver has finished loading. As the enter key was struck heavily, the 40 monitors downstairs lit up simultaneously. The screens displayed a simple login box with a background featuring a deep green code stream on a black backdrop reminiscent of a classic scene from The Matrix. Done. Liangbo leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. Chunhao stood behind him, handing over a cigarette. Thank you for your hard work. This system is incredibly stable. Liangbo took the cigarette, his eyes shining as he gazed at the data stream on the screen. Chunhao, if we sell this diskless system, we could definitely make a fortune. Let's talk about it later. Chunhao, bro, there's one more thing. Chunhao pointed to the empty area on the east side of the second floor. There were several rows of folding chairs set up with a whiteboard hanging in front and a computer connected to a projector beside it. What is this? Liangbo asked in confusion. Since we call ourselves an information dissemination base, we need to do some dissemination work. Chunhao exhaled a puff of smoke. The company plans to hold free public classes here once a week. We will cooperate with some organizations to teach their retired workers, laid-off workers, or anyone who wants to learn computers how to use a mouse, how to type, and how to search for information online. Liangbo was stunned. Can this make money? It's not about making money, it's about gaining reputation. Chunhao patted Liangbo on the shoulder. Moreover, I plan to invite you to teach the class. Me? Yes. You're already a university lecturer, you have a good image, and your expertise matches well. Each class lasts 2 hours, and the company can pay 500 for the teaching fee. Liangbo's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. In the year 2000, a university lecturer's monthly salary was just over 1,000. He was merely a counselor, and his current salary was only a few hundred. 500 for 2 hours is an outrageous price. Chunhao, you're not joking, are you? I never joke. Also, the students you brought, if any, are willing to work part-time. They can come as teaching assistants or network administrators. They will be paid hourly here, which is better than distributing flyers outside. Liangbo took a puff of smoke and nodded. Okay, I'll take this job. I will compile the teaching materials when I get back, ensuring that even an 80-year-old lady can understand. May 18th, all personnel were in position. In the first floor hall, 2 rows of people stood straight. On the left were 2 young girls, both recent graduates recruited by Su Jing from a nearby college. They wore matching dark gray suits, red silk scarves around their necks, their hair neatly pinned up, and their makeup was exquisite. They looked nothing like internet cafe cashiers. They could easily pass for flight attendants. On the right stood Lei Hu and his 2 underlings. Lu Ergo, the blonde, had dyed his hair back to black, dressed in a crisp black security uniform with a walkie-talkie hanging at his waist. The street thug aura he once had was completely gone. Su Jing held a folder conducting final etiquette training. Remember, when a customer enters, you must stand and bow, saying welcome to Matrix. Hand over the cards with both hands and receive money with both hands. Your smile should show 8 teeth. Su Jing's tone was stern. Anyone who dares to show a bad attitude to a customer will be fined 50 for the first offense and dismissed on the second. On the other side, Zhao Gang stood with his hands behind his back in front of Lei, who is voice low. Huzi, your only task is to maintain order. No matter who it is, even if it's the king, once they enter this door, they must abide by the rules here. If someone smokes in the non-smoking area upstairs, stop them immediately. If someone causes trouble, ask them to leave immediately. Can you do that? Yes. Lei Hu shouted until his throat was hoarse. He was incredibly satisfied with this job. Previously, he was just a small thug, but now he was called the store manager, and his parents smiled more than before. Chen Hao stood by watching them train. Everything was ready. Gongzi, Chen Hao called out. Zhao Gang quickly walked over. Boss. Are the flyers printed? Yes, 50,000 copies. Zhao Gang pulled out a colorful brochure from his bag. The design was simple with a black background and red text, extremely visually impactful. The front printed several lines of large text. Matrix Internet Cafe, May 20th, grand opening, the most high-end configuration in the capital seller, in 617-inch flat screen fiber optic dedicated line, free 1-hour experience with this coupon. The back featured even crazier promotions: membership recharge giveaway, recharge 100 get 50, recharge 500 get 300. In an era where internet access fees were generally 3 to 4 yuan per hour, such generous giveaways were akin to throwing money around. Geological University, Forestry University, Language University, Science and Technology University. Chen Hao listed a series of names, including all nearby schools. Find people from the student union or students willing to work part-time. Pay each person 50 a day to distribute these 50,000 flyers throughout all the university dormitories in Haidian district. Understood. May 20th, 9 a.m. The atmosphere on Shueching Road felt off. The originally quiet street suddenly had many young faces. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5, clutching the black and red flyer, heading towards Lihua Factory. They opened a new internet cafe over there, and they say the configuration is divine, capable of running CS without lag. Is that true? The last place I went to was a dump, and the mouse's ball was dirty. Look at this flyer, recharge 500 and get 300. Is the boss crazy? Who cares if he's crazy? Let's grab a spot first. If we go late, there will definitely be no machines. The crowd continued to swell. When the first group of students arrived at the entrance of the research building, they were stunned by the huge glass doors and the decor inside. Wow, is this really an internet cafe? This is way too high. And how much does it cost per hour? It says here member price is 3 yuan, temporary card is 4 yuan. It's the same price as those shabby places outside. Open the door, boss. The crowd began to stir, with some starting to bang on the glass door. Lei Hu and his team stepped up. He pressed the earpiece, pulling apart the barrier with a stern face, shouting loudly, "Don't push. Form a line. Anyone who pushes will be kicked out. Do you see the yellow line on the ground? Stand behind the line." His fierce demeanor instantly subdued the crowd. Although the students were anxious seeing the several security guards in uniforms, they obediently formed a long line. The line stretched along the sidewalk, extending dozens of meters to the bus station. At 9:20 a.m., Chen Hao glanced at his watch and nodded at Su Jing downstairs. Su Jing pressed the remote. The automatic door slowly slid open. "Welcome to Matrix." The 2 cashiers in uniforms bowed in unison, their voices sweet and harmonious. This spectacle made the few boys at the front blush, scrambling to take out their money. "Charge me 100. I want to charge 500. Is the 300 bonus real?" "Of course it is, classmate. Here is your membership card. Please keep it safe." The cash register kept popping open, producing crisp sounds of ding. Red 100 yuan bills flowed in like water. In less than 10 minutes, all 50 machines upstairs and downstairs were filled to capacity. The hall began to resonate with the sounds of keyboard tapping and mouse clicking. Pa pa pa. That was the sound of money. All the screens lit up. Most people were playing CS, while some were playing Red Alert, and a few were chatting on OICQ. In the non-smoking area on the second floor, a blonde youth had just pulled out a pack of cigarettes, but before he could light it, he was tapped on the shoulder by a patrolling guard who pointed to the huge "No Smoking" sign on the wall and the smoke detector above. The blonde youth was taken aback, looking at the guard's unfriendly expression, and reluctantly stuffed the cigarette back. "Boss." Su Jing knocked and entered, holding a report, her voice a bit excited. "It has only been 2 hours since the opening, and the membership recharge amount has already exceeded 30,000. Chen Hao turned around, his expression calm. This is just the beginning. He knew that this high-end environment, combined with the crazy subsidy model, represented a dimensionality reduction attack on the internet cafe market of 2000. At 5 in the afternoon, let Gongzi drive and take you to deposit the money. Be careful, Chen Hao said. Okay. Just then, Chen Hao's phone rang. It was Liang Bo calling. Chen Hao, you need to check the server backend. Our Chu 123 navigation page has seen a crazy surge in traffic in just the past hour. On the other end of the line, Liang Bo exclaimed excitedly. Chun Hao hung up the phone, opened his computer, logged into the backend, and found that the traffic had already surpassed 2,000. For a newly launched website, this data was quite exaggerated. It was not just the 50 machines of the Matrix that were logging in. Students who had received flyers but didn't get in line were returning to their dorms or heading to other internet cafes, all inputting that simple and memorable domain name. In an era when the internet was just taking off and users struggled to remember website addresses and navigation site, aggregating all commonly used links was a basic necessity for internet users. Chun Hao watched the constantly fluctuating traffic data on the screen and lit a cigarette. This data was just the beginning. He clearly remembered the terrifying traffic that Hao 123 would have later on. As night fell, Xueqing Road was even brighter than during the day. The long queue at the Matrix Internet Cafe not only did not shorten, but rather grew longer. The crowd wound from the entrance all the way to the main road, a sea of dark, anxious faces. How much longer? I've been waiting for over an hour. Don't cut in line, or I'll report you. The commotion in the queue continued as Lei, who patrolled the outskirts with two underlings, his voice already hoarse from shouting. In his earpiece, Zhao Gang's voice kept coming through. Huzi, maintain order. The boss said whoever stirs trouble will be blacklisted and banned for life. This warning proved more effective than any threat, and the line became much more orderly. At the two cash registers at the entrance, two girls were already so busy they could barely stand. Less than 300 meters from the Matrix Internet Cafe, there was a basement internet cafe named Feixiang. The owner, Li Biao, known as Leopard Brother, was irritably smashing an empty beer bottle on the floor. Damn it, where did all the people go? The internet cafe was empty, with only 3 or 4 of the 50 computers turned on. A young man with bleached hair ran in breathlessly. Leopard Brother, it's bad. People have all been drawn over by that place called Matrix. The queue is almost at our door. Matrix? What the hell is Matrix? Leopard Brother kicked over a plastic stool beside him. It's just a new rundown internet cafe. I've been in this street for 3 years. Why should he get any business? Leopard Brother, it's different. The young man swallowed hard and said gloomily, their decor looks like something out of the... All the machines are new and the internet speed is lightning fast. The worst part is they offer 100 credit for 50 free and 500 for 300 free. Many students have spent their meal money to recharge. Leopard Brother was taken aback. He had a lucrative business charging 4 yuan per hour for internet access, never offering discounts. Giving credits? That was a loss-making business only a fool would engage in. Who is that boss? How can he run a business like this and not go bankrupt? I don't know, but he seems pretty wealthy, renting out the research building of Lihua Factory. The young man lowered his voice. The security guards standing at the door looked fierce. Leopard Brother's expression darkened. Without money, he had ruthless subordinates. This would be troublesome. He looked at his neglected basement and imagined the scene described by his subordinate, a surge of inexplicable anger igniting within him. Cutting off someone's financial lifeline is like killing their parents. Old 3, go and invite old son from the internet cafe next door over. Next to the Feixiang Internet Cafe was a fly-infested eatery called Old Sichuan. The door to the private room was tightly closed and the curtains were drawn. On the round table lay several plates of cold dishes barely touched, and the ashtray was piled high with cigarette butts. Leopard Brother sat at the main seat, his feet resting on the chair's armrest, fiddling with a Motorola flip phone. Beside him sat 4 men, all owners of nearby internet cafes. Usually these men would not even smile at each other when competing for customers, but today they had gathered together for a rare meeting. Leopard Brother, this is unbearable. A balding middle-aged man crushed his cigarette into the plate with frustration. He was old son from Fast Internet Garden. Yesterday, I had less than 30 customers all day. At this time of year, we usually have more machines than customers. Who says otherwise? Another tall, thin man chimed in. He was the owner of Surfing Zone. I specially went to the Matrix to take a look. Good heavens, it was packed. Those students would rather stand in line for 2 hours over there than come here and sit down to play. If this continues, everyone will be out of business. Leopard Brother's face remained sullen, and he said nothing. His Feixiang Internet Cafe was diagonally opposite the Matrix, taking the biggest hit. In the past 2 days, his revenue had halved, and he was barely covering the electricity bills. That kid is breaking the rules. Old son gritted his teeth and said, offering 500 for 300, is that business? That's suicidal. If he doesn't want to live, don't drag us down with him. Who knows where this newcomer came from? I heard he's a young guy with some dirty money who rented out the research building of Lihua Factory. The guy with the middle part scoffed. He's just relying on a bit of money, thinking he can monopolize us here. Leopard Brother snorted coldly. He had been around this area for years and had seen many such nouveau riches trying to use money to seize territory. In the internet cafe business, having money alone is useless. You need connections. What about those security guards at the door? Leopard Brother asked again. They probably hired some migrant workers dressed in black leather to put on a show. The guy with the middle part chuckled. They look big, but they're probably just for show. The one leading them, named Tiger, sounds impressive. I've never seen him around here before. He's probably just a rookie. Leopard brother lit a cigarette, the smoke obscuring his face. Since the other party didn't understand the rules, they needed to teach him a lesson. I say we pool some money and find some brothers from the underworld. Go smash his glass door tonight. Or throw some dung at the entrance and see who dares to go in. Leopard brother shook his head, playing with the lighter in his hand. The police are keeping a close watch. Using knives and guns is a last resort. Moreover, since that kid can rent the building of Lihua factory, he must have some money to back him up. It wouldn't be advantageous for us to confront him head-on. Let's take a softer approach. Leopard brother grabbed a handful of peanuts and started crunching on them loudly. He has a sign that says something about an information technology base upstairs. Isn't he claiming to be legitimate? What do legitimate businesses fear the most? The others exchanged glances. They fear inspections. Leopard brother spat out a peanut shell. If he's found operating illegally, especially by admitting minors, that's a red line. They're cracking down on this now. Old son's eyes lit up. Leopard brother, are you suggesting? We all know who hasn't served students before. Everyone's hands aren't clean. But he's different. He's drawing too much attention. We need to find some fresh faces, preferably still in middle school. Give them some money and let them go online at the Matrix. Once they get in, let them play for an hour or so. Leopard brother took out his phone and gestured. Then we can call to report them. Just say there are minors inside and it's a chaotic scene. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Old son slapped his thigh. As long as the law enforcement team comes and seals it for 10 days or half a month, those students will naturally come back to us. And once his reputation is ruined, that so-called base might just fold. Leopard brother raised his glass, the murky liquid swirling within. Remember, the people we hire need to keep their mouths shut. Once the job is done, we'll pool 2,000 yuan to pay them. No problem. Listening to Leopard brother. The glasses clinked together. Watching Jiyuan residential complex penthouse duplex. Chen Hao opened the safe in his study, revealing neatly stacked cash. He had transferred 3 million yuan from the basement vault of Jinxiu Manor here to avoid the long commute to the villa whenever funds were needed. Chen Hao withdrew 5 bundles of 100 yuan notes. He stuffed the money into a black backpack. 20 minutes later, Chen Hao stood in the finance office on the 4th floor of Matrix Internet Cafe. Su Jing was reconciling yesterday's accounts. Upon seeing Chen Hao enter, she immediately rose to her feet. Director Chen, how did yesterday's turnover look? Chen Hao placed the backpack on the sofa and asked casually. Exceptionally well, Su Jing replied, beaming with delight. Member top-ups alone brought in 4820 yuan. Adding walk-in cash payments, total turnover reached 5200 yuan. And that was despite insufficient terminals. With more machines, we'd easily approach 100 yuan per day. Chen Hao nodded and unzipped the backpack. A few friends of mine want to purchase membership cards, but they haven't arrived yet, so they entrusted me to deliver the payment. Chen Hao placed the 5 bundles on the desk. This is 50,000 yuan. Please issue them the highest tier cards, and keep the cards with me for now. Su Jing glanced at the stack of bills. They appeared worn, distinctly older than freshly minted currency. Yet she was both intelligent and professionally disciplined. Where her boss's money originated was none of her concern. Her sole responsibilities were balanced books and tax compliance. Understood, Director Chen. I'll process it immediately. Su Jing deftly took the cash and began counting. Chen Hao watched as the bill counter rapidly ingested the aged notes, digits flashing across its screen. Once interwoven into the cafe's massive cash flow, these funds would acquire legitimate provenance. 50,000 yuan daily meant 1.5 million monthly. Launching additional cafes would further scale this volume indefinitely. Before long, this substantial sum would be fully transformed into Matrix Technologies' lawful revenue. By the way, Senior Su, ensure the books are impeccably presented and all tax obligations fully met. Inspectors may visit in a couple of days. Understood. Every income entry is fully documented and taxes are provisioned at the highest statutory rate. Chen Hao nodded approvingly. This was the advantage of employing professionals, effortless peace of mind. Having settled the financial matter, he returned to his office on the 4th floor. Now that the internet cafe model was fully operational, the next step was to firmly establish this venue as an official informatization base. He picked up his phone and dialed Zhao, director of the State-Owned Assets Bureau. Director Zhao, this is Chen Hao. I'm reporting that our base's trial operation has proceeded exceptionally smoothly. These past few days, numerous university students and local residents have come to experience digital life. I'm considering hosting a formal unveiling ceremony. After all, this is a flagship project for our district. We must showcase our achievements publicly. Director Zhao responded enthusiastically. Absolutely. Such an exemplary model deserves grand fanfare. You set the date. I'll coordinate district-level leadership attendance. I propose next Tuesday. I'd like to invite District Director Rin to perform the unveiling. Could you help arrange his schedule? Director Rin strongly supports your initiative. He'll certainly grant this courtesy. I'll confirm with him immediately. After hanging up, Chun Hao dialed Wang Qiming of the Electronic Information Department. Brother Wang, busy. Our base is now complete. I'd like to invite you and Chief Qin how to guide us on site. Yes, it's a simple ceremony primarily intended to showcase the base's incubation outcomes to the department. I've invited no outsiders, just several district leaders and Mr. Zheng from eScience Group. Wang Qiming readily agreed. Excellent, brother. You're moving swiftly. Both Chief Qin and I will definitely attend. Having secured departmental support, Chun Hao flipped through his contacts and called Zhang, chief of Daxulu Police Station. At their previous dinner gathering, conversation had flowed effortlessly. As a grassroots leader, Chief Zhang most urgently needed visible accomplishments and standout initiatives. Chief Zhang, busy. This is Chun Hao. Chun Hao spoke with a warm smile. Ah, Director Chun. You sound elated. What good news? Chief Zhang chuckled warmly in reply. Having witnessed Chun Hao's extensive network last time, he was eager to strengthen their rapport. Indeed, I'd like to consult you on something promising. Our base is about to hold its formal opening ceremony. Since this is an informatization outreach initiative, we shouldn't limit ourselves to students and ordinary citizens. We must also contribute to modernizing the public security system. Following the ceremony, I plan to host the inaugural informatization training session for law enforcement personnel on the second floor, specifically inviting officers from your station to experience and learn firsthand. Henceforth, this venue will serve as a jointly built police community informatization base. Would such an arrangement be feasible? Silence fell on the other end of the line. Chief Zhang, seasoned by decades of frontline service, instantly grasped Chun Hao's intent. Informatization aligned with national strategic priorities, and public security agencies naturally required digital transformation. If he became the first precinct chief in Beijing to proactively implement national informatization policy, that achievement would constitute undeniable substantive political capital. All he needed to do was affix a plaque reading Police Community Joint Informatization Base, and simultaneously deepen ties with a scion of elite military circles like Chun Hao. A win-win with zero downside. Director Chin, your proposal is outstanding. Chief Zheng's voice rose with enthusiasm. I offer my full support. I'll dispatch staff tomorrow to coordinate with you. Let's finalize the plaque design. On opening day, I'll personally lead a delegation to attend the training. That's incredibly generous of you, Chief Zhang. I've already commissioned the plaque. It awaits your unveiling. At 3 p.m., sunlight pierced sharply through the windows. Chun Hao strolled slowly through the ground floor lobby, observing the cafe's operations. Though midweek afternoon occupancy remained at capacity, suddenly Chun Hao halted. Near the far wall, a row of terminals hosted several slight-framed figures, faces and physiques unmistakably juvenile, not those of university students. One even smoked, awkwardly flicking ash into the keyboard crevices. These were clearly underage middle school. Chun Hao recalled the stringent regulatory crackdowns internet cafes would later endure, especially concerning minors' access, a critical red line. He frowned and signaled Lei Hu. Effective immediately, this cafe will no longer admit minors. Identify those youths. If underage, escort them out immediately. Refund remaining session time for those not yet finished. At a checkpoint at the entrance, anyone appearing underage must present ID. No documentation, no entry. Lei Hu froze stunned. Boss, this is major revenue we're forfeiting. Other cafes don't enforce. Those few yuan mean nothing. Chun Hao stated sternly. We're an informatization outreach base. If our premises filled daily with truant students, what does that make us? Act now. Though perplexed, Lei Hu obeyed without question. Even if the heavens themselves intervened, his boss's order was absolute. Understood. I'll clear them out immediately. Lei Hu walked over with a horse rod. Hey, what are you doing? Put out the cigarette. He slapped his palm on the young man's table. Get lost. Leave. The young man, engrossed in his game, stood up with an annoyed expression. Why should I? I paid. I'm a member. You haven't even grown hair yet. Lei Hu grabbed his collar. We don't serve minors. Take your money and get out. I'm not leaving. You're bullying customers because you're a big shop. I'm going to report you. Lei Hu's loud voice rang out. No more nonsense. This is our shop's rule. If you want your money, go to the bar. If you want to cause trouble, turn left out the door and don't waste everyone's time. As the group of young men left while cursing, they grumbled about the owner's stupidity, saying he was missing out on money. Chun Hao didn't care about the internet fees from these underage students. He just wanted to run the internet cafe smoothly. He instructed Lei Hu to make a sign that reads "No minors allowed" to hang at the entrance. Less than half an hour after the last middle school student was removed, a white law enforcement vehicle stopped at the entrance of the internet cafe. The car door was roughly pushed open and 4 uniformed men stepped out. They weren't wearing hats. One button of their uniforms was undone and their faces were filled with arrogance. The leader was a man with a square face, dark-skinned, puffy eyes, holding a half-burned cigarette. He glanced up at the sci-fi-like sign of Matrix Internet Cafe and casually flicked the cigarette, but to the ground, extinguishing it with the tip of his shoe. Let's go inside and take a look. The square-faced man waved his hand. The four of them walked straight towards the censor door. Lei, who frowned, stepped forward and extended his right hand to block the censor door, his voice booming. Gentlemen, please wait in line to use the internet. For business, please go to the front desk. Get out of the way. The square-faced man didn't even look at Lei Hu and reached out to push against his chest. In his view, the security of such an internet cafe was merely a decoration. Usually, anyone who saw them in uniform would bow and offer cigarettes. But this push felt like pushing against a wall. Lei Hu remained unmoved, his feet seeming to be rooted to the ground. He had trained in martial arts and had a solid stance. The square-faced man was instead pushed back half a step, nearly losing his balance. Do you dare to lay hands on me? He shouted angrily, pointing at Lei Hu's nose. Do you know who we are? We are the cultural law enforcement team. Do you believe we can shut this place down? The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the students in the hall, many of whom took off their headphones and peeked over. Just as Lei Hu was about to speak, a voice came down from the stairs. Lei Hu stepped back. Hearing this voice, Lei Hu felt a sudden calmness wash over him. He stepped aside to make way, but his eyes remained fixed on the men. Chun Hao walked over unhurriedly. He wore a simple white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. The Patek Philippe on his wrist caught the light in the room. Chun Hao stopped 2 meters in front of the square-faced man, hands in his pockets, looking directly at him. I am the owner here, Chun Hao. What brings your esteemed selves here? The square-faced man was Zhou Chang, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Haidian District Cultural Law Enforcement Team, and he looked Chun Hao up and down. He was too young. That was Zhou Chang's first impression. But soon after, he noticed the watch on Chun Hao's wrist and the calm demeanor that was completely uncharacteristic for someone of his age. Ordinary internet cafe owners, upon seeing the law enforcement team, would either panic and offer cigarettes and red envelopes or turn pale with fear. But this young man was too calm. However, Zhou Qiang was an old hand. Recalling the phone call with Li Biao last night and the promised kickbacks, he straightened his back. Someone reported that you are illegally allowing minors to use the internet and are suspected of disseminating inappropriate information. Zhou Qiang stated matter-of-factly, scanning the hall with his gaze. We are here for a routine inspection. Report. Chun Hao chuckled. He could easily guess who reported them. Besides the nearby black internet cafes, no one would do anything so self-destructive. There are no issues with our operations. We conduct legitimate business and will fully cooperate with government inspections. Chun Hao nodded. Just as Zhou Qiang was about to step forward, Chun Hao spoke again. However, before the inspection, there is a procedure we need to follow. Chun Hao took out a small black notebook from his shirt pocket, pulled out the pen stuck inside, and opened to a fresh. To prevent individuals posing as law enforcement officers from deceiving the public, may I kindly ask you to show your work IDs? Chun Hao looked at Zhou Qiang, the pen poised over the paper. I need to record your names, units, and ID numbers. Zhou Qiang was stunned. He had been in law enforcement for 7 or 8 years, checked hundreds of internet cafes, video halls, and billiard rooms, and had always been the one checking IDs of others. He had never seen anyone daring enough to ask him for his credentials. What do you mean? Resisting law enforcement? Zhou Qiang's expression darkened, his voice rising a few notches. I see you don't want to work anymore. Watch your words. Chun Hao's tone turned cold. Cooperating with law enforcement is a civic duty, but confirming the qualifications of law enforcement entities is also a civic right. Our country is promoting the rule of law, and standardizing administrative law enforcement procedures is of utmost importance. You are a public servant and should understand this better than I do, right? This heavy accusation left Zhou Qiang speechless. Many of the students using the internet around them were studying law or public administration, and they couldn't help but murmur at this statement. This boss is impressive, knows the law. Exactly, they should show their IDs. Who barges in without identification? Zhou Qiang listened to the murmurs around him, his face alternating between red and white. He looked at the notebook in Chun Hao's hand, and then at Chun Hao's fearless eyes, and suddenly felt a pang of unease. This young man dared to be so tough. He was either a reckless youth or had someone backing him. Looking at the decor level of this internet cafe and the scale of renting a state-owned enterprises building, it didn't seem like the act of a reckless youth. Fine. You want to register? Hey, race my ID. Zhou Qiang pulled out his law enforcement ID from his coat pocket and slapped it on the table in front of Chun Hao. Zhou Qiang, Haidian District Cultural Market Administrative Law Enforcement Team Captain of the 3rd Division. ID number 01034. Chun Hao was not intimidated by his imposing presence. He took a serious look at the credentials and neatly recorded them in the notebook. After writing, he looked at the 3 people behind Zhou Qiang. What about these comrades? The 3 exchanged glances. Seeing their captain show his ID, they had no choice but to reluctantly pull out their credentials. Chun Hao checked them one by one and recorded each name. His movements were slow, and he wrote each stroke with great care. This deliberate pace placed considerable psychological pressure on Zhou Qiang and the others. This was not merely recording, it was a silent warning: if you fail to find any problems today, or if there is any illegal law enforcement, I will track down each name on this notebook. After recording the last name, Chun Hao closed the notebook and returned it to his pocket. All right, thank you for your cooperation. A smile appeared on Chun Hao's face. Captain Zhou, please proceed. Lei Hu, take the leaders to take a look. Zhou Chong, filled with suppressed anger, waved his hand. Check, everyone, look at their IDs. Leave no one behind. On Tuesday morning at the administrative law enforcement team in Haidian district, Zhou Qiang rested his feet on the desk, holding a porcelain teacup with a few low-quality tea leaves floating on the surface. His dark-eye bags revealed he had been drinking with Li Biao and his gang until the early hours of the morning, and now his head was buzzing. Captain Li Biao called again, asking when we would visit that internet cafe again. Zhou Qiang spat out a tea leaf stem and waved his hand irritably. What's the rush? That kid was a bit strange last time, daring to check my credentials. I've inquired over the past couple of days, and I haven't heard of anyone in the district with the surname Chun. I suspect he is just a rich second generation from another place flaunting his wealth. Let's wait a couple of days until his enthusiasm dies down before we go. Just as he was speaking, the phone on the desk rang. Zhou Qiang was startled and quickly put his feet down, clearing his throat before answering. Captain, yes, I'm at the team. Activity. Now. All right, I'll be right down. After hanging up, Zhou Qiang adjusted his uniform collar and put on his wide-brimmed hat. The captain is looking for me, saying I should join him for an important event. The location of the event happens to fall under our jurisdiction, and Bureau Chief Sun from the department is also going. You all be smart and don't cause me any trouble. Downstairs, a white police car with a special paint job had already started. Zhou Qiang hopped into the passenger seat, while the captain sat in the back resting with his eyes closed. The car drove out of the compound, merging into the morning rush hour traffic. At first, Zhou Qiang was not paying much attention and chatted casually with the driver. However, as the car turned onto University Road and headed north, his heart began to race. This road was just a few days ago he had led a group there in a fierce manner. The scenery outside the car window flew by quickly with the shadows of poplar trees flitting by. When the car turned onto Shueching Road and he saw the gray research building from a distance, Zhou Qiang's face twitched. No way. Captain, where are we going? Zhou Qiang couldn't help but turn back to ask. The captain didn't even lift his eyelids. Lihua Radio Factory. They have set up some sort of information technology base there, and today is the unveiling ceremony. District Chief Rin and leaders from the department will be attending. Bureau Chief Sun specifically instructed that as the local management department, we must be present to maintain order and receive some education. Zhou Qiang's fingers instantly turned cold. Lihua Factory. Information technology base. These two phrases caused his mind to stall. The car slowly drove into the entrance of the factory area. Zhou Qiang looked out through the car window, his expression growing even grimmer. The small parking lot was already filled with vehicles. The most eye-catching was a black Audi with a Jing A8 license plate parked in the shade. Two police cars were parked nearby, one of which Zhou Qiang recognized as the vehicle of Director Zhang from the University Road Police Station. Next to a glass door, a stainless steel plaque stood prominently inscribed with the words Matrix Technology. Zhou Qiang felt his throat go dry and his legs felt a bit crampy as he got out of the car. He recalled the notebook that the young man had in his hand. What are you standing there for? Keep up, the captain urged from the front. Zhou Qiang quickly jogged a couple of steps, tucking his neck in as he followed at the back of the line. He pulled the brim of his wide-brimmed hat low, wishing he could hide his head in his trousers. The second floor had been transformed into a temporary press conference venue. The originally empty office area was covered with a red carpet and dozens of folding chairs with white covers were arranged. A podium was set up at the front with a backdrop displaying the large characters, Kyoto Information Technology Popularization and Industry Incubation Base Unveiling Ceremony, and below it was a row of names of guiding units. The Ministry of Electronic Information's Department of Information Technology Promotion, the Haidian District People's Government Kyoto Electronics Technology Group. Zhou Qiang found a spot in the far corner, hiding himself in the shadow of a concrete pillar. At this moment in the lounge on the third floor, Chun Hao was sitting beside the main seat on a genuine leather sofa, holding a teacup, chatting and laughing. Sitting in the main seat was Rin Rongfa, the vice mayor of Haidian District, alongside Director Wang Qiming and Director Qin Hao from the Ministry of Electronic Information. A deputy director from the City State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission and Zheng Wei from the Electric Science Group were seated on either side. Little Qin, your approach is very innovative. Rin Rongfa put down his teacup and pointed downstairs. Utilizing idle state-owned assets to promote information technology has not only solved difficulties for state-owned enterprises, but also responded to the national call. This model is worth promoting throughout the district. Chun Hao slightly bowed, his attitude humble. It's all thanks to the support from the leaders in the district and department. Without the foresight of the leaders, I would just be floundering. Our heroes emerge from youth. Qin Hao interject, the ministry is very interested in this pilot. If it operates well, we can consider applying for special support funds for you next year. Thank you, Director Wang. Chun Hao glanced at his watch. It's about time everyone downstairs has arrived. Shall we go down? Let's go down and complete the ceremony. Ren Rongfa stood up first. The group marched out of the lounge down the stairs to the second floor. When Chun Hao accompanied Ren Rongfa and Wang Qiming to the staircase landing, the previously noisy venue fell silent. Flashes began to pop off like firecrackers. Hiding behind the pillar, Zhou Qiang caught a glimpse of the young man being adored by the crowd. Chun Hao was wearing a well-tailored dark suit today, his hair neatly combed. He walked half a step to the left of Vice Mayor Rin, whispering to the leaders as he walked, his demeanor calm and confident. Zhou Qiang felt like a naked clown standing in the cold wind of Siberia. It's over. This time he truly kicked a titanium alloy steel plate. The host was Su Jing. She wore light makeup today and was dressed in a professional suit, exuding a competent and elegant aura. Respected leaders, esteemed guests, good morning to you all. The proceedings went smoothly. Ren Rongfa delivered a speech on behalf of the district government, highly praising the innovative significance of the base. Qin Hao spoke on behalf of the ministry, discussing the grand blueprint of the national information technology strategy. Zheng Wei spoke on behalf of the electric science group, emphasizing the importance of state-owned enterprise reform and asset revitalization. Finally, it was Chun Hao's turn to speak. He stepped to the microphone, scanning the crowd below. His gaze lingered for half a second on the last row in the corner, then casually moved away. The initial intention of establishing matrix technology was to eliminate the digital divide and assist in the popularization of information technology. Chun Hao's voice resonated through the venue. We hope that through this base, more college students and ordinary citizens can access the internet at minimal cost and master information technology. As the speech concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Sitting in the front row, Director Sun from the Cultural Bureau clapped especially vigorously, saying to the captain beside him, "This young Chun is impressive, highly aware, and speaks well." The captain nodded repeatedly, indeed young and promising. Only Zhou Qiang was sweating profusely, mechanically clapping, his mind a muddle. Next came the unveiling ceremony. First was the unveiling of the base done by District Chief Rin and Chun Hao, with leaders like Wang Qiming, Qin Hao, Zheng Wei, and Director Zhao witnessing. As the red cloth fell, the golden bronze plaque of the Kyoto Information Technology Popularization and Industry Incubation Base shone brightly under the lights. Following that, Director Zhang from the University Road Police Station, looking radiant, stepped onto the stage. He and Chun Hao jointly unveiled another plaque. Police and citizens jointly build an information technology demonstration point. Director Zhang shook Chun Hao's hand vigorously, grinning widely for the camera. Police and citizens building together. This meant that this place would become a key protected object of the police station in the future. Local troublemakers would have to think twice before causing a scene here. The ceremony was not over yet. A chubby man with a gold chain around his neck hurriedly ran up to the stage. It was Qian Hongyan from Qinquan Electronics. Chun Hao personally handed him a plaque reading, "Designated hardware supplier for the Kyoto Information Technology Popularization and Industry Incubation Base." Qian Hongyan was so excited that the flesh on his face trembled. The ceremony concluded, transitioning into a segment for free communication and a cold buffet. Exquisite pastries and fruits were arranged on the long table, while waiters weaved among the guests. Chun Hao held a glass of juice, standing beside Ren Rongfa. Ren District Chief Director Sun, Chun Hao greeted with a smile. Director Sun of the Cultural Bureau, who was busy taking cake from a plate, heard the call, quickly placing down the plate and wiping his mouth as he approached. Ren District Chief General Chun. Director Sun wore a broad smile. "Old Sun, this base needs more attention and support in the future." Ren Rongfa gestured towards Chun Hao. Certainly, certainly." Director Sun nodded vigorously. "I was greatly inspired by General Chen's introduction earlier. The Bureau will definitely ensure the base is well supported and provide good services in the future." "General Sun, you're too kind." Chun Hao took a sip of juice and smiled. "In fact, the work style of your Bureau is quite solid, leaving a deep impression on me." "Oh, General Chun is overpraising me." Director Sun was momentarily caught off guard, then his expression brightened. "I speak only the truth," Chun Hao replied leisurely. "On the second day of our trial operation, comrades from your enforcement team came to check on us. They said they received reports from the public and were here to verify if minors were accessing the internet. Such responsibility was commendable, as they meticulously checked the identification of over 50 university students accessing the internet here. This decisiveness is indeed something our enterprise should learn from." As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. The smile that had adorned Ren Rongfa's face vanished. He turned to look at Director Sun, his gaze sharpening. Checking IDs on the second day of trial operations. Ren Rongfa knew very well that this was not responsibility, it was merely picking a fight. Whose order was this? A key incubation base supported by both the department and the district is subjected to sudden inspections right after opening. Is this serving the enterprise or creating obstacles for it? Director Sun's cold sweat instantly broke out. How was he to know about this? He looked at Chun Hao's smiling face, cursing the idiot who led the team in his mind. This was not a compliment, it was clearly a jab in the eye done right in front of his superiors, splashing medicine directly onto the eyeball. This must be a misunderstanding, Director Sun stammered in explanation. Ren District Chief, you know the higher-ups have strict requirements for internet cafe management. Perhaps the comrades below were a bit too rough in their methods. Rough? Chun Hao opportunely added a sharp remark. The team leader was quite imposing. Had I not seen their credentials at the time, I might have thought they were from some gang. I believe the team leader was named Zhou Chong, right? Hearing this name, the captain, standing not far away, stiffened suddenly. Director Sun's face instantly turned a deep shade of red. He abruptly turned around, scanning the crowd, until he fixed his gaze on the captain. Bring Zhou Qiang over here. Director Sun growled through clenched teeth. A few minutes later, Zhou Qiang approached with his head down like a guilty. He dared not look at Ren Rongfa or Chun Hao, staring fixedly at his own shoelaces. Were you the one who led the inspection? Director Sun pointed his finger at Zhou Qiang's nose, his hand trembling. Director I. Zhou Qiang attempted to explain, but found no justification that could hold up. Well done, truly excellent. Director Sun's rage turned to ironic laughter. Usually when I send you all to check on illegal internet cafes, you drag your feet. Yet when it comes to key enterprises, you run faster than anyone. Who gave you that power? Who sent you? Zhou Qiang trembled all over, not daring to speak a word. To expose Li Biao. That would be suicidal. Claiming it was for money. That would be a death sentence plus jail time. Ren Rongfa cast a cold glance at Zhou Qiang, then at the sweating Director Sun. Old Sun, the team needs to be welled. How can law enforcement personnel of this caliber keep up with the new era's work requirements? We can't let a single bad apple spoil the business environment in our district. Having said that, Ren Rongfa turned and put on a smile for Chun Hao. Xiaochen, sorry for the inconvenience. Rest assured, such chaotic incidents will never happen again in the future. Thank you for your concern, District Chief. Chun Hao smiled and nodded, not even glancing at Zhou Qiang. After the cold buffet concluded, the leaders were sent off. In a corner of the parking lot, the captain wore a dark expression, looking at Zhou Qiang standing before him. Captain I. Zhou Qiang still wanted to plead. Shut up. The captain growled lowly, slamming the cigarette box in his hand onto the ground. Are you out of... Is that a place you can touch? Even Ren District Chief is someone to be coddled. You want to check their IDs. How many heads do you have? Zhou Qiang's face turned ashen. Captain, I truly didn't know. What good is saying this now? The captain took a deep breath, calming his emotions. The director just issued a statement. Starting tomorrow, you won't be working on the front line anymore. Where will I go? The Bureau's archives room needs someone to sort old files. You should report there. Reflect on yourself properly, learn how to be a person and how to do your job. The archives room. That was the coldest bench in the entire Bureau. Once you go there, you will basically be out of touch with promotions for life, dealing only with dust and yellowed papers every day. Zhou Qiang swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. At 3 in the afternoon, a white Jetta with the words Cultural Law Enforcement printed on it, flanked by 2 Jinbei vans, screeched to a halt in front of Flying Net Cafe. The car door was shoved open violently. The captain stepped out with a dark expression, crushing the cigarette, but he held forcefully on the ground. He was filled with anger with nowhere to vent. Earlier that morning at Lihua Factory, being scolded by Director Sun in front of so many high-ranking leaders left him feeling painfully stifled. Zhou Qiang, that fool who couldn't see the situation, had already been assigned to guard the archives room, but this matter was far from over. Director Sun's final glance was clear: something had to be done to show the Bureau's stance. Get in there and check. The captain waved his hand, and over a dozen uniformed officers rushed into the dark basement stairs like wolves. Inside the Flying Net Cafe, smoke filled the air as dozens of miners shouted excitedly while playing games. Li Biao was seated behind the bar counting money. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up and, instead of panicking, grinned. He walked out from behind the bar and offered a cigarette. Oh, isn't this Captain Zhao? What brings you here today? You didn't give me a heads up so I could prepare. Smack. The captain slapped the cigarette out of Li Biao's hand. The cigarette flew through the air in an arc, landing on the dirty cement floor. Li Biao was stunned, his cheeks twitching. Captain Zhao, what does this mean? I am Captain Zhou. Don't mention that waste to me. Hearing Zhou Qiang's name, the captain's anger surged. Had it not been for Zhou Qiang following those idiots' bad advice to conduct inspections, he wouldn't have lost so much face today. The captain pointed at Li Biao's nose, spitting words filled with rage. Zhou Qiang has been suspended for abusing his authority. You dare mention him? I see you don't want to keep your job either. Li Biao's mind buzzed with a sound. Zhou Qiang fell. Before he could react, the captain had already turned around and shouted at his subordinates. What are you all standing there for? Clear the area. Check the ID cards. Anyone without an ID will be treated as an unaccompanied minor. Yes, the team members were already holding back their energy. Usually they had some kind of rapport with these bosses, but now the captain was furious. Who dared to go easy? Show your ID. You in the school uniform, don't run. Unplug the main power. The internet cafe instantly descended into chaos. Screams, the sound of overturned tables and chairs, and curses filled the air. Several elementary school students who tried to slip away in the confusion were caught by the team members, yanked back by their backpack straps like chicks. In less than 10 minutes, over 30 minors were cornered against the wall. The evidence was conclusive. The captain coldly stared at the ashen-faced Li Biao and pulled a seal from his pocket. Feixiang Internet Cafe is suspected of illegally admitting minors and has inadequate fire safety facilities. From this day forward, it will be closed for rectification. All main computers will be confiscated and sealed, and a fine of 50,000 will be imposed. Take them away. The team members moved forward and began to roughly disassemble the computer units. Without caring whether the cables were properly disconnected, they pulled hard, and the sound of bang bang as cables snapped was incessant. Li Biao watched helplessly as his expensive computers were loaded onto the van outside. He tried to stop them, but was pushed aside by two burly team members stumbling against the wall. This scene was not limited to Feixiang Internet Cafe. The entire afternoon, the surrounding internet cafes, such as Jisoo Wanyuan and Conlian Daida, suffered devastating blows. Fines, confiscations, and closures. The severity of the measures was unprecedented. In the evening at the Matrix Internet Cafe, the hall on the first floor was bustling with people. Even the corridors were packed. Have you heard? Feixiang has been shut down. Not just Feixiang, that Jisoo over there was also investigated, and their computers were taken away. Deservedly, so that terrible place should have been closed long ago. The keyboards were covered in ash. This place is still safe after all. It's a legitimate operation with a solid background. The students waiting in line were discussing animatedly. Chunhao stood by the window observing the crowded scene below, fidgeting with a Zippo lighter in his hand. The fire burned even more fiercely than he had anticipated. Director Sun was a clever man who he knew that mere apologies were insufficient and that actual action was necessary. Eliminating the surrounding competitors was a grand gift to Matrix. It not only demonstrated their stance, but also helped Matrix monopolize the market. Chunhao picked up his phone, pulled up Director Sun's number, and dialed. The phone rang twice before being answered. Ah, Chenzong, I was just about to call you. Director Sun's voice was filled with warmth. Director Sun, I heard that our bureau carried out a thunder action this afternoon, purifying the online environment in the area. That efficiency is commendable, Chunhao said with a smile. Oh, it's no big deal. This is our duty. In the past, we were lax in regulation, but that will definitely not happen again. We need to create space for quality enterprises like Matrix to thrive. Director Sun was very clear with his words. Chunhao smiled, knowing it was time to return the favor. Director Sun, I have an idea. Our precinct has initiated a police-community partnership, and the results have been quite good. I was thinking, could our cultural bureau also establish a cultural enforcement information demonstration site? The other end of the line paused for a moment, then Director Sun's surprised voice came through. Shinzong, what do you mean? From now on, every Wednesday afternoon, our base will provide free computer operation and internet knowledge training for the frontline enforcement officers of the bureau. After all, with the rapid development of the internet, enforcement officers also need to understand technology. What do you think? That's great, Director Sun said happily. This is no mere training. This is a tangible achievement that promotes the informationization of the Cultural Bureau. Chunzong, your awareness is commendable. I will arrange for someone to put up the sign tomorrow. Hanging up the phone, Chunhao looked at the crowd downstairs that was starting to line up again, frowning slightly. 50 machines were too few. The current occupancy rate was 100%, and there were still dozens of people waiting outside. This was all easy money. Expansion was necessary. The next morning in Zhongwankan, in the flagship store of Chinkoan Electronics, Qian Hongyan stared at the bronze plaque on the wall, grinning foolishly. Designated hardware supplier for the Kyoto Informationization Popularization and Industry Incubation Base. The moment this plaque was hung in the store, the prestige instantly soared. Yesterday afternoon, several major clients had inquired about the story behind this plaque. Qianzong business is booming. Chunhao stepped into the store. Upon seeing him, Qian Hongyan quickly came out from behind the counter, his chubby face beaming with joy. Oh, Qianzong, why did you come in person? I could have picked you up. Now when he saw Chunhao, it was like seeing the god. Nothing brings me here without a reason. I need to trouble you again, Qianzong. Chunhao found a chair to sit down. What trouble? What do you need? Qian Hongyan personally poured a cup of tea for Chunhao. Another 100 units. Same configuration, still the Celeron 2, but changed the graphics card to TNT2M64 and increased the memory to 128M. Qian Hongyan nearly dropped the teapot in his hand. 100 units. This was an order worth 4 to 500,000. Matrix Internet Cafe had only just opened, and now they wanted to expand. Shenzong, your business is really booming. Qian Hongyan exclaimed sincerely. It's all right, just lucky. Chen Hao took a sip of tea. What about the pricing? Don't worry. Qian Hongyan patted his chest. Since we are the designated supplier, I must give you the best price. Each unit will be 100 yuan less than last time. That's really close to cost him, just making a little profit. Chen Hao nodded. This price was indeed very fair. Qian Hongyan was someone who did long-term business. After signing the purchase contract and paying the deposit, Chen Hao did not rush to leave, but instead looked at Qian Hongyan. Qianzong, you've been in Zhongwankan for so many years you know the ropes. I'd like to inquire about something. What is it? Qian Hongyan leaned in a bit closer. Do you know any wholesalers for system disks and utility disks? Qian Hongyan was taken aback. In Zhongwankan, hardware dealers are legitimate businesses, while those selling pirated disks are the lowest of the low. Although the profits are high, they aren't respectable. I know the two biggest in this building are called Lao Wu Software and Guangpan Zhong. They usually get their burner. Qian Hongyan seemed a bit puzzled. But Shenzong, why do you want that? If you need system disks, I can have the tech guys burn you a few dozen and send them over, can I? Chen Hao shook his head. It's not for me. I have a business deal I want to discuss with them. A business deal, eh? Qian Hongyan was even more confused. What business could a big boss who chats amiably with the district chief possibly have with someone selling pirated disks? But he was a smart man and didn't ask questions that he shouldn't. All right, I'll call them right now and have them come over. Qian Hongyan picked up the phone and dialed. Within 20 minutes, two middle-aged men rushed into the shop panting. One had a crew cut and wore a floral shirt. He was Lao Wu. The other was bald and carried a briefcase. He was Lao Zhang. As soon as they entered, they saw Qian Hongyan accompanying a young man for tea, and both felt somewhat awkward. In the disdain hierarchy of Zhongguan village, those who sold disks like them would feel like mice in front of a cat when they encountered a big dealer like Qian Hongyan. Mr. Chen, did you call for us? Lao Wu wiped his sweat. It's not me looking for you, it's this Mr. Chen who is looking for you. Qian Hongyan pointed at Chen Hao. Mr. Chen is quite a prominent figure in our Haitian district, the owner of Matrix Technology. As soon as the two heard Matrix Technology, their eyes brightened. The news about the big brand from Lihua factory had been circulating throughout the entire circle these past few days. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Mr. Chen. The two bowed and nodded eagerly. Chen Hao gestured for them to sit down and got straight to the point. How much volume can you two produce in a month? Lao Wu and Lao Zhang exchanged glances, feeling somewhat hesitant. This was considered commercial secret, and besides, it was gray market after all. Don't worry, I won't check your taxes or report you. Chen Hao noticed their concerns. I'm here to give money. Upon hearing this, Lao Wu gained some courage. Mr. Chen, to be honest with you, I mainly make Ghost system disks. I have both Win 98 and Win 2000. These disks are currently in high demand, rolling out at least 20 to 30,000 a month. I make more tool disks, Lao Zhang chimed in. Those kinds of installation tycoon and software collections, I could also reach about 20,000 a month. Chen Hao nodded. In 2000, broadband was not yet widespread, and downloading a few hundred megabytes of software could drive one crazy. Therefore, these pirated disks costing just a few yuan each were the only means for most computer users to obtain software. This was the traffic entry point of the era, and it was the most fundamental and grassroots entry point. I have a small task. Chen Hao took out a piece of paper from his bag and wrote down the website Chu 123. This is a navigation website I created. I would like to ask you both to help with a small favor when making the master disks. I need you to modify the registry to lock the default homepage of the IE browser to this website. Then create a shortcut on the desktop named Wonderful Website Collection with a noticeable icon that redirects directly to this website when clicked. Also fix the first slot in the favorites to this website. Lao Wu and Lao Zhang were taken aback. They had sold disks for so many years, and this was the first time they heard such a request. In the past, some people would stuff advertisements into the disks, but that was just a text file or an image. Modifying the registry to lock the homepage wasn't technically difficult. Lao Wu scratched his head. Mr. Chen, we can make the changes, though it's slightly troublesome. We'll need to create a new master disk. They'll pay 5,000 for each master disk. Chen Hao said calmly. Lao Wu and Lao Zhang's eyes instantly widened. 5,000. They made only a few dimes from each disk, and even wholesale they only earned a couple of bucks. To change a master disk would only take half an hour, and he was offering 5,000. Mr. Chen, are you joking? Lao Zhang was somewhat excited. He never imagined that changing a setting on a disk could earn him this much money. With Mr. Chen here, how could I joke? Chen Hao pulled out a stack of cash from his bag, exactly 10,000 divided into two piles, and slapped them on the table. This is a down payment. For Win 98, Win 2000, and those commonly used software collections, I will buy any version with a large shipment volume. But I must make it clear. It has to be deeply embedded. When users install the system and first open the browser, it must be my Chu 123. If I find that the discs you released on the market do not have this, or have been overwritten by others, not only will the money need to be returned, but we will also have no further dealings. Lao Wu's eyes sparkled. This was simply a windfall. It was just changing a homepage after all. Those users wouldn't know some ghost discs were already chaotic, so adding one more wouldn't make a difference. Rest assured, Mr. Chun. Lao Wu grabbed the 5,000 abruptly. I will have the technician make the changes right away. The next batch of discs will definitely have your homepage. Anyone who dares to change it back is going against me, Lao Wu. I will too. Lao Zhang chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. For my essential installation discs, I will also add it to the auto-run script. As long as they use my disk to install the software, the homepage will be locked for you right away. Chun Hao nodded in satisfaction. He knew this deal was going to happen. In this era when traffic had yet to be viewed as a gold mine, he could buy the traffic entry point for tens of thousands of yuan, locking in the traffic for hundreds of thousands of computers in Kyoto and surrounding areas for the next few months or even years. Those novice users, after installing the system and opening their computers, would instinctively think that the Chu 123 navigation page was the entry point to the internet. Once habits formed, they would be hard to change. Pleasant cooperation. Chun Hao stood up and extended his hand. Lao Wu and Lao Zhang were astonished, quickly wiping their sweaty hands on their clothes and shaking hands tightly with Chun Hao. Stepping out of the door of Qinkuan Electronics, the bustling sounds of Zhongguancun hit them. Everywhere there were crowds carrying computer cases and monitors. Chun Hao smiled as he looked at the bustling street. The more computers sold, the more users for his Chu 123. While everyone was focusing on hardware profits, he was quietly gathering a traffic pool. As June approached, the temperature in Kyoto suddenly rose. The cicadas were tirelessly calling from the old yang tree in Lihua Factory's courtyard, and the heat waves softened the asphalt road. The business at Matrix Internet Cafe was even hotter than the weather. After urgent expansion, 150 computers had been crammed into the first-floor hall and part of the second floor. Even so, during peak hours from 2 in the afternoon to 10 at night, it was still hard to find an available computer. The waiting area at the door always had 2 rows of students holding number cards, fanning themselves and eagerly staring inside. In the fourth-floor office, the air conditioning was on full blast. Su Jing placed a thick stack of reports on the large desk, her face filled with joy. Mr. Chen, here are the revenue statistics for this week. With the new machines after the expansion, our daily revenue has stabilized around 100,000. Most of it comes from member recharges, and cash flow is very abundant. Chun Hao leaned back in the boss chair and glanced at the numbers on the report, his expression calm. 100,000. This was an astronomical figure in the internet cafe industry at this time. But he knew there was a lot of fluff in it, because many of these were recharges. The actual daily internet fee wasn't that much, and once most customers had recharged, the revenue would definitely drop. He bent down and took several bundles of cash wrapped in newspaper from the black travel bag at his feet and threw them on the table. This is the recharge from friends over the past few days, totaling 700,000. As usual, disperse the deposit and treat it as casual customer recharges. Su Jing skillfully took the money. She never asked where the money came from. She just nodded and took the cash and reports out. Chun Hao stood up and walked to the window. A real revenue of 100,000 per day, plus 100,000 from inventory cleaning. 200,000 in cash flow coming in each day. At this rate, that pile of paper in the basement of the Jingxi Zhuang would soon be completely converted into legitimate bank deposits. The backend data of Chu 123 was also skyrocketing. Thanks to the batch of pirated discs from Lao Wu and Lao Zhang, independent visitors were already approaching 10,000 daily. In this era when broadband was not yet widespread, this traffic was already quite considerable. Chun Hao stretched lazily and walked out of the office. He planned to take a stroll downstairs and get some fresh air. The hall on the first floor was much warmer than the upper floors. Although the air conditioning was set to maximum, it couldn't compete with the heat emitted by hundreds of computers and the body heat of over 100 people. Chun Hao walked slowly along the corridor. The glow of the screens illuminated the excited faces of the young people. Some were playing Red Alert, others chatting on QQ, while some clumsily typed using the Wubi input method. His gaze swept across the tables. Almost every table was adorned with drinks: Coca-Cola, Sprite, Uni green tea, and Kong Shifu ice black tea. Colorful plastic bottles were scattered around. Chun Hao stopped behind a row of machines where 4 girls were seated, seemingly from the same dormitory. They were watching a movie while munching on sunflower seeds. Next to them were also bottles of water. Chun Hao furrowed his brows, sensing something was amiss. Upon closer thought, he realized that the entire room lacked the milk tea that had become a sensation in later years. In Kyoto of 2000, there were no ubiquitous milk tea shops on the streets. To enjoy a freshly made drink, one had to go to places like Baifantang or Shangdao Coffee, which charged exorbitant prices. This was a significant market gap. Looking at the crowd, Chun Hao's entrepreneurial model regarding Snow King instantly became clear. The internet cafe was the best traffic pool. These students could sit for hours, their mouths never idle. While bottled drinks could quench their thirst, nothing compared to the enjoyment of milk tea or lemonade served with ice. Moreover, the profit margins were drastically different. A bottle of cola sold for 3 yuan with a procurement cost of 1 yuan and 80 cents, yielding a gross profit of only 1 yuan and 20 cents. A cup of lemonade sold for 2 yuan with costs under 20 cents for 2 slices of lemon, a spoonful of syrup, and water. This was the real profit. Chun Hao turned and strode towards the entrance where Lei, who was maintaining order with 2 security guards. Upon seeing Chun Hao approach, he straightened up. "Boss, who's he? Find a few decorators." Chun Hao pointed to the left side of the entrance, which was originally meant for sofas. "Tear down this area for me." Lei, who was taken aback, "Tear it down. Where will those who don't want to surf the internet sit? This isn't a park. We don't accommodate idlers. Let them queue in the corridor. I want to set up an open water bar here. There must be a workstation and water supply and drainage." "A water bar?" Lei, who scratched his head, although he didn't quite understand, he still agreed. "All right, I'll contact the construction team right away." After arranging Lei, Chun Hao went directly to the finance office on the 4th floor. "Sister Su, help me hire someone." Su Jing had just locked the 700,000 yuan in the safe, and upon hearing this looked up. "Are you hiring a network administrator?" "No, I'm hiring a lady to make drinks." Chun Hao pulled over a chair and sat down. "The requirements are simple, aged 35 to 45, nimble, clean, hardworking, and able to follow instructions. Preferably a laid-off female worker." Su Jing was a bit puzzled. Why this age? Wouldn't it be better to find some young and pretty girls to attract business? In today's service industry, who doesn't prefer younger and prettier staff? Not young ones. Chun Hao waved his hand, decisively rejecting the idea. Young girls tend to be troublesome, easily flirting with the boys in the internet cafe, affecting work efficiency. I need someone capable, not just eye candy. Employing older women in this testosterone-filled environment could actually prevent a lot of unnecessary troubles. Plus, laid-off female workers who have experienced life's hardships value their work far more than those restless young people. Su Jing's eyes lit up after hearing this. "This will be easy to find. Many of my old sisters from the Jingyan know. 3 Factory are currently unemployed at home. They work efficiently and cherish opportunities immensely. The salary will be 800, including 1 meal." Chun Hao presented a competitive number for that time. "You can choose, but hire one first." The next afternoon, Su Jing led a middle-aged woman into the office. The woman was wearing faded blue work pants, her hair neatly pinned up, with her nails trimmed short. Although her hands were rough, they were very clean. "Mr. Chen, this is Lu Lan. She used to be the head of our factory's cafeteria, known for being exceptionally efficient," Su Jing introduced. Lu Lan nervously rubbed her hands, looking at the overly young boss before her, slightly bowing. "Hello, Mr. Chun Hao assessed her with a glance. Her eyes were clear, her stance upright, exuding a sense of competence. "Sister Su says you can endure hardship." "I can." Lu Lan responded quickly, her voice loud. "I worked in the cafeteria for 15 years, managing meals for hundreds of people, not afraid of hard work." "All right." Chun Hao nodded. "You will manage the newly opened water bar on the 1st floor. First, ensure cleanliness and make the drinks. If everything goes well, you can act as a supervisor and lead others. But if I see flies or stains on the workstation, you're out immediately." 800. Lu Lan was overjoyed. This was even more than she earned while working at the factory. "Rest assured, if there's any dirt, deduct my salary." Once the personnel were in place, the renovations proceeded quickly. In less than 3 days, the originally lazy-looking resting area at the entrance transformed into a bright stainless steel open bar. Equipment also arrived one after another: 2 commercial soft-serve ice cream machines, an automatic sealing machine, and a row of stainless steel barrels for storing jams and syrups. Chun Hao stood in front of the workstation holding a notebook. He was writing codes. However, these were not computer codes, but rather the SOP, standard operating procedures for making drinks. After a few days of testing, he had finalized the recipes for lemonade and ice cream. Lemonade: use a 700 milliliters cup. Fill ice to the A scale line, add 40 grams of syrup and 3 slices of lemon, 0.5 centimeters thick, muddle 5 times, fill with purified water to the brim, seal, and shake 10 times. Ice cream: the cone must be crispy. While adding ingredients, press the handle all the way down, rotate 2.5 times, and the top should have a peak with a height controlled around 12 centimeters. He quantified every action and ingredient into data, just like programming. Lu Lan watched in awe. Having cooked her whole life, she was accustomed to terms like a little or appropriate amount and had never seen such a precise method of cooking. "Boss, this is too detailed, isn't it?" Lu Lan stared at the dense steps, feeling a bit dizzy. "It must be this deep." Chun Hao closed the notebook. "No matter who is here, the taste produced must be exactly the same. That is the standard." Lemonade and ice cream were easy to manage, as long as the ratios were correct, and after a few trials they could be set. The real challenge was milk tea. In his past life, Chun Hao had drunk countless types of milk tea, but he had never made it himself. Su Jing and Lu Lan were even more confused. In their minds, milk tea was either the salty kind from the grasslands or the milk tea from British films. As for Pearl's coconut jelly or boba, they had never even heard of them. There were no ready-made tapioca pearls available on the market, nor any special non-dairy creamers. Chunhao tried having Lu Lan brew water with tea bags, then add Sanhua evaporated milk and white sugar. The taste was off too bland, not rich enough, and lacking that addictive sweetness. Moreover, the cost was too high. If using fresh milk or evaporated milk, a 3 yuan cup would lead to losses. He had to use non-dairy creamer, commonly known as coffee creamer. It also needed authentic brown sugar pearls. Only Wa Island had a mature supply chain and recipe for this. Chunhao looked at the pile of failed experiments on the workstation, rubbing his forehead. He had no connections in the restaurant industry in Kyoto, let alone contacting suppliers from Wa Island. Should he directly ask those upscale Taiwanese restaurants? Why would their chef tell him the secrets to their dishes? He needed to find a more high-end entry point. Chunhao pulled out his phone and scrolled to the contact of Director Zhao from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. The phone rang twice. "Hello, Mr. Chun. What made you think of calling me?" Director Zhao's voice was very warm. "Director Zhao, are you busy?" Mr. Chun smiled and exchanged pleasantries. "I have a small matter I would like to trouble you with. Do you know any leaders from the Frog Office or the United Front Department in the district?" The Frog Office. Director Zhao was taken aback for a moment. "I do know someone. Old Wu from the United Front Department is a good buddy of mine. But Mr. Chun, why are you looking for someone from that department? Do you have relatives in Frog Island?" Mr. Chun cleared his throat, his tone becoming serious as he threw out the reason he had prepared long ago. "Not a relative. Director Zhao, you also know that our information technology base has such a large flow of people every day. To provide better services for those coming for training and internet access, I plan to set up a catering service area on the first floor. That's a good thing. I was thinking that since we are going to do it, we should do something distinctive. I heard that the catering management experience from Frog Island is very advanced, especially their freshly brewed milk tea, which is very popular among young people. I want to procure a batch of food ingredients from Frog Island and find an experienced chef to guide us." As he spoke, Mr. Chun paused, raising his voice a bit. "I figured that since we're spending money on ingredients, we might as well support our district's frog enterprises. This can also be seen as our base responding to the national call, supporting cross-strait economic and trade exchanges and making a modest contribution to the United Front work." The other end of the phone fell silent for a few seconds. Then a hearty laughter erupted. "Oh, Mr. Chun, Mr. Chun." Director Zhao's tone was filled with admiration. "Your awareness is truly commendable. Even buying milk tea ingredients can be connected to the United Front work. It's really impressive. In the bureaucratic system, the most important thing is to have a well-justified reason." Mr. Chen's words elevated a simple commercial procurement action to the height of a political task. If this got out, it would be a political achievement in the United Front work. "No problem. This matter is on me." Director Zhao patted his chest in assurance. "He'll call Old Wu right away. He just happens to have a district frog business association and the president is involved in food trade. He'll have him set up a meeting and we can sit down together." "Thank you so much, Director Zhao. I will arrange the location and please be sure to honor us with your presence along with Minister Wu." At the Shangri-La Hotel, Shijing Hotel. This is one of the top 5-star hotels in Kyoto in the year 2000. Under the resplendent crystal chandelier, the people coming and going were either foreign corporate executives in suits or investors speaking with a Hong Kong accent. At 6:30 in the evening, a black Audi slowly stopped at the front door. The doorman, wearing white gloves, respectfully opened the car door. Mr. Chen stepped out, adjusting the buttons of his suit. Today he was still wearing the same Armani outfit. Zhao Gang had been waiting at the entrance. Seeing Mr. Chen get out of the car, he hurriedly approached and lowered his voice. "Boss, Director Zhao and the others have already arrived in the East Fortune room on the 2nd floor. Besides Director Zhao, there are 2 others." Mr. Chen nodded. "Got it. You wait in the lobby, no need to go up. For such a high-level dinner gathering, bringing bodyguards or assistants is not appropriate. Especially when it involves the United Front Department and frog business's privacy is very important." Pushing open the heavy red wooden door of the private room, the round table's main seat was empty, while Director Zhao was sitting in the main companion position, leaning slightly toward a middle-aged man with slightly gray hair. On the other side sat a slightly plump man, the gold watch on his wrist particularly eye-catching under the light. Seeing Mr. Chen enter, Director Zhao immediately stood up, a smile plastered across his face. "Oh, Mr. Chen is here. We were just waiting for you." This greeting drew the attention of the other 2 men to Mr. Chen. The middle-aged man examined Mr. Chen from head to toe. The slightly plump businessman looked over with a beaming smile. "Director Zhao, I apologize for keeping everyone waiting." Mr. Chen quickly stepped forward and extended his hands to shake hands with Director Zhao. Not at all, not at all. We arrived early." Director Zhao grasped Mr. Chen's hand and turned to introduce. "Come, Mr. Chen, let me introduce you. He pointed to the man with golden-rimmed glasses. This is the deputy director of the District United Front Department and also the head of our district's frog office, Director Wu Chao. Mr. Chen's eyes narrowed and he stepped forward, extending both hands. Hello, Director Wu, I've long admired your name. I hope to have your guidance in the construction of our base in the future. Director Wu smiled as they shook hands. You're too polite, Mr. Chen. Director Zhao has praised you a lot in front of me, saying that we have a promising young entrepreneur in our district who has revitalized idle state-owned assets into an information technology base, which is quite a significant achievement. It's all thanks to the support from the leaders. Mr. Chen humbly replied. Director Zhao then pointed to the slightly plump man. This gentleman is our main character tonight, and also the president of the Haitian District Frog Business Association that I've mentioned to you, President Huang Yongfa. He is quite a prominent figure in Kyoto's catering industry, and he has several branches of the Frog Island Tea Restaurant under his name. President Huang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Chen turned to Huang Yongfa. Huang Yongfa had been sitting, but upon seeing Director Zhao and Director Wu's attitude toward Mr. Chen combined with Mr. Chen's imposing presence and his exceptionally young face, he seemed to have springs under him and quickly stood up. Having been in the business world for decades, Huang Yongfa was very skilled at reading people. A young man under 20 could get such deference from two powerful mid-level officials. His background was definitely not simple. He was either the son of some powerful family or had connections. Hello, Mr. Chen. Huang Yongfa beamed, bending lower than Mr. Chen and shaking his hand vigorously. I've long heard Director Zhao say that Mr. Chen is exceptionally talented, and seeing you today, you truly are a hero of the youth. You're too kind, President Huang. Please have a seat. Everyone took their seats. Mr. Chen naturally sat next to Director Wu. The waitstaff began serving dishes. Buddha jumps over the wall, steamed East-Star grouper boiled prawns. All were exquisite dishes. Director Zhao, a seasoned veteran of the alcohol battlefield, easily warmed up the atmosphere with a few opening remarks. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, everyone's conversation began to flow. Mr. Chen did not rush to discuss business, but raised his glass and chatted with Director Wu about the cross-strait situation and the future of the information technology industry. Director Wu, the country is currently vigorously advocating information technology, which is actually a new opportunity for cross-strait exchange. Mr. Chen spoke eloquently. Frog Island has a head start in hardware manufacturing and the electronics industry, and there are many experiences worth our learning. Our base, although currently focused on training and internet services, aims to become a platform for cross-strait youth to exchange in technology and culture in the future. This idea struck a chord with Director Wu. United Front work emphasizes the return of people's hearts, and youth exchange is of utmost importance. Mr. Chen, this idea is great. Director Wu put down his chopsticks, his eyes lighting up. Today's young people love to go online. If we can use this online platform to enhance understanding between the youth of both sides, it would be of great significance. You have pinpointed a very accurate entry point. That's why I think that not only technical exchanges but lifestyle exchanges are also very important. Mr. Chen shifted the topic slightly back. For example, the cuisine and drinks from Frog Island are very popular among the young people here. Huang Yongfa, who had not said much until now, immediately chimed in. Mr. Chen is right. The cuisine of Frog Island is an important branch of Chinese culinary culture. Just like my tea restaurant, we have many college students visiting every day. Mr. Chen smiled, raising his glass and turning to Huang Yongfa. President Huang, this is precisely what I wanted to discuss with you today. Huang Yongfa quickly raised his glass. Mr. Chen, you're too polite. Please feel free to give any instruction. The two clinked their glasses and drank it all in one go. Chen Hao put down his glass, picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, and slowly said, President Huang, you should have heard of the base on University Road. Every day, over 1,000 people come and go, most of whom are university students. These kids get so absorbed in the internet that they forget to eat and sleep, and their mouths are never idle. Huang Yongfa nodded slightly, saying, That's right, young people have strong purchasing power. I plan to set up a beverage bar in the lobby on the first floor. Chen Hao looked at Huang Yongfa and said, I have had authentic frog-style milk tea in the South before, and it truly tastes great. I want to introduce this to our base so that everyone who comes to surf the internet can enjoy an authentic Frog Island beverage. Huang Yongfa's smile froze momentarily. He twirled the wine glass in his hand, his eyes flickering. So Mr. Chen wants to open a milk tea shop. That's a good idea. Although he praised it, he did not take the conversation further. Everyone present was perceptive, who couldn't see Huang Yongfa's concerns. The recipe is the core secret of the catering industry. The reason Huang Yongfa's tea restaurant is so popular is due to its authentic silk stocking milk tea and pearl milk tea. Now, with Chen Hao wanting to introduce it, isn't that equivalent to cultivating a competitor? Moreover, teaching the apprentice will starve the master. Such matters are major taboos in business. The atmosphere in the private room cooled slightly. Director Zhao felt a bit awkward, and was about to speak up to ease the situation when Chunhao smiled first. He picked up the wine decanter and personally poured Huang Yongfa a glass. President Huang, I understand your concerns. Chunhao showed no signs of displeasure. Are you worried that I will open a restaurant and steal your business? Having his thoughts exposed, Huang Yongfa forced a laugh, saying, Mr. Chun is joking. With such a big city like Kyoto, there is business to be done everywhere. It's just that this recipe is indeed our family secret, and some ingredients are hard to find around here. Old Huang, you're being petty. Director Wu interjected from the side. Mr. Chun is someone who is destined for great enterprises. Would he even care about your small business involving pots and pans? Huang Yongfa nodded repeatedly. Yes, Director Wu is right. Chunhao waved his hand, indicating that Director Wu need not apply pressure. President Huang, let's talk business. Chunhao smiled at Huang Yongfa. My place is an internet cafe, not a restaurant. I won't sell beef noodles or braised pork rice. I only sell milk tea. Moreover, our positioning is completely different. The milk tea in your shop is brewed with fresh milk and black tea, focusing on quality. A cup sells for 15 yuan, emphasizing the environment, style, and service. Your customers are business people, couples, and affluent guests. Huang Yongfa nodded. These words sounded pleasing. But my place is different. Chunhao continued to explain. My customers are poor students who play games. They can't afford 15 yuan for milk tea. What I want to sell is a quick consumer product for 2 or 3 yuan a cup. 2 or 3 yuan. Huang Yongfa's eyes widened. Mr. Chun, that won't even cover the cost. Just the fresh milk and tea leaves. Who said I want to use fresh milk? Chunhao interrupted him. I want to use non-dairy creamer, tea powder, and syrup. What I want is speed, sweetness, and the stimulating sensation from the ice. As long as it tastes good and is cheap, those kids won't care if there is any milk in it. Huang Yongfa was stunned. He came from a traditional catering background, which emphasized genuine ingredients. Chunhao's industrial approach was somewhat shocking to him. However, his instincts as a businessman quickly had him calculating the numbers. Not using fresh milk and relying on non-dairy creamer would indeed keep the cost very low. President Huang, think about it. Chunhao continued to press his advantage. The daily traffic at my place is nearly 1,000 people. If 1/10 buy milk tea, that's over 100 cups. In a month, that's several thousand cups. And this is just now. Later, I plan to open branches and create a chain. With such a large volume, the consumption of non-dairy creamer, tapioca pearls, and tea powder will be astronomical. Chunhao raised his wine glass, gently clinking it against Huang Yongfa's, producing a crisp sound. I don't intend to buy these ingredients from others. As long as President Huang is willing to teach me the techniques and help me streamline the equipment and processes, I will source all my ingredients from you in the future. I won't compete with your retail business. I will be your wholesale distributor. Not only will you have one less competitor, but you will also gain a stable major client. Moreover, Chunhao glanced at Director Wu and said meaningfully, this is also a specific action in response to the district's call to support the development of the frog business. President Huang should be able to see the benefits of this deal, right? Huang Yongfa's mind was racing with calculations. Running a restaurant is exhausting, selling cup by cup and having to cater to customers. Wholesale, that's just sitting back and collecting money. Moreover, Chunhao was right. The low-end market at 2 or 3 yuan indeed does not conflict with his high-end tea restaurant. Those who are accustomed to 15 yuan milk tea would never go to an internet cafe to drink something watered down. More importantly, Chunhao elevated this matter to a political level. Director Wu was watching from the side. If he refused today, it would not only be disrespectful to Mr. Chun but also to the United Front Work Department. In the future, does he still want to make a living in this small piece of land in Hadian district? Having figured this out, a smile appeared on Huang Yongfa's face. Mr. Chen's words really opened my eyes. Huang Yongfa raised his glass and stood up. Although I, old Huang, am a businessman, I also know the importance of propriety. Since Mr. Chen has spoken so frankly, if I continue to hide things, that would be truly unacceptable. He patted his chest vigorously, saying, rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will take care of this matter. Whether it's the recipe or the equipment, I will provide you with the best. I have a master craftsman who has been with me for 10 years. Tomorrow, I will have him report to you and teach you Hansen. If he can't teach you, he won't leave. As for the raw materials, I will charge you at the cost price, plus a small fee for shipping, absolutely the lowest price in all of Kyoto. Since we are family, let's not talk about business matters. Good. Chunhao also stood up, laughing heartily. President Huang is straightforward. Come, I toast to you. Cheers. The two glasses clinked heavily together, spilling a few drops of liquid. Director Wu and Director Zhao exchanged glances, both seeing satisfaction in each other's eyes. This deal was done beautifully. It not only facilitated business, but also accomplished a task without spending a dime. After putting down the wine glass, Huang Yongfa took Chunhao's hand and began sharing his experience. Mr. Chen, since you want to target the low-end market, you need to increase the sweetness. Young people like sweet things, so you need to add more syrup. And for the pearls, you need to add brown sugar while boiling and let them sit long enough, otherwise they won't be chewy. Chen Hao listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Although he had seen countless business cases in his past life, jumping industries is like crossing a mountain. The practical details still had to be learned from the experts. Dinner lasted until after 9, and everyone was cheerful. After seeing off the slightly tipsy Director Wu and Director Zhao Chun, Hao and Huang Yongfa stood at the hotel entrance waiting for a car. Brother Chun, Huang Yongfa had already changed his address, half-drunkenly wrapping his arm around Chun Hao's shoulder. Let me speak to you from the heart. Your model has great potential. If you get big in the future, don't forget your brother. Don't worry, Brother Huang, Chun Hao said, maintaining his composure while supporting him. From now on, we are in the same boat. Wherever my internet cafe goes, your raw materials will follow. After sending Huang Yongfa off, Chun Hao stood by the roadside, letting out a sigh of relief. The night breeze was cool, dispersing the smell of alcohol from his body. Boss, is everything settled? Zhao Gang got out of the car and opened the door. It's settled. Chun Hao climbed into the back seat, rubbing his slightly swollen temples. Tomorrow, prepare to receive the equipment and raw materials. Also have Lei Hu expand the beverage bar on the first floor a bit more. Expand again. Zhao Gang was taken aback. Yes. Chun Hao leaned back in the chair, looking at the colorful street scenery outside the car window. Because soon it will become our money printing machine. Once the milk tea category takes off in the internet cafe, that terrifying profit margin and repurchase rate will provide him with an endless stream of cash flow. And this is just the beginning. With this standardized SOP and supply chain, he can completely separate this beverage bar and replicate it around all the universities in Kyoto. In the era before the King of Snow, he would plant this flag across every street and alley first. Return to Huaqing Jiyuan. Chun Hao closed his eyes. The Audi drove towards Wadayaku. At 9 o'clock the next morning, a white van with the sign of Frog Island Tea Restaurant stopped in front of the internet cafe. The door of the van opened, and a lean man in his 50s stepped out. He was carrying a black plastic box. This was Master Li from Huang Yongfa's shop, who had been struggling in the catering circle for half a lifetime. Chun Hao had long been waiting at the door with Su Jing and Lu Lan. Seeing someone get out of the car, Chun Hao quickly greeted him and casually pulled out a box of freshly opened Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, offering one. Master Li, you've had a hard journey. Please come in and have some water first. Chun Hao spoke, politely lowering his posture significantly. Master Li took the cigarette, and his initially reserved expression softened considerably. He sized up Chun Hao and noticed that although the young man was well-dressed, he spoke and acted with great tact, which made him feel a bit more favorable toward him. You're too kind, Mr. Chun. President Huang mentioned that you wanted to make milk tea and asked me to come help out. As Master Li spoke, he followed Chun Hao into the water bar area. The bar counter was newly installed with a stainless steel surface polished to a shine. Master Li set down the box and opened the lid, revealing an orderly arrangement of various plastic bottles filled with fruit syrup, large bags of non-dairy creamer, dark pearl tapioca, and a few unopened packages of black tea. Actually, making milk tea is not that difficult. Master Li began taking the items out one by one. The key lies in the timing and proportions. The tea leaves need to be brewed thoroughly, the sugar needs to be sufficient, and the pearls must be steamed soft. I can teach you these things once, and you can practice more to master it. He did not indulge in any pretentiousness like those who claimed to be masters. In the year 2000 in Longhua, this kind of street beverage had certainly not reached any level of artistry. Alright, let's first watch Master Li demonstrate his skills. Chun Hao smiled and stepped aside, giving Lu Lan a knowing glance. Master Li rolled up his sleeves and began to get busy. He first boiled a pot of water, and when it came to a boil, he grabbed a handful of black tea leaves and tossed them in. When brewing tea, you can't use stagnant water. It needs to be boiling before you add it. Steep it for a few minutes, and the aroma will come out. Master Li explained while operating. Then he scooped 2 spoons of non-dairy creamer into a shaker cup and pressed 2 pumps of fruit syrup from a large container. When the tea was filtered out, he poured it into the cup, and a rich, milky aroma instantly wafted out. Finally, add ice, shake well, and it's done. Master Li closed the cup lid, skillfully shook his wrist a few times, and finally poured the milk tea into a transparent plastic cup, adding a scoop of pearls. Mr. Chun, please give it a try. Master Li pushed the cup in front of Chun Hao. Chun Hao took it and had a sip. The texture was very smooth, and the sweetness was high, typical of milk tea flavor. The taste is indeed authentic. Master Li's skills are commendable. Chun Hao put down the cup and nodded in affirmation. A proud smile appeared on Master Li's face. Chun Hao shifted the conversation. However, Master Li, I plan to establish a chain here. As you know, I can't have experts like you at every store. If we replaced you with an inexperienced person, I fear they wouldn't be able to replicate your flavor with just this amount of tea and 2 spoons of powder. Master Li was taken aback, feeling that this statement made sense. That is indeed true. Cooking and making tea are all about the feel. So I'd like to ask for your help. Chun Hao pulled out an electronic scale, several measuring cups, and a stopwatch from under the bar, neatly placing them on the counter. Let's convert your experience into numbers. That way, when I hire a young girl in the future, as long as she knows how to read the scale, she can replicate your flavor. What do you think? Masterly looked at the instruments, feeling fresh and realizing that this young man was thinking long-term. All right, I'll listen to Mr. Chun. Let's do it again, and he'll measure it accurately for you. This time the pace slowed down. Every time Masterly added an ingredient, Chun Hao insisted on weighing it first. Black tea powder, 12 grams. Steeping time, 6 minutes. Non-dairy creamer, 35 grams. Fruit syrup, 45 grams. Ice cubes, 150 grams. Lulan took notes beside them, writing meticulously. Chun Hao held the stopwatch, recording the time taken for each action. The entire morning was filled with the sounds of utensils clashing in the water bar. Masterly didn't mind the trouble. Chun Hao's politeness and patience made him feel respected. The two of them experimented and adjusted. Chun Hao wanted to increase the proportion of ice while lowering the cost of tea leaves, but aimed to maintain the flavor by increasing the syrup's concentration. Mr. Chun, are you trying to make a low-priced, fast-moving consumer product? Masterly saw through his intentions. Exactly. Students have little money, and when they're tired from studying, what they want is just this refreshing and sweet taste. Chun Hao spoke bluntly. At noon, he ordered a lavish banquet at a nearby restaurant and personally accompanied Masterly for 2 drinks. During the meal, Chun Hao inquired about many details regarding the preservation of raw materials and equipment maintenance, and Master Li was forthcoming with his knowledge. In the afternoon, the three of them went over the processes for lemon water and ice cream, again upgrading their previous. By evening, all 3 operation manuals were organized, and Chun Hao arranged for them to be printed and laminated. Sister Lu, this will be our standardized operation manual from now on. Chun Hao handed the manual to Lu Lan. If the taste is wrong, it'll come to you. If the taste is right and more customers come, it'll give you a bonus. Masterly watched this scene and sighed. Mr. Chun, you're not just teaching people to make milk tea, you're running a factory. If this system gets out, those small milk tea shops outside will probably be out of business. Chun Hao smiled as he helped Masterly into the car and handed him a thick red envelope, calling it a hardship fee. Masterly couldn't refuse, and after accepting it, praised Chun Hao for being someone capable of achieving great things. As the car drove away, Chun Hao put away his smile and turned to Zhao Gang. Gongzi has the design company we contact. They are waiting upstairs, boss. Chun Hao went up to the 4th floor and met the person in charge of the design company. Mr. Chun, here are 3 versions of the logo proposals we came up with. The person in charge was a young man wearing glasses, and he was very respectful. Chun Hao flipped through them, but was not very satisfied. The aesthetics of domestic design companies at this time were indeed lacking. None of these styles will work. Chun Hao pushed the folder away. The person in charge's expression became a bit awkward. Then what does Mr. Chun mean? Chun Hao took a blank piece of paper, picked up a pen, and drew a round outline. I want a snowman. He should wear a crown on his head, hold an ice cream scepter in his hand, and be draped in a red cloak. Chun Hao's pen flew over the paper, and a charming image sprang to life. Isn't that a bit too simple, eh? The person in charge seemed uncertain. Simple is easier to remember. Chun Hao drew a circle around the snowman's neck. The key is here. Give it a pair of headphones, the big kind. The colors should be bright red and white. Headphones. The person in charge was taken aback, but quickly reacted. Oh, our shop is opening in an internet cafe, so this is to fit the internet cafe's atmosphere. Smart. Chun Hao nodded. The name is Shui Lu Duo. I also have a slogan ready: big cup refreshing Shui Lu. The font should be rounded large and colored red. Chun Hao envisioned the red empire from his past life that swept through Longwo's lower-tier market. Although he was not a design major, he had seen the most successful milk tea cases. In an era when design concepts were still stuck on high-end, this kind of visually striking and approachable image was a dimensional strike. Mr. Chun, your idea is indeed unique. We'll go back and refine it immediately. I'll give you 2 days. Chun Hao set a tight deadline. He was eager to open the first version of the milk tea shop. I want to see the complete 6 system the day after tomorrow, especially the designs for the cups, aprons, and signboards. The person in charge gritted his teeth and said, all right, well, have the whole company work overtime to do it. At noon on the 3rd day, the finalized draft landed on Chun Hao's desk. He carefully selected the version that most closely matched the impression lingering in his memory. Especially the Snow King wearing headphones, adorably dazed yet rebelliously stylish, perfectly captured the aesthetic sensibilities of college students at the dawn of the 2000s. This one, contact the factory immediately to produce custom cups and straws. Also commission an advertising agency to design and fabricate the storefront sign without delay. Chun Hao turned to Su Jing. Sister Su, I've set the prices. Please record them now. Su Jing pulled out a fountain pen poised to write. Ice cream, 1 yuan. Her hand trembled slightly, leaving a dark ink streak across the paper. She lifted her head, eyes wide with disbelief. Director Chun, that doesn't even cover production costs. A single waffle cone costs several mao these days, not to mention the cream base. Lemon water 2 yuan. Boba milk tea 3 yuan. Unfazed by her astonishment, Chun Hao continued reciting prices. Director Chin, these prices are far too low. Su Jing grew anxious. We may be an information technology hub, but we can't operate at a loss just for publicity. Chun Hao shook his head and smiled gently. Sister Su, we won't incur a loss. According to yesterday's calculations with Master Li, our gross profit margin will remain above 50%. More importantly, these 3 items are our traffic magnets. Once those signs go up, every student along University Road will flock here. I intend to make Shuela Duo synonymous with boba milk tea itself. In the afternoon, the renovation crew moved in. The previously drab water bar area was repainted in a vibrant, bold crimson. To prepare for the grand opening, Su Jing, following Chun Hao's instructions, hired 3 laid-off female workers from the Beijing Cotton Free Factory. Lu Lan stood upright behind the counter, spine straight as a ruler. She wore a bright red apron emblazoned with the Snow King logo and a crisp white work cap, her entire bearing radiating sharp professionalism and vitality. Have you all memorized the procedures? Lu Lan commanded sternly. Steady hands. Precise measurements. The boss pays us this generous salary, not to idle away our days. The 3 new hires nodded vigorously, their eyes shimmering with both nervousness and exhilaration. Just 10 minutes earlier, Chun Hao had announced before the entire staff that Lu Lan was officially promoted to water bar shift supervisor, with her base salary raised to an unprecedented 1,200 yuan. In an era when ordinary workers earned only 300 or 400 yuan per month, 1,200 yuan was undeniably elite compensation. 3 days later at 10 o'clock sharp, auspicious timing arrived. Lei, who flanked by 2 security guards, dramatically unveiled the massive freestanding sign draped in red cloth at the entrance. With a rustling swoosh, the cloth fell away, revealing a sleek acrylic price board, white background, bold red characters. Only 3 lines appeared. Brutally simple and direct: waffle cone ice cream, 1 yuan. Fresh chilled lemon water, 2 yuan. Brown sugar boba milk tea, 3 yuan. Students waiting in line outside instantly turned their attention toward the sign. A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd. Did I read that right? 1 yuan. Could they have missed a zero? Häagen-Dazs charges over 30 yuan per scoop, and even McDonald's small cup costs 2.5. Is it even edible? Could it possibly be diluted tap water? Voices rose and fell, but no one stepped forward. After all, in that era, the adage, cheap goods are never good, ran deep. A product priced at 1 yuan simply felt untrustworthy. Then a young man emerged, thick-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, wearing a plain t-shirt. He clutched a crumpled 1 yuan note in his palm, hesitated, then approached the counter. Is it really 1 yuan? He pushed his glasses up nervously, his voice quavered. Lu Lan immediately flashed a polished professional smile, the result of 3 full days of mirror practice as instructed by Chun Hao. Yes, sir. Freshly made, freshly served. 1 yuan per scoop. The young man handed over the bill. 1 yuan received. Lu Lan accepted it, slid it into the cash register, then turned toward the brand new ice cream machine. With her left hand, she picked up a crisp waffle cone. With her right, she pressed the lever. The machine hummed softly as ivory white ice cream flowed like liquid silk. Her wrist rotated with practiced grace. Once, twice, thrice. The 3 newly hired women watched intently beside her. Final swirl. Gentle lift. There, cradled in Lu Lan's palm, sat an ice cream tower 12 centimeters high, its peak sculpted to perfect, elegant sharpness. Its volume surpassed even McDonald's largest scoop. Your ice cream. Please enjoy. Lu Lan offered it with both hands. The young man accepted the substantial treat. Coolness seeped through the cone, tingling at his fingertips. He tentatively extended his tongue and licked. Instantly, his eyes widened in shock. Not the gritty, icy texture he'd feared, nor the cloying bitterness of artificial sweeteners. It melted luxuriously on the tongue, rich with creamy depth, sweet, yet perfectly balanced. For sugar-deprived college students of that age, such sweetness was nothing short of a dopamine ignition switch. Whoa! He couldn't hold back the exclamation. Whirling around, he thrust the ice cream aloft and shouted to his still-cute friends, "It's really just 1 yuan. And absolutely incredible, better than McDonald's." That shout struck the crowd like cold water hitting scalding oil. Students who'd been hesitating erupted into motion. 1 yuan bought no deception, no disappointment. In an era where even cola cost 3 yuan a bottle, acquiring ice cream of this caliber for 1 yuan felt like benevolent charity. I'll take one. Me too, I want to. Don't push. I've got change. Within seconds, the counter was besieged, crowded so tightly not a drop could leak through. Lu Lan remained unflustered. She raised her voice, "Please form a line. Everyone single file." Lei Hu and the security team swiftly intervened, corralling the chaos into an orderly snaking queue. "Begin," Lu Lan commanded sharply. The 3 women sprang into action, One-handled payments, one scooped ice cream, one packed lemon water. The assembly line word to life. In that moment, the power of standardized operating procedures revealed itself unmistakably. No matter how long the queue stretched, every ice cream met exact height specifications, and each lemon water contained precisely measured ice cubes and uniformly sliced lemon wedges. By noon, temperatures peaked. The internet cafe overflowed with patrons while outside waves of heat rolled relentlessly forward. At that moment, the 2-yuan fresh-chilled lemon water seized center stage. Its colossal, transparent, 700-milliliter cup felt like holding a live grenade in one's hand. Large ice cubes clinked rhythmically against the glass walls. Thick, evenly cut lemon slices drifted gracefully in pale golden syrup. A young man drenched in sweat after basketball burst inside and slapped down 2-yuan. As soon as he received the drink, he inserted a straw and took a deep, urgent sip. Tart, sweet, ice cold. All three sensations surged up his throat, jolting straight to his crown. Amazing. He shuddered, involuntarily exhaled deeply, and half the oppressive heat vanished from his face. Compared to bottled drinks selling for 3 yuan per mere 350 milliliters, this generously portioned, intensely chilled lemon water was nothing less than summer's divine gift. Meanwhile, the 3-yuan boba milk tea became an instant favorite among female students. At a time when most milk teas were merely hot water reconstitutions of powdered mixes, and pearls often undercooked, Chunhao's version featured pearls slow-simmered in brown sugar for 2 full hours, springy, tender, and bursting with chewy resilience. These pearls are delicious, so rich in dairy, far better than the shop near Campus Gate. Word of mouth spread like a virus, traveling along the network cables and human conversations permeating the entire university road. Many students who initially had no intention of going online came specifically to buy the divine beverage they had heard about. After purchasing, they discovered the pleasant environment and abundant air conditioning, so they opened a card and decided to stay for a while. Those who were already online, their mouths dry from playing, couldn't help but get up to buy a cup of that gigantic lemonade sitting on the neighboring table. A perfect flow loop. At 10 o'clock at night, the night deepened. The streets of Kyoto began to quiet down, but the business at Matrix Internet Cafe was just entering its second half. Those who want to stay overnight come to register. 15 yuan, and you get a free sausage. The internet administrator shouted in the hall. A large group of students climbed over the back wall of the school, pouring into the internet cafe in droves, ready to engage in all-night battles in the worlds of CS and StarCraft. Meanwhile, Lu Lan and 3 female workers were exhausted, their hands trembling. Sister Lu, you can leave work early. The remaining tasks can be handled by the night shift administrator. Chunhao walked down from the second floor holding several red envelopes. Although the milk tea business was booming, Chunhao had no intention of making these women work continuously. The bar's operating hours were set from 10 in the morning to 10 in the evening, and after that only simple bottled drinks were provided. Boss, we can still operate. Lu Lan wiped the sweat from her brow, her eyes filled with excitement. Let's follow the rules and go rest. Here's today's bonus, 50 each. Chunhao handed over the envelope. 50 yuan. This was equivalent to what they earned in 5 days at the factory. The women left gratefully, and Chunhao turned to go up to the 4th floor. In the office, Su Jing was staring blankly at the report coming out of the printer. Manager Chen, the data is out. Su Jing looked up at Chunhao, who had just entered, a bit excited. Speak. Chunhao pulled over a chair and sat down. Today the bar operated for 12 hours. We sold 1121 ice creams, 850 cups of lemonade, and 560 cups of pearl milk tea. Su Jing swallowed hard. Total revenue is 4501 yuan. Zhao Gang and Lei, who sitting next to her, nearly had their eyes pop out. A small beverage stall sold 4,005 in a day. What about the costs? Chunhao exhaled a puff of smoke. I've calculated it. The cost of ice cream was less than 20 cents, lemonade 30 cents, and pearl milk tea, due to the pearls and tea leaves, had the highest cost, around 85 cents. Su Jing quickly pressed the calculator. After deducting labor, utilities, and losses, today's net profit is around 3100 yuan. 3,100 yuan. This was just the net profit for one day. In this era, that amount of money could buy 2 square meters of housing in Kyoto. This doesn't even include the internet fees. Su Jing continued to report. Today, the internet cafe's internet fees plus membership recharges totaled 1800 yuan, of which pure internet fee income remained stable at around 2400 yuan. Lei, who suddenly slapped his thigh. Boss, this bar is simply a money printing machine. We haven't even advertised much yet. If we open a few more. Chunhao smiled and said, this is just the beginning. The significance of the bar lies not in the few thousand yuan profit, but in its creation of a closed loop with the internet cafe. Now all the students along the university road know that at Matrix Internet Cafe, not only are the machines fast and the environment good, but they also offer the cheapest and best drinks in all of Kyoto. Once this brand loyalty is established, even if the surrounding black internet cafes lower their prices, they won't snatch our customers away. He looked at Zhao Gang and Lei Hu. The model of combining internet cafes with Shui Lu Duo has basically been proven. It's time to start expanding. In the next month, I want to open 5 more of these directly operated stores around the universities in Kyoto. And we need to act fast. Chen Hao's tone became serious. I've received news that the state will tighten its regulation on internet cafes comprehensively. A document is expected to be issued soon stopping the approval of new internet cafe business licenses. This was a key point in Chen Hao's memories from his past life. From 2000 to 2001 was the last frenzy for the internet cafe industry and the final opportunity to enter. Zhao Gangyu and Wang Jun start from tomorrow to scout around all the universities in Haidian district. Whether it's street shops or basements, as long as the area is over 300 square meters and the property rights are clear, negotiate immediately. Understood, boss. Zhao Gang stood tall. Su Jing, continue hiring. Not just the internet administrators, but also staff for the bar must be prepared. Have Lulan bring out a few more apprentices. I want standardized replication, and every store must have the exact same taste. Lei Hu, you're responsible for recruiting and training security personnel. Chen Hao issued commands one by one, and everyone immediately became busy. The office on the 4th floor of Matrix Internet Cafe became the command center. A map of Haidian district hung on the wall with 5 red circles marked in red marker. The areas within the red circles were several university clusters in Haidian. Zhao Gang and Wang Jun drove through the alley streets and commercial areas surrounding various universities every day. Their briefcases were stuffed with various agents' business cards and property information. They had looked at no less than 50 properties. Most of them were unsuitable. Some landlords, seeing their urgency, quoted sky-high prices. Some property certificates were still under mortgage, making transfers impossible, and some locations, while good, had only one fire escape, which could not pass the approval for permits. But with cash paving the way, there was no mountain that could not be conquered. The first breakthrough appeared at the snack street outside the east gate of Guomin University. It was an underground billiards hall with a concealed entrance. Descending the oil-stained stairs led to a spacious area of 300 square meters. The owner was a bald man in his 40s sitting behind the bar with a worried expression, counting money. The billiards business was hard to do, and this place had become a gathering spot for local thugs, with fights breaking out frequently and the police station visiting 3 times a month. The owner had long wanted to sell, but because it was a basement, no one dared to take over. When Zhao Gang walked in, the floor tiles stuck to his shoes. Is the property in your name? Zhao Gang, without beating around the bush, directly pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and handed it over. It's in my name. Oh, I bought it outright a few years ago. The owner took the cigarette, sizing up Zhao Gang's attire. What do you want to take over for? That's not your concern. Zhao Gang looked around. The paint was peeling, and the air was filled with a moldy smell. One fixed price, 2800 for the property transfer. Full cash payment transaction to be completed within 3 days. The cigarette in the owner's hand shook. His original minimum psychological price was 25000, and he had been hanging it for half a year without any inquiries. Deal? But I still have a few billiard tables here. They all belong to me. You don't need to move them. In 20 minutes, a rough agreement was reached. Next was at the south gate of Kyoto Normal University. This time, it was a 2-story shop on the street with an excellent location, originally a bookstore selling supplementary materials. A large space of 450 square meters visible directly through the floor-to-ceiling glass to the school gate. The landlord was a middle-aged man with glasses, eager to cash in and emigrate to Canada. He had insisted on 700, but with Zhao Gang and Wang Jun taking turns to negotiate, in the end, Zhao Gang slapped a bundle of cash on the table. 600, let's go to the housing authority now. Watching the stacks of 100 yuan bills, the landlord's resolve crumbled instantly. The third location was at the west gate of Kyoto University of Technology, an underground basement in an old residential building, 380 square meters, previously a warehouse, with clear property rights bought for 200. The fourth location was at Longwei University of Political Science and Law, and the fifth location was at Kyoto University of Posts and Telecommunications, both around 300 square meters of street-level shops. In 2 weeks, the total expenditure for the 5 properties was 1940000. Chen Hao reviewed these property certificates. These were not just buildings, they were tickets to enter the market during the explosive rise of housing prices in Kyoto over the next 20 years, and they were also the foundation for the expansion of Matrix Internet Cafe. Meanwhile, Su Jing was also extremely busy. For a whole week, the recruitment advertisements for Matrix Technology were published in the centerfold of the Kyoto Evening News and the hand-in-hand newspaper. High salary recruitment, network administrator, cashier, barista. Requirements: hardworking, no bad habits. Preference for laid-off workers. Every morning, a long line formed on the 4th floor of the Matrix Internet Cafe. Su Jing sat behind a desk with a roster in front of her. "Extend your hand," she said to a young man. The young man extended his hand, revealing dirt embedded in his fingernails and yellowed fingertips. Next, Su Jing did not even lift her head. "Why? In the service industry, if your hands are dirty, how can you serve customers?" Next, Su Jing was much more lenient with laid-off female workers. As long as a person was honest and quick-handed, they were basically hired. Within 2 weeks, 33 new employees were in place. Training took place directly at the Matrix headquarters, each following the corresponding supervisor for training. The third floor was temporarily designated as the training area. Lu Lan, wearing a red apron with the Snow King logo, stood in front of a row of stainless steel workstations holding a stopwatch. "He'll say it again. Ice must be added up to the marked line, a 1 extra piece or 1 less won't do." Lu Lan's voice was stern. "This is our standard. What you taste at the headquarters must be the same at the branches." Several new staff members nervously held measuring cups, repeatedly practicing scooping ice, compressing sugar, and sealing. If anyone was slow to act or made a mistake in the ratios, Lu Lan would slap the ruler on the workstation, startling everyone. The training for network administrators was handled by technical backbones. They learned how to use the management system, how to use Ghost for system recovery, and how to handle crashes and blue screens. In the open area at the entrance of Matrix Technology in Lihua Factory, Lei, who stood bare, showcasing his muscular physique. In front of him stood 10 newly hired young men, all with a hefty build. These were brothers Lei, who specifically selected from Zabali village. "Stand up straight." Lei, who wielded a rubber baton. "The boss offers us high salaries, and if we wear this uniform, we must look the part. If someone causes trouble, the first step is to reason with them. If they don't listen, then take action. Be ruthless, but don't cause any fatalities. Do you understand?" "Understood." The roar echoed. Chunhao stood at the 4th floor window, overlooking it all. This team was still immature, but the framework was already established. The renovation team immediately moved in. 5 stores started construction simultaneously. Chunhao didn't go for any flashy designs, simply replicating the industrial style of the headquarters. The cement walls were left unpainted, just sprayed with a layer of varnish to harden and prevent dust. The ceiling didn't need a drop ceiling. The pipes were painted black and iron lampshades were hung. The floor was directly laid with the most wear-resistant self-leveling cement. The greatest advantage of this renovation style is speed and cost efficiency. The only area that received fine decoration was the entrance's red and white-themed Snowjoy bar. That had to be eye-catching. In Zhongguancun, at the Qiankuan Electronics flagship store, Qian Hongyan stared at the list in his hand, somewhat unable to believe his eyes. 320 units. Qian Hongyan swallowed hard and looked up at Chunhao sitting across from him. "Mr. Chen, are you planning to monopolize the internet cafe business in Hadian District?" "This is just the beginning." Chunhao took a sip of tea. "The configuration remains the same, Celeron 2 generation 128M memory. Now that the quantity is large, can you give us a better deal, Mr. Qian?" Qian Hongyan rapidly pressed the calculator, perspiration forming on his forehead. "Mr. Chen, there's really no profit left. These 320 units amount to 1,500,000. I need to sweep all the inventory from the entire village for you. 1,500,000. I'll pay a 50,000 deposit first. When the goods arrive and are installed and debugged, I will settle the remaining balance." Chunhao handed over a bag of cash. Qian Hongyan looked at the bag full of cash, gritting his teeth. "All right. In 20 days, I guarantee that all 320 machines will be in place. This is the power of cash flow. In this era of rampant triangular debts, clients who can produce cash are like gods." With the hardware sorted, the hardest part remained obtaining those certificates. The business license and the internet culture operation permit, among other certificates needed for internet cafes. Zhao Gang had lost weight during this time, with deep-set eyes. He drove around with 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes and a few bottles of Matai in the trunk. He spun like a top between the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Cultural Bureau, Fire Brigade, and Police Station. "Director Wang, how's the approval going?" "Team Leader Sun, I'll need your help with the fire inspection." "Director Zhang, this is a small token from our Mr. Chen, mainly to support our district's information construction. Thanks to the previous branding of the Information Industry Incubation Base and prior leaders' instructions, the various departments didn't dare to intentionally make things difficult. It was a smooth process. However, even so, navigating the processes for 5 stores would still wear a person down. On a June afternoon, the heat was stifling. Cicadas on the trees were calling hoarsely. Chunhao was in the office reviewing the renovation progress report for the new store. At the current pace, it could be fully operational by the end of the month. The door suddenly swung open. Su Jing rushed in, not even bothering to knock. She was usually very composed, but today her face bore an unusual look of panic. "Mr. Chen, something's wrong." Su Jing threw her handbag onto the sofa and gulped down water from a cup on the table. "Take your time and explain." Chunhao closed the folder without looking up, still focused on a report in his hand. After the success of the Snow Joy model Chun, how had Su Jing register a new company dedicated to managing Snow Joy? I just got back from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau with the license. In the service hall, I overheard some agents discussing that a redhead document will soon be issued from above. It really is coming. What does it specifically state? Chen Hao looked up at Su Jing. It's what you previously warned about. They're going to fully stop the approval of new internet cafe business licenses. And they will strictly investigate minors accessing the internet, conducting thorough inspections of existing internet cafes. It is said that this time the enforcement will be unprecedented. Many currently processing their paperwork will be stuck. As the finance officer, she understood too well what this meant. If the procedures weren't completed, the $1,940,000 in rent for the 5 stores, $1,500,000 for computers, and hundreds of thousands for renovations would turn into a significant loss. The losses would be substantial. Mr. Chen, should we stop for now? Can we return the computers? Su Jing tentatively asked. Chen Hao stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the university road was bustling with cars and young students were heading towards the internet cafes in groups. This wave of internet access was unstoppable, but the gates truly needed to be closed. We cannot stop. Chen Hao turned around and said decisively, not only can we not stop, but we must accelerate. But what if the license gets stuck? There are no what-ifs. Chen Hao picked up his phone and dialed Zhao Gang's number. The phone rang twice before being answered. The background noise was loud, as if in a service hall. Boss. Zhao Gang's voice was weary. Where are you? At the district police station, finishing up the final stamp for the special industry operation permit. Just now Su Jing received news that the document will be issued soon and internet cafes will have all approvals halted. Chen Hao got straight to the point. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and Zhao Gang clearly realized the seriousness of the issue. How many certificates do we still need? Chen Hao asked. The telecommunications and cultural permits had been obtained, and besides the one currently being processed, only the fire inspection certificate was missing. There were still some minor issues with the fire safety at the National University store, which was holding things up. No matter how much it costs or who you have to find. Chen Hao said solemnly into the microphone. I'm giving you 3 days. By Friday, all certificates for the 5 stores must be obtained. 3 days. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth. Can it be done? Yes. Zhao Gang's voice was filled with determination. Don't worry, boss. Even if I have to stay at the director's doorstep, I will bring that stamp back to you. I'm going to find team leader's son from the fire department now. Go ahead. If you need more money, ask Su Jing for it. After hanging up, Chen Hao threw the phone back onto the table. He looked at the worried Su Jing and sat back down in his chair. Sister Su, notify the renovation team to start working overnight tonight. Even if it costs extra, we must finish the hard decoration before Friday. But this document is not a death sentence. Chen Hao said with a cold smile. In fact, it's our. As long as we rush and before the gates close, this market will be ours in the short term. Su Jing looked at Chen Hao, who showed no signs of panic, and her anxious feelings gradually calmed. Understood, I'll go make arrangements right now. Su Jing turned and quickly walked out of the office. At 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon, the setting sun bathed the entire Haitian district in a golden hue. Chen Hao stood at the entrance of the underground internet cafe outside the east gate of Guomen University, watching the last batch of renovation workers carry ladders and toolboxes out. Mr. Chen, the work is finished. The foreman was a dark-skinned, middle-aged man covered in traces of lime and paint. The brothers have been working 2 shifts these past few days, really pushing themselves to the limit. Chen Hao took out a wad of cash from his pocket amounting to 1,000 yuan and directly stuffed it into the foreman's hand. Thank you for your hard work. This is the overtime pay. Share it with the brothers. The foreman took the money, his eyes shining. Having worked in this field for over a decade, he had seen various kinds of bosses, but someone as generous as Chen Hao was truly rare. Mr. Chen, rest assured, if there's more work, just call us. After seeing off the renovation team, Chen Hao walked into the internet cafe. The smell of paint still lingered, but the overall layout had already taken shape. The cement walls were coated with varnish, gleaming with a cold sheen under the lights. Black pipes were neatly arranged on the ceiling, and industrial-style iron pendant lights emitted a warm yellow glow. The most eye-catching feature was the red and white water bar at the entrance. A huge Shui Lu Duo logo hung above the bar counter, and the Snow King character wearing headphones looked particularly striking under the spotlight. Behind the bar, the stainless steel workstation was polished to a shine with ice cream machines, sealing machines, and ice makers lined up in a row. Zhao Gang walked in from outside, holding a stack of documents. Boss, the final stamp has been received. Zhao Gang handed over the documents excitedly. 5 stores, all licenses are complete. Chen Hao took the documents and flipped through them page by page. Business license, internet cultural operation permit, fire inspection certificate, special industry license. How did you manage to get this done in 3 days, hey? Chen Hao looked up at Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang smiled wryly. To be honest, I've never had to ask so many people in my life. The fire department was the hardest to deal with. The fire exit width for this store at Guomen University was 20 centimeters short. I contacted team leader's son from the fire brigade, treated him to a meal, and slipped him 2 packs of cigarettes. He said it was a tough job and that I needed to talk to their superior. And then, I also asked someone from the Cultural Bureau to help speak on our behalf, and eventually the fire department relented and agreed to allow corrections. I worked overnight to get the wall demolished, extending it outward by 30 centimeters, and the inspection passed early the next morning. As Zhao Gang spoke, he pulled out a small notebook filled with names and phone numbers. In these 3 days, I've met with more than a dozen section chiefs, team leaders, and directors. I smoked 5 packs of cigarettes, drank 3 boxes of liquor, and had 8 banquets. Boss, we need to maintain good relationships with these people in the future. Chun Hao took the notebook and carefully reviewed it. Each name and phone number represented a potential resource for the future. His position was only suitable for communicating with major leaders, but the actual execution and progress relied on specific executing departments, and Zhao Gang was well suited to handle these connections. Well done. Chun Hao patted Zhao Gang on the shoulder. Go home and rest for 2 days. There will be tough, not tired. Zhao Gang shook his head. Boss, the equipment money should be fully delivered by tomorrow. Well, work overtime on Saturday to install the machines, and we can have a trial operation on Sunday. All right, let's stick to this schedule. Chun Hao turned and walked out of the internet cafe, taking a deep breath at the entrance. The evening breeze blew and carrying a hint of coolness. He looked up at the brand new sign at the entrance of the internet cafe. Matrix Internet Cafe, Guomen University branch. Below the sign was a conspicuous notice in bold white letters on a red background: minors are prohibited from entering. The font was bold, and each character was the size of a fist. These 8 characters were posted in the most prominent position on the glass door, even more eye-catching than the Matrix Internet Cafe sign. Boss, isn't the font a bit too large? Zhao Gang stood beside him, a bit puzzled. Isn't this going to scare off some of the smaller-looking college students? That's exactly the effect I want. Chun Hao twisted off the cap of his water bottle and took a sip, his gaze sweeping over the notice. Not just here, the main store also needs to repost this. I want these 8 characters etched into the minds of everyone who passes by. Though Zhao Gang didn't quite understand why the boss was so insistent about this, he nodded and noted it down in his notebook. On Saturday at the Longwei University of Political Science and Law branch, Xian Hongyan was directing over a dozen technicians in blue uniforms who were busy at work. Move faster. Everything must be lit up tonight. Xian Hongyan's voice was hoarse from shouting. This contract was a major project for him this year, and he had to make it a success even if it cost him dearly. The technicians moved swiftly, unpacking, setting up, and wiring. Chun Hao walked into the server room. Liang Bo was debugging the servers with a few students from the computer science department. Bro, how is the management system deployment going? Chun Hao asked. Liang Bo, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes from an all-nighter, appeared very excited. Chun Hao, don't worry. We'll definitely finish the deployment tonight. Great. Chun Hao patted Liang Bo on the shoulder. Let's work hard tonight. At 3 in the morning. The entire city was in deep slumber, yet these 5 stores remained brightly lit. As the last monitor lit up with a blue Windows desktop, Qian Hongyan sat down on the floor, exhaling a long breath. Mr. Chen, we lived up to the task. Chun Hao handed him a cigarette and lit one for himself. At 6 in the morning, Su Jing brought in over 30 newly recruited employees according to their assigned stores. Among these people were laid-off female workers and recent graduates who hadn't found jobs. They were all in uniform, performing final drills at their respective positions. Especially the employees at the water bar. Lu Lan, as the chief trainer, was inspecting each branch. Remember, you are not just selling drinks, you are the face of the internet cafe. Lu Lan shouted. Work quickly and wear a smile on your face. If anyone messes up during the opening today, they will be dismissed immediately. The sky began to lighten. June 11th, Sunday. The 5 branches opened simultaneously. There were no lion dance teams or firecrackers. The only promotional tool was the 100,000 promotional flyers scattered everywhere. At 8 in the morning, in front of the canteens, dormitories, and playgrounds of various universities, a group of part-time students wearing t-shirts printed with the Shui Lu Duo logo occupied the area. In the male dormitory of the Institute of Technology, Zhang Wei, still half asleep, was holding a lunchbox ready to get food when a red flyer was stuffed into his hand. He initially wanted to toss it aside, but the large characters on it made him stop. 1 yuan. Zhang Wei rubbed his eyes. With this flyer, Shui Lu Duo crispy cone ice cream is 1 yuan, fresh lemonade is 2 yuan, and brown sugar pearl milk tea is 3 yuan. Looking further down, Matrix Internet Cafe is opening a new store. With a student ID, you can enjoy 1 hour of free experience. Configuration: Celeron 2 128M memory, 17-inch flat monitor. Zhang Wei almost dropped his lunchbox. Wow, this configuration is amazing. He turned around, rushed back to the dormitory, and kicked open the door to wake his still sleeping roommates. Stop sleeping. Get up. A new internet cafe has opened by the West Gate. If we go late, there won't be any machines. The same scene unfolded simultaneously at 5 universities. At 9:30 in the morning outside the West Gate of the Institute of Technology, a long line had already formed in front of the Matrix Internet Cafe branch. The June sun was scorching, but it couldn't dampen the students' enthusiasm. As long as they stood at the door, they could feel the strong cold air blowing out from inside. I want an ice cream. I want lemonade with extra ice. The water bar's window was crowded with people. The apprentices brought out by Lu Lan moved swiftly, collecting money, serving ice cream, and sealing cups, their movements flowing seamlessly. Students who received their cold drinks initially only wanted to quench their thirst, but upon seeing the rows of brand new computers through the floor-to-ceiling glass and the technologically stylish decor, they found themselves rooted to the spot. This environment is incredible. Look at those chairs, they're leather, they look so comfortable. Since we have no classes, should we go in and play for a while? The flow of customers perfectly aligned at that moment. Those who bought drinks also went online, while those who finished surfing the internet came out to buy drinks. The cash register's bill validator hadn't stopped since the moment the doors opened. Su Jing sat in the headquarters office, the phone on the desk ringing incessantly, reporting on the status of each store. At the Institute of Technology branch, 300 cards were issued, and the water bar's revenue exceeded 1,000. At the normal university branch, milk tea is sold out, we need to restock. The political science and law branch is full, and there are still 50 people waiting in line. Until 10 in the evening, when Su Jing placed the compiled data in front of Chun Hao, her face was uncontrollably excited. Mr. Chen, including the main store, the total revenue for the 6 stores today exceeded 400,000. 400,000 in a day is practically a windfall in this era. Yet Chun Hao remained calm, for this was just the beginning. The impending regulatory storm would soon make these operational internet cafes even more popular. One day later, June 12, 2000, Monday. This day would be remembered as a significant date for the internet industry in Longhua. A red-headed document numbered No. 44, jointly issued by 7 ministries, including the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Police, was officially delivered to various provinces and cities. The document, titled Opinions on Special Governance of Video Game Operating Venues, sternly announced: stop the approval of new video game operating venues. Prohibit the production, sale, and import of domestic video game equipment. Strictly review existing venues and resolutely eliminate illegal operations. Although the title of the document mentions video games, internet cafes were explicitly classified under the category of video game operating venues in the specific execution details. This marked the beginning of what would later be known as the gaming console ban, and it sounded the alarm for the first large-scale reshuffling of the internet cafe industry. The news spread rapidly through Zhongguan Village and various computer malls. The internet cafe owners, who were still processing paperwork and halfway through renovations, were instantly taken aback. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at the headquarters of Matrix Internet Cafe, in the office on the 4th floor, Chun Hao was reviewing the revenue reports from each store when his Nokia on the desk suddenly vibrated. Caller ID: Director Sun. Chun Hao set aside the reports and pressed the answer button. Director Sun, hello. On the other end of the line, Director Sun's voice sounded somewhat fatigued. Mr. Chen, you've seen the document, right? I've heard about it. The impact is quite significant, Chun Hao replied calmly. It's not just significant, Director Sun lowered his voice. This time, there is a strict order from above. Hadian District has many schools, and it is a top priority for rectification. Starting tomorrow, the joint enforcement team will be on the streets. At this point, Director Sun paused. I'm not calling to warn you. Your paperwork is complete. I personally checked the fire safety, and there are no hardware issues. I'm just giving you a heads up so you won't misunderstand when the enforcement team comes to inspect. Chun Hao understood the subtext of Director Sun's words. It was both to prevent his misunderstanding and to remind him. If the hardware is fine, what about the software? The core of this rectification campaign, apart from the licenses, is minors. Don't worry, Director Sun, Chun Hao said with understanding. We will strictly adhere to the spirit of the document. Matrix Internet Cafe will not allow a single minor to enter, even if it means sacrificing business. We will uphold this bottom line. Good. With your word, I feel reassured. Mr. Chen, you are the benchmark in our district. Please don't let me down at this critical moment. After hanging up the phone, the calm expression on Chun Hao's face vanished in an instant. He stood up, grabbed his coat from the hanger, and strode out of the office. Zhao Gang. Wang Jun. Prepare the car. Soon a black Audi sped out of the Lihua factory. First stop, Guamin University store. Before the car could come to a complete stop, Chun Hao jumped out. The store manager was busy calculating accounts at the bar and was startled to see Chun Hao enter with a grim expression. Boss, what brings you here? Chun Hao ignored him and walked directly to the security guard at the door. Did that guy in the white t-shirt who just went and show an ID? Chun Hao pointed at a figure from behind. The security guard hesitated for a moment. He looked like a college student. Chun Hao's voice suddenly rose, startling everyone in the internet cafe who turned to look. I pay you to keep an eye on things, not to guess appearances. Chun Hao yanked the security guard's collar, pointing at the 8 large characters on the glass door. What does this say? Read it. Minors are prohibited from entering. The security guard stammered. From now on, Chun Hao turned around, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the store, including the manager and the network administrator. Everyone entering the store must have their ID checked. Those without ID, even if they are the king of heaven, are not allowed in. Even if they look 80 years old, if they can't produce identification, they must get lost. The manager hurried over. Boss, this is too strict, right? Some students just forget to bring their IDs and our business. Business? Chun Hao sneered, staring into the manager's eyes. Do you want to lose that 100 yuan, or do you want to see my store worth hundreds of thousands get sealed? The manager shivered under Chun Hao's gaze, too scared to say anything further. Listen, Chun Hao surveyed the surroundings. Anyone who dares to let in someone without ID will be fired immediately, and I will hold them legally accountable. Did you understand? Understood. Over the next 2 hours, Chun Hao visited 6 stores. He repeated the same words and issued the same strict orders. Some managers didn't understand, thinking their boss was making a fuss over nothing. After all, in this era, accepting minors was an industry norm. Who would jeopardize their profits? But Chun Hao's assertiveness left them too intimidated to argue. That night, at the entrances of all Matrix internet cafes, a peculiar scene emerged. 2 uniformed security guards stood like sentinels at the entrance, checking each person one by one. Every person wanting to enter had to present their ID. Oh no, I forgot mine. Can you let it slide? Irregular, a student-like boy offered a cigarette to the guard. The guard glanced at the pack of cigarettes, swallowed hard, but the boss' stern orders echoed in his mind, and he resolutely pulled his hand back. No ID, no entry. Are you all sick? The boy cursed and left, heading to a small internet cafe next door. Watching the loss of customers, the manager's heart bled. The storm came faster than expected. The next morning at 9 o'clock, several vans emblazoned with the words cultural law enforcement and industrial and commercial law enforcement drove in with sirens blaring, heading towards University Road. The rectification action had begun. Along the streets, those internet cafes that usually thrived were thrown. Close the doors. Open the back door. Let those kids run. In an internet cafe named Happy Network, the owner shouted while trying to pull down the rolling shutter. But the law enforcement personnel were quicker. Several uniformed individuals rushed in and took control of the scene. Soon, dozens of middle school students in uniforms were brought out. Where's the owner? Take him away. Seal it. Stick it up. White seals were affixed in an X shape on the rolling shutter. A few other internet cafes under renovation saw their owners crying out, holding receipts for newly purchased equipment, but without a license. They were ordered to stop operations with equipment confiscated. The entire street was filled with cries, please, and the sound of sirens. Chun Hao sat in a window seat at the Guamin University store, quietly watching this scene outside. Zhao Gang sat beside him, his palms full of sweat. This is too ruthless. As he watched his peers being shut down, he felt a chill in his heart. If the boss hadn't forced him to get the license 2 weeks in advance, and if he hadn't been so strict about checking IDs these past few days, Matrix Internet Cafe would probably be facing the same fate. This is what they call reshuffling, Chun Hao said lightly. At this moment, the law enforcement convoy stopped at the entrance of Matrix Internet Cafe at Guamin University. The doors opened and 7 or 8 law enforcement personnel stepped out. The leader was a stern-faced man with a wide-brimmed hat and sharp eyes. He glanced at the prominent minors are prohibited from entering sign at the entrance, raised his eyebrows in surprise. The stern-faced man waved his hand. The group filed in. The air in the store instantly thickened. The students who were surfing the net stopped their mice, nervously watching the uninvited guests. Chun Hao remained seated in the corner. The manager approached the law enforcement team calmly, as instructed by Chun Hao earlier. Hello, is this a routine inspection? The stern-faced man ignored him and walked directly to the nearest machine. Show your ID. The student playing red alert froze for a moment and quickly pulled out his ID. The stern-faced man glanced at it, born in 1980, an adult. Next, the law enforcement officers spread out to verify each person using the internet in the store. 1-2-10-50. Not a single minor was found. Even those who looked young had IDs showing they were just. The stern-faced man then approached the bar, flipping through the internet registration log. It was densely packed with records of each machine's corresponding ID numbers and entry times. The handwriting was neat and the records were detailed. The stern-faced man closed the log and his serious expression softened a bit. He looked around. A clean and tidy environment, no cigarette butts scattered on the floor, no raucous troublemakers. The wall had a no-smoking sign and fire extinguishers were placed prominently with the pressure gauge needle in the green zone. This hardly resembled an internet cafe, it was more like a legitimate computer room. Captain, we've checked, and everyone is an adult. A team member rushed over to report. Even that kid in the corner who looks like a middle school student, his ID is from 81, he just looks a bit short. The stern-faced man nodded. He turned around looking at the trembling manager. Well done. The stern-faced man rarely showed a smile of approval. If all the internet cafes in the district could be like yours, we wouldn't have to work so hard. After saying this, he waved his hand. Dismissed. To the next one. The law enforcement personnel withdrew as the sirens faded away. 1 week later, in the large conference room of the Haitian District Cultural Bureau Director's son sat at the podium holding a summary report. During this special rectification, we have shut down a total of 85 illegal internet cafes this week and closed down 65 unlicensed operations. The heads of various departments in the audience were taking notes. Director Sun shifted his tone. However, I have also seen some good examples. For instance, the Matrix Internet Cafe located on Xueching Road, as well as their branches in various universities. I have conducted undercover visits and sent people for surprise inspections. They really do operate according to the rules. Director Sun took a sip from his teacup, scanning the entire room. From now on, this will be our district's model. Anyone who wants to open an internet cafe should first go check out how they manage theirs. Applause erupted in the conference room. On several main roads in Haitian district, many internet cafes that once displayed colorful signs have been shut down with white seals affixed to their rolling shutters. Happy Network, Speedy Space, Surf Shack, and other names have become relics of the past. However, at the entrance to the Matrix Internet Cafe near Lihua Factory and 5 universities, a different scene unfolded. The queue stretched to the curb. With the nearby small internet cafes all shut down, those university students and young people with nowhere else to go surged like a tide towards the compliant and best environment Matrix Internet Cafe. Are there any machines left? I've been waiting for half an hour. Don't push. If you keep pushing, they'll call the police. In the main hall of the headquarters, despite the air conditioning being cranked up to the maximum, it couldn't suppress the heat wave emanating from hundreds of computers. Chunhao looked at the sea of heads below, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Too much business can also be a burden. Every minute someone was waiting, which meant cash was flowing out every minute. Chunhao took out his phone and dialed Qian Hongyan's number. Old Qian, get me another 100 machines. Same configuration. On the other end, Qian Hongyan was drinking water and nearly choked upon hearing this. Mr. Qian, you still want more? I've seen your shops. They're so full that even a foot can't fit in. Where are we supposed to put them? In the corridor stairwell corners, clear out half of the storage room. Space is like that channel. There will always be a way to squeeze in. As long as we can pull the network cable and fit a table in, just set it up for me. As for fire safety only cares about the width of the passage. I measured it. If we place a row against the wall, it will leave us with 1.2 meters, which is compliant. Qian Hongyan stopped wasting words. All right, you are the god of wealth. You call the shots. The goods will be delivered before tomorrow night. This 100 machines were like pouring more water into an already saturated sponge. The aisles of the Matrix Internet Cafe became narrow, but every newly added machine would be occupied within 5 minutes of being powered on. Chunhao was even more delighted by the explosive growth of the beverage business. Due to the long wait times and the hot weather, ice cream and lemonade became necessities. I want 5 cups of lemonade to go. At the beverage window, Lu Lan and 4 staff members were working frantically, wishing they could grow 2 more hands. The compressor of the ice cream machine buzzed from morning till night, hardly pausing. Raw material buckets were replaced one after another, while the trash bin overflowed with lemon peels. Moreover, many students who weren't even using the internet specifically rode their bikes to buy drinks. A couple from the Institute of Technology, each holding an ice cream, stood under the tree shade at the internet cafe entrance, savoring their treats. For cash-strapped university students, the joy of spending 1 yuan was incredibly rare. At 4 p.m., a Su Jing knocked on Chunhao's office door. She was followed by Lei Hu and 2 other security guards, each carrying 2 heavy canvas bags. Mr. Chen, it's time to deposit the money. Su Jing placed the bags on the coffee table and unzipped them. Inside were stacks of cash, including coins of 1 and 2 yuan, as well as large bills of 10, 50, and 100. This was the revenue from 6 stores in one day, along with the cash from the underground funds Chunhao had mixed in under the pretext of familiar recharge. How much is it today? Chunhao, holding a cigarette, did not get up. The pure revenue is 31000 from the beverage business, and the internet fees, plus membership recharges, total 55000. A cash flow of nearly 6000 in one day. In the year 2000, this figure was enough to drive people crazy. Let's go to the bank. Chunhao stood up and extinguished his cigarette. The group drove the Audi A6 straight to the nearby branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank. The bank's lobby manager saw Chunhao from afar, and his face broke into a wide smile as he jogged over to help Lei, who carry the bags. Mr. Chen, you're here. The VIP room has been prepared with cold drinks for you. Since the Matrix Internet Cafe opened, the flow of this account had never stopped. In just over a month, the balance of the corporate account had surpassed 6 million. In this era of heavy savings tasks, Chunhao was the biggest god of wealth for this branch. Sitting in the cool VIP room listening to the frantic sound of the counting machine, Chun Hao closed his eyes to rest. In early July, the grand special rectification action finally came to an end. The internet cafe industry in Haidian district underwent a brutal reshuffle. While nearly 100 licensed internet cafes survived, their owners became jumpy. They dared not accept minors anymore, fearing the enforcement teams would come after them. Everyone was watching, unsure of when this storm would pass or how the next policy would change. Chun Hao was well aware that this was just the first wave. In 2001 and 2002, there would be 2 more waves of stricter regulatory storms. But this did not affect Chun Hao's plans, as the internet cafe was not his true main business. The current situation was characterized by strong official regulations, scattered and panicked businesses, and a lack of an intermediary buffer. This was the perfect opportunity for him to take action. What he aimed to do was not to monopolize the market, but to establish rules. Chun Hao opened his laptop, created a new document, and wrote a headline: Feasibility Plan for the Establishment of the Haidian District Internet Service Industry Association. In light of the current chaotic state of the industry, mere administrative penalties can only address the symptoms. It is recommended to introduce a self-regulatory mechanism, establish an association, formulate unified service standards, hardware standards, and management regulations, assist government departments in monitoring, and establish a blacklist system. Any member unit that illegally accepts minors will face internal sanctions from the association and will be reported to the competent authorities. 5,000 words flowed smoothly. Chun Hao employed highly official language throughout. Terms such as leverage, collaboration, and long-term mechanism were used. These phrases combined into a perfect solution. For the sake of reporting convenience, he also organized the content into a PowerPoint presentation. The next morning, Chun Hao dialed Director Sun's number. Director Sun, I heard the rectification work has concluded. I would like to report some insights from this phase and also share an immature idea for your review. Oh, Mr. Chin, come over him just at the bureau. Half an hour later, in the office of the director of the Cultural Bureau, Director Sun appeared to be in a good mood. This time, the rectification action was executed the fastest and with the greatest intensity in Haidian district, earning him recognition at the city conference. Please sit. Director Sun gestured towards the sofa. Help yourself to some tea. Chun Hao was not polite, poured a cup of water, and then handed over the proposal. Director Sun, although the rectification has concluded, how to manage it sustainably is a major issue. After all, the enforcement team has limited personnel and cannot monitor every shop around the clock. Once we let our guard down, it is inevitable that old problems will resurface. Director Sun took the proposal, raising his eyebrows slightly. This was precisely the headache he had been facing lately. Enforcement actions can only manage issues temporarily, but once the fervor subsides, those profit-driven owners will surely take risks. He opened the proposal, carefully reading through it word by word. The office was very quiet, with only the sound of paper rustling. 10 minutes later, Director Sun closed the document, removed his reading glasses, and looked at Chun Hao with a deeper meaning in his gaze. Industry Self-Discipline Association Supervision. Director Sun said with a smile. Mr. Chun, how did you come up with these ideas? You are clearly not just cut out for business. You are truly adept at administration. You flatter me, Director Sun. Chun Hao smiled humbly. I am doing this for self-preservation. After all, a single rotten apple can spoil the whole barrel. If something goes wrong at another shop, we legitimate operators will also suffer the consequences. Well said. Director Sun silently calculated the political value of this proposal. While other districts still relied on fines and closures to maintain order, if Haidian district could take the lead in establishing an industry association, it would be an innovative mechanism. This represents a political achievement, and a significant one at that. If this association is established, who will take the lead? Director Sun paused, his gaze fixed intensely on Chun Hao. This was a straightforward question. Facing Director Sun's gaze, Chun Hao did not flinch. Matrix Internet Cafe, as the benchmark enterprise in the district, is willing to take on this responsibility. Whether it is funding or personnel, we are duty-bound. However, Chun Hao paused. This association must have official endorsement, or otherwise those owners will not comply. Therefore, I hope the Bureau can become the supervisory unit for the association. Good. Director Sun smiled. This idea is very constructive. I agree in principle. He picked up the phone on the desk and dialed an internal line. Notify the Bureau members. There will be a meeting in half an hour. The agenda is regarding the preparation for establishing the district's Internet Cafe Industry Association. After hanging up, Director Sun walked over to Chun Hao and patted him on the shoulder. Mr. Chun, you will report at the meeting. Thank you, Director Sun. Chun Hao slightly inclined his body. Half an hour later, in the conference room, the long conference table was filled with heads of various departments. Chun Hao stood in front of the projector, opening the PPT he had worked on overnight. Leaders, my report is divided into 3 parts: current situation, pain points, and solutions. Chun Hao's voice echoed in the conference room. He completely imitated the style of bureaucratic reports with detailed data-tight logic and a high level of professionalism. The leaders present nodded frequently. Soon Chunhao concluded his report. Everyone present clearly understood that this meeting could not have been convened without Director Sun's approval of the association. Therefore, all expressions of support from those present were positive, with some even offering optimization suggestions. Director Sun's gaze swept over each department head before he slowly made a concluding statement. This association is not about formalism, it is not just about putting up a sign. It will serve as a guiding force for our Bureau's next steps in addressing the internet cafe industry. Director Sun lifted his teacup, blowing away the tea leaves floating on the surface, took a sip, and continued, Mr. Chen's Matrix Internet Cafe has demonstrated exceptional performance during this period. The leaders from the ministries have visited, and the district has also recognized it specifically. I am very reassured about him leading this association. This statement set the tone for the matter. After Director Sun finished speaking, the meeting was adjourned. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor rose and fell. Heads of departments gathered their things and walked out, with only the captain of the enforcement team, Zhao Tianling, being called over by Director Sun. Old Zhao, stay for a moment. A while ago, Zhou Qiang had been sent to manage the archives for offending Chunhao. As Zhou Qiang's direct superior, Zhao Tailin had not directly participated, but still received a reprimand for poor management. Now, seeing Chunhao, he naturally was not in a good mood. Once the room was empty, Director Sun did not let him sit down and lit a cigarette. Old Zhao, Sun Mingyuan pointed at Chunhao, you just saw Mr. Chen's proposal. Establishing an industry association will be our next innovation pilot. This association must truly play a role in managing those chaotic internet cafes. Zhao Tailin nodded repeatedly. Yes, we will fully support this. Director Sun's voice intensified. This preparatory work for the association will be led by Mr. Chen. I have full confidence in him, and you must cooperate unconditionally. Zhao Tailin instinctively glanced at Chunhao. As a president, this person was far too young, looking as fresh-faced as a college freshman. Captain Zhao, I will trouble you to support us more in the future. Chunhao timely interjected, his tone polite. Mr. Chen is too kind, it's all for work, it's my duty. Zhao Tailin forced a smile in response. Director Sun ordered, Old Zhao, you have the data for all the internet cafes in the district. After you return, pick out the 50 largest ones and notify their owners individually. On July 8th at 2 p.m., there will be an industry symposium in the third-floor conference room. Okay, I will take care of it. Sun Mingyuan fixed his gaze on Zhao Tailin. Remember, you must ensure they are notified accurately. Tell them this is a briefing on the rectification assessment. Those who do not attend will bear the consequences. Zhao Tailin felt a chill run down his spine. This was to use the enforcement team's power to establish Chunhao's authority. Understood, I will make sure everyone is notified. The next 2 days, the internet cafe owners in Haidian district fell into a collective panic. The enforcement team's calls were very carefully crafted. Hello, is this Boss Wang from Feikwai Network? I am from the district cultural enforcement team. At 2 p.m. on the 8th, there will be a meeting at the bureau. Yes, the legal representative must be present. What kind of meeting? A rectification assessment briefing. Don't want to attend? Well, then prepare the paperwork for your shop, and we will come for a separate inspection tomorrow morning. After hanging up, Boss Wang looked at the newly acquired Nokia in his hand, his hands trembling. The recent special rectification had already created an atmosphere of fear, with everyone whispering about a second wave of cleansing. Holding a meeting at this time was clearly a trap. Some guessed that hefty fines were to be imposed. Others worried about the forced revocation of licenses. Some even suspected that they would be asked to donate to the Bureau's new building. In a restaurant in Zhongwan village, several internet cafe owners gathered looking distressed. Old Zhang, are you going? A plump man asked. Can I not go? The man called. Old Zhang sighed, crushing the cigarette, but in the ashtray. You know how those enforcement guys are. If you don't go, there will be a seal on your shop door tomorrow. Similar conversations were taking place in every corner of Haidian district. Some speculated that it was about fundraising, others guessed it was about generating revenue projects, and some even suspected that they would be asked to donate to the Bureau's new building.